Cornwall Manor is an active senior living community on a 190-acre wooded campus in Cornwall, Lebanon County. The community offers...
You're listening to Reading Fightin' Phillies Baseball on the R Phillies Radio Network. Now, out to the ballpark with your broadcasters, Bob McCool and Jake Starr.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Baseball Town. FirstEnergy Stadium is open, and baseball is a matter of minutes away, 12 noon. Pitch is first pitch time as the Binghamton Ponies rumble their way into Baseball Town to take on the Reading Fightin' Phillies. Reading comes in at 10-10 so far in second half play. Binghamton, at the AA affiliate of the New York Mets, is at 7-13. Alongside my broadcast partner, Jake Starr, my name is Bob McCool. The gates are open, and we are just inside Tompkins Viss Plaza at the entrance here to FirstEnergy Stadium as baseball is coming your way. The first of a 6-game homestand between the Fightin' Phillies and the Binghamton Ponies. And Jake, let's get started with our usual first game update as to where the ball club is, and that is off a road trip in Altoona, where the bats were a little bit quiet at times, but when it's all said and done, the team went 3-3 on the road trip, and you'll always take a 500 road trip anytime.
I think that's always the mentality. Split on the road, try and win series at home, and that's what this team's done. And look, this team right now is playing really good baseball. They had a chance on Sunday to win their third straight series, their 4th and 5. They split it, but dating back the last about 6 weeks, they've only lost one series, and it was that Richmond series. They had split against Hartford, win at Portland. They lost to Richmond, and then they went win, and a split. So they're playing really good baseball right now, and this week stands another chance for them to kind of pile on some more wins. It's a Binghamton team that's really struggling right now. They sit last in the Eastern League in team hitting. They're 10th in the league when it comes to pitching ERA. So it's a chance to get some more wins. It is a team they struggled against back in June. They did drop 5 of 6, but it's a team that from mid-June till right now is its own new identity of baseball. So you have to feel good about it, where this team stands heading into this week's series.
Yeah, and just to kind of clarify that a little bit, so a lot of people know this, a lot of people don't know this, and that is the way minor league baseball does things, which is 2 halves of the season. And Jake's point is really the big reason why they do that, because there is so much change within teams from series to series and moments to moments within minor league baseball. Obviously, the plan and the process is to get players to move up. And so because of the flow of players, there is often a different personality of the team from the beginning of the season until the end of the season. So in a lot of ways, it gives a little bit of a better perspective to have a second half championship run, and it makes everybody have a whole nother perspective. And that's what Reading has really latched onto. They've kind of latched onto that since the early moments of June to say, hey, look, we want to look to see where we can be in the second half of the season, and so far they have done that. Jake said it, they struggled at the start. They lost 5 out of 6 to Richmond, but you eliminate that, and obviously at 10-10, they have righted the ship, and they are playing much better baseball. Binghamton, as Jake said, is last in the Eastern League in hitting. The team that's been in first in the Eastern League in hitting all throughout the season has been the Reading Fightin' Phillies. The difference now is the pitching. The pitching has become better, become more consistent. It's become longer in terms of its starters, and it's found its roles in the bullpen. But when you take a look at the starting pitching, that has really solidified things for Al Padrique and his coaching staff. They have really put together what is right now a 6-man rotation that has been pretty good over the course of the last several weeks.
And last week they were really good as well. The games that Reading fell in, it's hard to tab that on their pitching, which first part of the year, yeah, the pitching struggled, but now the pitching has been there. And the starting staff, too, has been really good. But this Reading staff as a whole, including the relievers, led the Eastern League in ERA across 6 games at Altoona last week. And the starters, they did a great job setting the table. Hendrickson, a decent game on Tuesday. Phillips strong Wednesday. Abel went 5 shutout Thursday. I'll circle back to Friday here in a second. Saturday, David Parkinson didn't have his best stuff, but still turned in 5 innings and 1-run ball. And Zach Hockey again went 5 innings of shutout baseball. Back-to-back 5-inning shutout starts for him. And then Friday, that was the highlight of the week. Phillies number 4 overall prospect, Griff McGarry. 7 innings, career high for him. Also a season high in innings pitched for a Reading starter. He had 10 strikeouts, which matched David Parkinson last weekend against Portland for a team season high. Season high for McGarry, and the 4th time in his career. First time this year, did it 3 times last year, that he's had double-digit strikeouts in a game. So now the staff looks really, really good right now. And they're just, as a group, working together. They've done a really good job stacking wins on top of each other and stacking quality starts on top of one another, too. And I'm excited to kind of see how Tyler Phillips builds on that today.
Yeah, Tyler Phillips will get the start today for the Reading Fightin' Phils. The Binghamton Rumble Ponies will toss out right-handed pitcher Jose Chacin. Interesting piece of all of that, and I think the part about McGarry getting to 7 innings is a really interesting byproduct to it. Again, it's part of the way baseball is being played today. You get 5 innings out of your starters in most cases, and you're happy with that. But you'd like to see guys get to that point where they can get to a 6th inning, get to a 7th inning even better. And the way that's going to happen is by an economy of pitches. And if you're not walking batters, which McGarry has run into issues with, which McAble has run into issues with, then if you can do that and you can eliminate the walks, you're going to keep your pitch count down, and now there is that opportunity to get the 6 innings, get the 7 innings. And so that's what I think is something that'll be a good sign for McGarry and Abel as the rest of this season progresses, for them to get to that point where they become more efficient in the number of pitches they're throwing, because they're throwing much better control, because they have the stuff to get hitters out. There's no question.
And here's the thing that I think kind of impressed me the most with both of them. Abel on Thursday threw 28 pitches in the 1st inning and then kept his pitch counts below 20, close to 15 each inning since. McGarry, too, I believe, I have to double check, I think it was around 24 pitches in the 1st inning against Altoona, and the rest of the way was just completely efficient, mowing down hitters, and it was able to get to 7 innings. So, I talked to Abel specifically about it the other day, and I said, was that 1st inning more a case of rust or didn't have your best stuff? And he said it was a combination of both. So there was some rust. It was his first start in 21 days. That hadn't pitched since late June against Richmond. And he said, I went out there early and I recognized today I don't have my best stuff, so I need to be able to adjust. And that's what he did. And that's how, when you look at the progression of the guys like Abel and McGarry, that's the big thing you want to pay attention to, because we know they have their best stuff. They are going to be very hard, if not impossible, to hit. But for those guys, you're not going to have your best stuff every single day. So to recognize that early and adjust and still turn in a quality outing, I think that's that next part of the development for them, and I think they've both done a really good job lately of that.
Yeah, and that's the thing that fans have to realize when you're talking about these guys, because everybody wants to see them advance within the organization, but the Phillies organization wants to see them become better pitchers before they advance them to face better hitters. And so how do you do that? Because you're not going to have your best stuff every night. And if you're going to be a starting pitcher, whether it's at another level and ultimately in the big leagues, there are going to be nights where you don't have your best stuff, and you can't go like, I don't have my best stuff tonight, let's just turn it over to the bullpen in the 2nd inning. You want to be able to figure out a way to fight through that and still be able to give your team a chance to win the ball game, and for you to get at least through 5 innings, even on those nights where you don't have your best stuff. Everybody can pitch if they've got their stuff rolling. You're just not going to have that each and every night over the course of a professional baseball season. We are again live just inside FirstEnergy Stadium, the Philadelphia Phillies AA affiliate, the Reading Fightin' Phils, taking on the Binghamton Rumble Ponies with a 12 noon first pitch. We'll have that for you on the Reading Fightin' Phils radio network. Talking about the pitching, let's talk a little bit about the offensive side. Again, this team has continued to hit throughout the season. They had some moments in Altoona where the bats were a little bit silent. I was curious to see how the team would respond by taking a huge piece of the puzzle out with Johan Rojas being promoted to Philadelphia, how the team would respond. Carlos De La Cruz has become the consistent factor for this team throughout the year. His batting average has pretty much stayed anywhere between 280 and 295 throughout the season. Continues to produce on the power side of things. And then again, there is Matthew Kroon, who, as I said a long time ago, was kind of the stealth bomber of this team because nobody was paying attention to him. He's forced people to pay attention to him now. 3rd in the Eastern League in hitting. He is among the team leaders in almost every offensive category. Matthew Kroon has put together a phenomenal 2023.
And he's consistent, too. It's 323, but it's not 323 because of a hot 2-week stretch. It's 323 because that has been who he is all season long. He gets on base 3 out of every 10 times. Yes, that's the batting average shows, but from day 1 till game 90, he has been incredibly consistent. I like to call him consistent croon. Rolls off the tongue quite nicely, but doesn't peak, doesn't valley, just stays very, very level throughout the entire thing. So he's a guy that, older guy, 26 years old, missed all of last year except for 2 games after tearing his right meniscus in the 3rd game of the season. So, entering the year, Croon felt really good in 22. Knew it was kind of, a do-or-die year for him. At 26 years old, wanted to turn in a good year. That he's done. And look, for him, you hope he gets an opportunity here down the road, to move up and showcase what he's got at higher levels. But for right now, we're having a ton of fun watching him here in Reading.
So for right now, we're going to bring it into our pregame show again. The Reading Fightin' Phils and the Binghamton Rumble Ponies. First pitch coming your way at 12 noon on the Reading Fightin' Phils Radio Network. We're going to take a timeout, and we'll come back with the starting lineups and first pitch right after this on the Fightin' Phils Radio Network. International Fireworks is the official fireworks provider of the Phils. International Fireworks shoots every fireworks show throughout the season, including 8 Mega Blast fireworks shows. International Fireworks also provides the pregame fireworks after the national anthem at each game. International Fireworks has a nearby retail store in Douglasville, Pennsylvania, where you can purchase all of your fireworks. Visit fireworksorus.com for more information about the International Fireworks retail store in Douglasville. Thanks again to International Fireworks, the official fireworks provider of the Phils.
Star City Boxing, located at 4760 Schuylkill Avenue in Reading, is a 501c3 non-profit boxing gym unlike any other. Our goal is not only to help you be fit, but to be the best outlet for our youth and community. We welcome anyone who wants to improve their way of life, be fit, and box competitively or non-competitively. We work with you to reach your goals in and out of the gym. Stop in and meet our stars today. Check us out and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter for upcoming events and happenings. And visit our website today at starcityboxing.org for more information on how to join, volunteer with our youth, or support our efforts in the community. Star City Boxing is a proud continued 2023 Phils Fiesta Friday partner.
The Penn State Health St. Joseph's 67 Club is the original hospitality area at FirstEnergy Stadium. Conveniently located along the third base side, the 67 Club gives you a front row seat to all the action at the hot corner. The area is safely protected from line drives with a large see-through net. Starting at $34, groups of 20 or more can enjoy a 2.5-hour all-you-can-eat buffet. Children 4 and under are free. Visit rphils.com or call us at 610-370-BALL to reserve your group outing today.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome FirstEnergy Stadium, the site. Baseball on tap for you tonight, and a form of a doubleheader for you tonight. The continuation of the game that began yesterday in Game 1 of the series between the Binghamton Rumble Ponies and the Reading Fightin' Phils. Reading began this series with a 10-10 mark on the second half. Binghamton at 7-13. We got underway yesterday with a 12 noon first pitch. We got 50 minutes of baseball in, which got us through the first inning, and the rains came down, stopped it. We got started again, and only got started for a little bit, and the rains came again, and ultimately that ended the game. So here's the recap of where we are. We will start things with the Phils at the Reading Fightin' Phils at the plate in the bottom half of the second inning with 1 out. Casey Martin will be the batter for Reading. And everything else, for the most part, will stay the same in the sense that we will play to the completion of a 9-inning baseball game for game number 1. And then they'll take 30 minutes of break, and we'll have game 2 of the doubleheader. And game 2 will be a 7-inning game between the Phightins and the Ponies. The game 2 matchup on the starting pitching side, Josh Hendrickson, the left-hander, will go for Reading, and Dom Hamill, the right-hander, will go for Binghamton. Alongside my broadcast partner, Jake Starr, my name is Bob McCool. So there's a brief recap of where things are in terms of how things will play out immediately with the first pitch scheduled here at 5:15 with the resumption of the game that was postponed from yesterday. And then we will go to game 2. But, Jake, the biggest piece of the puzzle is that obviously there are changes because of the pitching situation. Tyler Phillips started for Reading, and Jose Chacin started for Binghamton. Binghamton did not bring Chacin back for the second inning after the initial rain delay. Junior Santos actually started pitching the second inning, and it will now be Hunter Parsons who will be on the mound for Binghamton as we start this bottom of the second inning. And, of course, for Reading, Tyler Phillips will not resume for a number of reasons. One, he pitched 2 innings yesterday, and after the delay, he probably would not have come back. And the other addition, and good for him, is that he's no longer a member of the Reading Fightin' Phils. He got the promotion to go to Lehigh Valley.
Tyler Phillips today earned a promotion, a well-deserved promotion to Lehigh Valley after he looked good through 2 innings yesterday, too. I was a little bummed to see the game get rained down at the point it did because I thought Phillips was really on par for a really good outing. After what we saw from the first 2 innings, but it looks like it's Adam Leverett who's down and throwing on the Phillies bullpen right now. So I think the hope's got to be to get at least 2 or 3 out of Leverett and see where you go from there. Could always try and get a couple out of Christian Hernandez too. You don't want to burn your bullpen too much because you got another game after this. But the nice thing is the next game, it's just a 7-inning game. So the hope would be if Hendrickson can give you at least 5, then you're not asking too much out of your bullpen. So I guess in total today, if you can keep your reliever usage to 6 or less, I'd say, you'd probably be pretty happy.
And so in addition to Tyler Phillips getting the promotion to Lehigh Valley, 2 members of that bullpen also went along with him on the ride from Reading to Allentown to play for the Iron Pigs. That's Brett Schultz and Braden Zarniski, both of which who pitched very well, and both of which were among the leaders in team victories and in saves in the case of Brett Schultz. So they get the promotion to Lehigh Valley. And in replacement of that, Reading will have the reappearance of Max Coons, who was with the team from the beginning of the season, then was on the development list, and ended up back in Jersey Shore after his time on the development list. And after 1 or 2 appearances with the Blue Claws, he is back now in the Reading bullpen. And in addition to that, a addition on the Reading bullpen from Jersey Shore is right-hander Tommy McCullum. We may very well see him before tonight's over with. So that is an addition to the bullpen and a pretty highly regarded reliever for the Philadelphia Phillies organization. So we are set to get underway. And again, we'll give you a reminder of the starting lineup for the Phils as they come to the plate here in the bottom of the second. The Golden Oaks Landscaping starting lineup. Madison Stokes led off. Carlos De La Cruz bats second. Matthew Kroon third. Oliver Dunn bats cleanup. Jalen Ortiz bats fifth. Ethan Wilson, who actually made the first out of the second inning, bats in the 6th spot. Casey Martin bats 7th. Max McDowell 8th. And then Cam Cannon 9th. But it will be Casey Martin who will bat. Again, a 3 balls and no strike count to Casey Martin, facing right-handed pitcher Hunter Parsons, now in for Binghamton. And the first pitch from to Casey Martin is over for a called strike 1. It's 3-1 to Casey Martin.
At least for him, you're stepping into the box in a 3-0 count, not an 0-2 count. I feel a lot more comfortable up there right now than the contrary.
And he drives the next pitch into left field. It'll be a long run for Jalen Palmer to the bullpen, and eventually he runs out of room as the ball will land in the grandstands. And so Hunter Parsons has worked the count back now to 3 balls and 2 strikes to Casey Martin.
Hunter Parsons, who's in the start, 3rd pitch of the day already for Binghamton. 3-2, a 4.05 ERA. This appearance number 15 for him.
Pitching from the stretch, and Casey Martin will slap it the other way. Wyatt Young, the second baseman, has arranged far to his left, and just in time to get the fleet-footed Casey Martin at first base. Good hustle play by the second baseman, Wyatt Young, and that's out number 2 here in the second.
Yeah, it looked like at first off the bat it was going to find the vacant hole on the right side, but off the end of the bat from Martin didn't really go too hard, so gave Wyatt Young enough time to get over and make a nice play.
That'll bring up Max McDowell. Max at 197 on the season after a 2-for-9 road trip to Altoona. Reading Fightin' Phils went 3-3 on that road trip against the Curve, and McDowell, and again, another slow roller to second. This one a much easier play for Wyatt Young, and that'll do it for the Phils here in the second. Ultimately, it goes 1-2-3 in the books. We'll take a timeout on the Reading Fightin' Phils Radio Network. Back with inning number 3 after this.
Cornwall Manor is an active senior living community on a 190-acre wooded campus in Cornwall, Lebanon County. The community offers independence and opportunities for wellness and fitness, as well as educational and musical programs, and the peace of mind of having convenient health care on site. Cornwall Manor offers a range of residential choices from apartments to homes. Prospective residents are welcome to visit us for lunch and have a chance to learn more about the community. More information is available online at cornwallmanor.org. Cornwall Manor, celebrating 70 years of senior living.
The Fightin' Phils know who to call for trash and recycling services. A proven winner, JP Mascaro & Sons. The industry leader for over 50 years. Trust the familiar Mascaro Blue Elephant to provide dependable, quality service for your home or business. That's JP Mascaro & Sons, one of the top companies in its industry. Trash and recycling services for home, business, and industry. We are hiring and have open positions in Berks County. Check our website for open positions at jpmascaro.com or call 1-888-MASCARO. JP Mascaro & Sons, ready to serve you.
Every time you grab an ice-cold 20-ounce Pepsi, you'll find a Pepsi emoji on the side of the bottle. So while the Pepsi delivers this, the Pepsi emoji delivers this.
Ooh.
So go ahead, crack open a Pepsi and tell the world how you feel and what you love with Pepsi emojis. Say it with Pepsi.
We head to the third inning in a scoreless tie, Reading and Binghamton. No runs, no hits, one error for Binghamton. No runs, no hits, and no errors for the Phils as we start the third. And again, for the Phils, after the promotion of Tyler Phillips to AAA and the resumption of this post-Cabone game from yesterday afternoon, it will be Adam Leverett who will now get the ball for the Phils, and he will face Jalen Palmer. The 8-hole hitter who bats now for Binghamton will be Jalen Palmer, followed by Cesar Berbesi and the top of the order, and Wyatt Young due up for the Rumble Ponies here in the third. First pitch from Leverett is up high for a ball, and a big swing and a miss at the curveball, and Leverett evens the count now, 1 ball and 1 strike. Leverett making his 24th appearance for the Fightins. And his 1-1 pitch is a fastball that's up high. It's now 2-1. 0-1 with a 3.72 earned run average, 38 2/3 innings, 29 strikeouts, 14 walks for the 6'4", 190-pound, 24-year-old right-handed pitching Adam Leverett. 2-1 comes low here. Looks like he comes back with a breaking ball. Leverett incredulous as he looks in, and now Tyler Woody will also hear it from the dugout as well from the Fightin side, as they thought that was over for a strike 2. Instead, it's 3 balls and a strike now to Jalen Palmer, hitting at just 137 as he stands in. And swing and a miss there. Now it's 3-2.
I mean, those two that missed were both balls that could have been borderline strikes. Looked like really good spots by Leverett, so it's got to be frustrating. You come out early, you hit your spots, and you're not getting a call.
So Leverett will come back here with a 3-2 pitch. That's over for a called strike 3. And now Jalen Palmer questions that as well. But Adam Leverett will take the strikeout. 1 out here in the third.
Yeah, good spot right at the top of the strike zone. And, it was maybe a little up compared to the other ones. But, it's nice. People always like, oh, you shouldn't say something from the dugout. Sometimes it's good just to get in the ump's head because, look, they might actually be missing calls. And then they're more aware of those, those borderline pitches.
So to bring up Cesar Berbesi, the shortstop who just got called up from High A Brooklyn, the High A affiliate for the New York Mets. And Berbesi making just his second appearance in a Binghamton Rumble Pony uniform as he stands in. First pitch from Leverett is again up high. 1-0 pitch is there for a called strike 1. So Berbesi 0 for 3 in the first game he played in a Rumble Ponies uniform. Left-hand hitting shortstop. 1-1 pitch is again at the letters for a called strike 2. So Leverett hitting his pitches up high, some for strikes, a couple of them up a little bit too high for balls, but bringing some pitches at the letters, and he's getting the strike. 1-2 count. Swing and a miss, and that's back-to-back strikeouts now for Adam Leverett to start this third inning.
All right, really good start for Leverett. Looking good early, and you want him to give you some length. He's got to keep that pitch count down and getting 2 quick outs. But yeah, the strikeout especially, a good way to do just that.
The defense for the Phils, Ethan Wilson is in left, Matthew Kroon in center, Carlos De La Cruz in right, Jalen Ortiz is at first, Cam Cannon at second, Casey Martin is at short, Madison Stokes is at third, and Max McDowell is behind the plate. As Wyatt Young hits a little soft liner right to the third baseman, Madison Stokes. And that'll be a clean, crisp inning for Adam Leverett here in the third for the Ponies. No runs, no hits, no errors. We'll head to the third, bottom of the third. When we come back, it's Binghamton nothing, Reading nothing.
Nursing home neglect is a serious problem. If you or a loved one has suffered from bed sores obtained in a nursing home or a fall down in a nursing home resulting in a fracture, our friends at Swartz Culleton can help. Call the attorneys at Swartz Culleton for a free consultation. Their phone number is 1-800-JUSTICE. That's 1-800-587-8423. Once again, call 1-800-JUSTICE today. Schwartz-Culleton is a proud sponsor of the Reading Fightin' Phils.
Humane Pennsylvania is an innovative national leader in animal welfare with adoption centers, accredited nonprofit veterinarian hospitals, emergency animal rescue services, community pet assistance programs, and a free community dog park. At HPA, we are passionate about going the extra base to keep your pets healthy and happy at home with you. With a variety of services and different ways and times to access them and variable pricing, Humane Pennsylvania is here to provide your pets with exceptional care, how, when, and where they need it. Visit humanepa.org for more information.
The Enersys Power Alley Pub features a 2.5-hour all-you-can-eat buffet, private bar with bartender, 2 rows of seats, bar stool seating, and 4 cafe tables. The pub provides your party a private area to enjoy the ball game away from other fans. The Enersys Power Alley Pub may accommodate groups of 40 to 60 people. Enjoy socializing with your group and watch the game with a unique vantage point.
We head to the bottom half of the third inning, presented to you by Schwartz-Culleton PC. You can expect reliable and experienced attorneys who are committed to getting you justice after a serious personal injury at Schwartz-Culleton PC. It'll be Cam Cannon who leads off for the Phils here at the bottom of the third in a scoreless game. The Reading Fightin' Phils, the Binghamton Rumble Ponies, game 1 of a 6-game series between the two. It will roll right up until right up until Sunday, as the Reading Fightin' Phils playing as the Reading Hot Dogs to begin this series yesterday and leave those uniforms on here to start today's game as Cam Cannon, the 9-hole hitter, stands in, and Hunter Parsons gets the first pitch over for a strike. The second one, he bounces up there. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Parsons, 26-year-old right-hander, 6'2", 215, originally from Maryland, from Salisbury, Maryland. Played his college baseball for the Terrapins. 1-1 pitch is up high. Now it's 2-1 to Cam Cannon. Parsons, a 2019 19th round draft pick of the New York Mets out of the University of Maryland. Actually spent some time earlier this season in Syracuse, the AAA affiliate for the Mets. 2-1 pitch from him is at the letters, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. To Cam Cannon, who's hitting at .211 on the season after going just 1 for 12 on the road trip to Altoona. Cannon with 10 extra base hits as he stands in, and this one ripped into left field, and that one is going to be into the seats for a home run. Cam Cannon, the only question was whether or not it would be high enough, and it was, as Cam Cannon gets the Phils on the board first with a solo home run, and Reading, with the second home run of the season from Cam Cannon, takes a 1-0 lead.
Cam Cannon at Altoona on Sunday, the 9th inning, bases loaded, hit a ball that died just about a foot short of the fence. That time, he got all of it over the left field fence here. Home run for Cam Cannon, 357 feet, 103 off the bat, and the Arfield strike first.
And so Madison Stokes now will bat. Still nobody out here in the third. And first pitch from Parsons is way outside for a ball. Stokes flew out to center field and deep to center field. Backed up Rowdy Jordan, the center fielder, all the way to the deepest part of the ballpark to make the catch with his back up against the wall. And now it's 2 balls and no strikes to Stokes. Jalen Palmer is in left field. Rowdy Jordan, as I said, is in center. Augustin Ruiz in right for Binghamton. Joe Swazi's at first. Wyatt Young at second. Cesar Barbesi is at short. Jose Peroza is at third. And Hayden Sanger is the catcher. As this count now 2 balls and 1 strike to Madison Stokes. Stokes among the team leader in doubles with 17, and this one he slow roller towards the third base line that the manager for the Phils and the third base coach Al Padrique will pick up, turn it into a souvenir. Ray Ricker coaching at first for the Phils. In their red and yellow Reading hot dog uniforms as they stand in. And this one over for a called strike 2, 2 balls and 2 strikes. that's last year. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes to Stokes. That's what I thought Tyler Woody put up 3 and 2 with the fingers. And it was indeed 3 and 2, and the pitch was low to Stokes, so he is a base runner now with the walk. First walk for Parsons since he takes over. And Madison Stokes at first base with nobody out for Carlos De La Cruz.
Reading goes homer, walk. Good start so far to this third inning. See if they can, maybe tack on a few more in this inning.
De La Cruz at 280 when this game begins with 18 home runs, which is a team high and among the Eastern League leaders, and tied it with Oliver Dunn in the RBI column with 47. And the first pitch to him is over for a called strike one as Stokes takes his lead off of first. This one's way outside. Good stop by Hayden Sanger. Catcher preventing Stokes from being able to move up. Parsons spent May 29th to July 9th, the better part of about 5.5, 6 weeks with AAA Syracuse. Pitched in 9 games in Syracuse, went 2-1 with a 4.85 earned run average, 16 strikeouts, 4 walks over the course of 13 innings. This one's swing and a miss as De La Cruz comes up empty on the high fastball. Now it's 1-2 to Carlos. So that walk by Stokes, a bit of a rarity for Parsons, who does have pretty good control. 1-2 now to De La Cruz. Is over for a called strike 3. De La Cruz, a strikeout victim. That's the first out here in the third.
Center fielder number 12, Matthew Cruz.
Let's bring up Matthew Kroon, who goes safe on by way of an error, officially in his first time up at plate, which was the better part of about 28 hours ago when this game got started.
Seems to be a little bit of a while ago.
Again, this is the resumption of the start of last night's game, and then the game 2 of tonight's doubleheader will be a 7-inning game. This will be a 9-inning game. And this one to Kroon is a bit inside for a ball. Matthew, among the Eastern League leaders in batting average at .323 as this game began. Good lead for Stokes off of first. And the pitch is fouled away, and it's quickly 1 ball and 1 strike to Kroon. Kroon leads the team in on doubles with 22. Had some home run success in Altoona. Now up to 7 home runs in total and 40 RBIs. He went 8 for 26 on the road trip, and 5 of those 8 hits were extra base hits. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Matthew. That one's way up high, and it's 2-1.
Kroon, who led off Saturday night's game in Altoona with a home run, was the RFL's first leadoff home run in the 2023 season, a game in which Reading eventually won 3-1.
It's 2-1 right now to Kroon. This one lifted straight up in the infield. Who will take charge? It'll be the shortstop Berbesi, who will call everybody off, and he'll make the catch for out number 2.
Good response by Hunter Parsons. Gets the home run, walks Stokes, but then gets a strikeout of De La Cruz and gets the pop out from Matthew Kroon. 2 really good hitters. Still has another good hitter against him here in Oliver Dunn.
Dunn, the cleanup hitter for the Fightins, walked in his first plate appearance, that against Jose Chacin, who pitched just the first inning yesterday, and after the first rain delay did not come back out for the second for Binghamton. As Dunn stands in there from the left-handed batter's box, takes one up at the letters for a called strike 1. Oliver Dunn at .262 on the season, 11 home runs, and as I mentioned a moment ago, tied for team high in RBIs with 47. Oh, 1 pitch coming from Parsons. And that one's a bit low, and it's now 1 ball and 1 strike. Infield for Binghamton plays the left-hand hitting Dunn to pull. Outfield plays in pretty well straight away. Center fielder Rowdy Jordan a bit shallow in center field. Agustin Ruiz, respecting his power, backs up a little bit in right field. Stokes takes off, swing and a miss at the plate, throw down to second base, and it gets away from the shortstop Berbesi. Stokes going to take advantage of it as the ball's rolling away, and the throw to third is in time to get Madison Stokes. So Madison Stokes tries to take advantage of the ball trickling away, and Berbesi was slow to react And Stokes took off to third, but Barbesi recovers to throw him out, and that will bring the inning to an end for the Phils into third. But a run across on a Cam Cannon home run, the lone hit in the inning. 3 completes in Baseball Town. It is now Reading 1, Binghamton nothing.
Nursing home neglect is a serious problem. If you or a loved one has suffered from bed sores obtained in a nursing home or a fall down in a nursing home resulting in a fracture, our friends at Swartz Culleton can help. Call the attorneys at Swartz Culleton for a free consultation. Their phone number is 1-800-JUSTICE. That's 1-800-587-8423. Once again, call 1-800-JUSTICE today. Swartz Culleton is a proud sponsor of the Reading Fightin' Phils.
Are you looking for a reliable food distributor to meet all your culinary needs? Look no further than our trusted team at Feaser's Food Distributors. For over 120 years, our products have been sourced from the best farms and suppliers, ensuring that you get the best ingredients for your restaurant or organization. From fresh produce to premium meats, Feaser's supplies everything but the appetite. Visit Feasers.com today to experience the difference in working with a top-tier, family-owned food distributor. Feaser's, your partner for success in the kitchen. Looking for a fast and hassle-free way to get your snacks and non-perishable groceries? Look no further than FeasersDirect.com. With just a few clicks, discover the convenience of having your culinary essentials ready for a pickup at our headquarters in Harrisburg.
The Reading Fightin' Phils are pleased to present you with their classic game program, all electronically. This program has information on the coaching staff, player roster, and front office staff. It also includes feature stories and alumni reports on all of your favorite guys who spent time in Baseball Town. Visit ourphils.com/programs to check it out.
We head to the 4th inning here in Baseball Town. The Reading Fightin' Phils won. The Binghamton Rumble Ponies nothing. Time to turn things over for play-by-play to my colleague in the broadcast booth, Jake Starr, with the call.
Thank you very much, Bob. As you said, it's the top half of the 4th inning. 1-0 Reading leads, as Cam Cannon lifted a solo home run into the left field seats. The bottom half of the 3rd inning. Bit of a delay coming back here.
Yes, Madison Stokes was in the dugout after the play at the end of the inning. I don't know if he needed a little maintenance in terms of what happened on the slide.
Either that or nobody brought him out his glove, because he was out there on the field initially.
Yeah, he was. Again, he slid into the bag head first, whether he had a blood issue that he had to go in and get taped up in some capacity. Don't see anything visible on him.
So Adam Leverett's back out for a 2nd inning of work. The first pitch to Rowdy Jordan's over for a called strike. It's 0-1. 2nd inning for Leverett, an efficient first. Back in the 3rd inning through 11 pitches total. As the righty reliever kicks and deals. That one's lifted in the air well out towards right center. Kroon races back, curls in front of the warning track, and it is secured into his glove for out number 1. So 4 up, 4 down for Adam Leverett. Last pitch, a fastball at 91, and Joe Perosa, the batter.
Nice running catch by Matthew Kroon, who had to go a long way to get that. He was playing the left-hand hitting Jordan the other way in center field on the shortstop side of the bag, and had to go a long way to make that catch out near the warning track in right center field. But Matthew Kroon, extremely athletic and great foot speed.
First pitch to Perosa's over for a called strike, 0-1.
Yeah, we've always been wondering as to who was ultimately going to take the place of Johan Rojas after his promotion, and just feel like Matthew Kroon is the best possible candidate for that position.
Next pitch, a curveball, 0-2 to Perosa. El Padrique, though, has said a couple of times he plans to attack the center field position, more on a committee basis.
Right.
We've seen Kroon, De La Cruz, and Stokes all get starts out there. No balls, 2 strikes to pitch. That's low and away for a ball, 1-2. Kroon, of course, to start today.
And one of the big reasons why is because Matthew Kroon has been playing a lot more third base this year. That just improves the versatility of Matthew Kroon and the ability for him to advance within the organization. But if he can play not only all 3 outfield spots, but also third base.
1-2, misses up for a ball, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And no, it's a good point you make, because the bat he has and the ability to play multiple, he can play all 3 outfield spots. He's shown the ability he can play third as well. So a very versatile spot. 2-2 is lifted foul behind home plate. And the count stays 2 balls and 2 strikes to Perosa. 1 out, top of the 4th, running a 1-0 lead.
But the catch that he just made, we've seen so many times Johan Rojas make those look somewhat routine. But I don't know that anybody else out there in that position would have made the length of the run that Matthew Kroon just made to make that catch.
2-2. Misses just below the knees. Count goes full to Jose Perosa. just funny because last night during the Phillies game, John Kruk was talking. He goes, "Man, Johan Rojas just makes everything look so effortless and so casual out there in center field." And I'm thinking, yeah, we've seen that all year. We know exactly. Just like the way he plays everything, it's just so lax, so relaxed. And that's what Rojas has taken to the Philadelphia Phillies, 3-2, and that's swung on and pounded foul directly straight down from Perosa. May have gotten a piece of his foot, so.
Yeah, and we talked with Al Patrique about that so many times as well, and he always uses the word instincts, and that's what it was. With Johan Rojas, it's his instincts. I mean, his speed obviously gets him to a lot of balls, but he's got a great jump on the ball to begin with because of his instincts, and he is just so good in center field, and you're right. The Philadelphia Phillies fans are now seeing what we've seen all year long.
3-2, misses upstairs to Jose Perosa. So he'll work himself a one-out walk. It's the first base runner issued by Adam Leverett tonight, and that'll bring Augustin Ruiz, the right fielder, to the plate for Binghamton. Ruiz 0 for 1 in this game, flew out to left to lead off the top half of the second, which occurred yesterday. Of course, this is the resumption of a game that was suspended yesterday between Reading and Binghamton. First pitch home is swung on, hit straight up in the air, foul territory. McDowell's off with a mask, but he'll watch it go out of play foul. About 10 rows up in the seats, and it snowballs in a strike. Leverett is pitching for the first time in 8 days. Pitched on Tuesday against Altoona. 1 inning and a third. A hit, no runs, did have a strikeout. Used pretty sporadically as of late. No balls and a strike to count to Augustin Ruiz. Leverett the righty, readies and throws over towards first. And back in standing up is Jose Perosa. Count stays 0-1. The appearance on Tuesday was the first appearance for Leverett in 14 days. Did have a stint on the development list that was wedged in between those two appearances. The 0-1 is swinging a ground ball hit towards short. Casey Martin fields it, steps on the bag, throws the first in time, and that will end the inning in the fourth. No runs, no hits, nobody left on base for the Rumble Ponies. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth. Reading 1, Binghamton nothing on the Reading Fightin' Phils Radio Network.
The Louisiana Swamplands. Out here, you're either lunch or you're enjoying it. Make sure you end up on top with the all-powerful lineup of Kia SUVs, like the Telluride, Sportage, and Sorento, equipped with available all-wheel drive, higher ground clearance, and the interior capacity to bring everything you need, so you'll always remain more than a gator's length ahead. Visit your local Kia dealer today to find your next adventure in our ever-capable lineup of SUVs. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
When the Reading Fightin' Phils get hungry, we turn to our team feed partners. Special thanks to Chick-fil-A, Pizza Como USA, Railroad House, Why Missing Restaurant and Bakery, Jersey Mike's Subs, Mimo's Italian Restaurant and Bakery, Subway, and Clean Eats for making sure the Fightin' Phils front office is never hungry on game day. Our staff enjoys delicious meals from our team feed partners. Don't take our word for it. Find out for yourself today.
The award-winning Reading Hospital Tower Health Pool Party provides an unforgettable night out with family and friends. Enjoy a baseball game while swimming in the 87-degree heated pool directly behind the right field home run wall. Plus 2.5 hours of all-you-can-eat buffet, photos, and autographs with the crazy hot dog vendor and the Fightin' Phils mascot band. Regular season tickets start at $33 per person for groups of 20 or more. Give us a call today at 610-370-BALL. Oliver Dunn will lead off the bottom half of the fourth inning. 1-0 ball game. The lead belongs to the Reading Fightin' Phils. 4, 5, 6 due up for manager Al Patrique's lineup. Dunn, Ortiz, Wilson. They'll go against Hunter Parsons, who's back out for another inning of work. First pitch home to the lefty Dunn. He'll square to bunt, and he will shoot it right down the first base line. Scooped by Swazi behind the bag, and he will touch the bag, and that will be out number 1. Don't think that's what Dunn wanted to do.
Yeah, that was a bit bizarre in the sense that it was a pretty well-hit ground ball to first base to Swazi off a bunt, but Oliver turned to square, which is a bit unusual for him in the cleanup spot. But the pitch was up and in, and it was almost a defense move on the part of Oliver Dunn to get the bat up and in the way. And it hit the bat squarely, and it was a slow roller to Drew Swazi, who made the play by himself.
First pitch to Jalen Ortiz gets the outside corner for a called strike 0-1. I think Dunn was trying to sneak one down the third base line, but it was a pitch up and in towards Dunn. So like you said, probably more of a defense move to just try and get out of the way of it. 0-1. Ortiz swings and grounds it towards short. A couple of hops, and it's booted by Burbasi at short. Tried to field it on the run and just kind of flicked his glove at it. And that's going to be a fielding error on Burbasi, so that will be...
That's his second. He had one when the game began with Matthew Kroon in the first inning of this game. And he almost had one at the end of last inning on the throwdown on the stolen base attempt for Stokes. The ball hit Stokes and rolled away from Burbasi, and he kind of went after it pretty casually as it rolled back to his normal spot at shortstop, and Stokes tried to make him pay for it. But Burbasi recovered and threw him out at third.
So here's Ethan Wilson, first pitch to the lefty, swings and misses. It's 0-1.
It was not a very well-played ball by the shortstop Burbasi. He kind of charged it and it scooped at it instead of just fielding the ball.
Kind of flicked at it, too.
Right, yeah.
It's the whole old, Olay motion that they always teach first basemen to try not to do. 0-1 to Wilson is down low for a ball. It's a ball and a strike to Wilson. Ethan Wilson, who flew out to center. He was the last batter prior to this game's suspension yesterday. Flew out to center. Casey Martin came up. Got up in the count 3-0. Then the skies opened up, and that was all she wrote yesterday afternoon. Here's the 1-1. That's up and away for a ball. It's 2-1 to Ethan Wilson. Wilson's a .261 hitter on the year. Does have 13 home runs, 43 RBI. Ranks as the Phillies' number 14 overall prospect. The native of Andalusia, Alabama. Awaits the 2-1. Here it is. That's a line drive right towards shortstop. Burbasi makes the catch. Ortiz will get back to first. So it's a line drive to short for Wilson. Second out of the fourth. That'll bring Casey Martin to the plate for the Phils.
Again, hit kind of off the end of the bat a little bit and actually tailed back a little bit on Burbasi as it looked like it was right back through the middle, and the shortstop was cheating over that way with the left hand hitting Ethan Wilson, and it actually had to kind of double back on it a little bit because it started to fade away to Burbasi's right, but obviously he made the play quite easily.
So Martin digs in from the right side. First pitch to him is on the outside corner for a called strike. It's 0-1. Martin, who led off the resumption of this game, grounded out the second. 0 for 1 so far tonight as the righty awaits the pitch from Hunter Parsons, who will first go over to first. Sliding back in safely is Jalen Ortiz. Parsons, who's making his 15th appearance for Binghamton. Also spent time with AAA Syracuse this year. Made 9 appearances with the Syracuse Mets. The next pitch, Martin will swing under it and sky it foul behind home plate. The count's 0-2. Syracuse Mets, who are matching up against the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs this week, about 45 minutes north and east of here, up in Allentown. Iron Pigs fell yesterday in a game that was called as official in 6 innings. They lost 10-3 to the Syracuse Mets. Here's the 0-2. And a little defensive swing from Martin. He just slaps it foul. Right side. Count stays 0-2.
Martin in series in Altoona, just the 2 strikeouts in the series, and that's one of the key numbers to keep a watch on for Casey Martin, is he's got to continue to cut down on the number of strikeouts, and he's doing a nice job here of being defensive and staying alive.
0-2. And on the hands, pops straight up behind home plate. Sanger removes the mask, tracks his way to the net, and that will then land about 5 rows up, and count will stay 0-2 to Casey Martin. Crowd continues to file in tonight. Part 1 of a semi-doubleheader, we can call it. Game 2 is set to begin about a half hour following the conclusion of this game. And unless this game ends in the next 45 minutes, it's not allowed to start prior to 7 o'clock, but I think all likelihood points that won't be an issue. Here's the 0-2, and it's away for a ball, 1-2 to the righty. Fireworks featured after game 2, so if you're still deciding what you want to do tonight, it's a beautiful evening. Temperatures in the mid-80s, barely any clouds in the sky. Head out to baseball town. Catch back end of game 1 and game 2 tonight. Here's the 1-2, and Martin fans and whiffs at a off-speed pitch, and that'll retire the side here in the third. Second strikeout for Hunter Parsons. No runs in the inning for Reading. No hits. There was an error, and they leave one on base. We'll go to the fifth. Reading 1, Binghamton nothing here on the Phillies Radio Network.
Join us as we celebrate Reading's Spanish and Latino culture during 12 Friday home games this season. The Savage 61 Fiesta Fridays presented by Tito's Handmade Vodka, High Noon Sunsips, Catay Law Offices, Suburban Brewing Company, Carl's Cards and Collectibles, Humane Pennsylvania, Star City Boxing, Apis Services, Supportive Concepts, and Affordable Home Care. Fiesta Friday features special Los Luchadores de Reading uniforms, Hispanic and Latino food and music, and other culture elements throughout the ballpark. Get your tickets now by calling 610-370-BALL, online at rphils.com or at the Customers Bank ticket office. To honor the 275th anniversary of Reading, the Phillies will play as the Reading Keystones on all Thursdays and select Tuesdays in 2023. Tuesdays are brought to you by Coatesville VA Medical Center. Join us for 11 Keystone Throwback Thursdays thanks to Burke's Career and Technology Center, H&F Heating and Cooling, and Rip It Baseball Town Charities batting cages. Come celebrate the 275th anniversary of Reading and enjoy some great baseball on Throwback Thursdays in 2023. Get your tickets now by calling 610-370-BALL, online at rphils.com or at the Customers Bank ticket office.
Top half of the fifth, it's a 1-0 lead for Reading as Adam Leverett, who's been very strong through 2 frames so far, back out for the top half of the fifth. He's got a 1-0 lead to work with. Here's the first pitch to Joe Swazi. He will swat that one foul to the right side. It's 0-1. 4 hitless innings so far for Reading. Tyler Phillips, who started the game, went 2 innings, no runs, no hits, did have a walk and 2 strikeouts. Here's the 0-1 to Swazi from Leverett. It is just above the top of the zone. It's 1-1. Phillips, of course, wasn't going to pitch in this game regardless. But even if they wanted him to, they couldn't because he's not on the Reading Fightin Phillies roster anymore. Here's the 1-1 to Swazi. It's swung on and missed 1-2. Phillips, who, along with Braden Zarbniski and Brett Schultz, earned promotions to AAA Lehigh Valley today. And, I mean, I could go through time as called. Counts 1-2 to Swazi. All 3 of those guys. He's got to be happy for all 3. I want to talk about Brett Schultz real quick because you look at his season. It was that May 25th game against Harrisburg where it kind of reached a low point.
Right.
As 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Upstairs 1-2. He gave up a handful of runs in that inning, but suffered a loss after blowing a save in the 9th inning. Since that game, since May 30th, he had a 1.97 ERA. 2-2 to Swazi. Pounds it foul. Count stays the same. 1.97 across, I think it was 15, 16 appearances for Brett Schultz. So somebody who kind of took a really negative experience, erased it from his memory, and just was flat out dominant out of the Reading bullpen. Pretty much earned himself the closer spot once Tyler McKay was promoted to Lehigh Valley. So here's the 2-2 to Swazi. Down low, counts full. So just can't be any more happy for Brett Schultz out. Kind of how he turned it around. Had a strong start to the season, kind of struggled a bit in the middle, but really the last, all of June, all of July, he has been excellent. And you're just thrilled for a guy like that who's been pitching so well. 3-2 is upstairs, ball 4 to Swazi, so he works a leadoff walk. Second walk issued by Adam Leverett, which brings Hayden Sanger up.
Yeah, again, the new terminology in the game of baseball, not so much a closer anymore, a setup man, but they talk about high leverage situations. And Brett Schultz kind of went from being a guy that they counted on in those spots to a guy that they just couldn't quite count on in those spots, especially after that kind of meltdown, if you want to call it that, against Harrisburg, the blow-up against Harrisburg. And he had to kind of earn that spot back again, and he did. And to his credit, he did, and he had to kind of go back into spots where he was not in high leverage spots to get back into that confidence level on his side and from the coaching staff's level as well.
So back-to-back strikes to Hayden Sanger. It's 0-2 after he swings at that. And then Braden Zarbniski has been a guy who's just been really consistent all year. He's pitched in a lot of various roles for this Phillies team. He's pitched late in games, thrown middle relief, has given them multiple innings at times. So Another guy who's just going to, provide Lehigh Valley another valuable middle inning relievers. The next pitch to Sanger's over for a called third strike. It's the third strikeout for Adam Leverett. First out of the inning for Jose Mena. And then, of course, there's Tyler Phillips, who you just can't help but feel really, really happy for. Missed all of 2020-22 after having Tommy John surgery, and then comes back this year, and he's been a consistent force in this, Reading rotation all year. First pitch to Mena, swung and a miss. It's 0-1. He, has a 5.16 ERA, but I was actually looking at these numbers earlier today. He had a start where he allowed 9 and a start where he allowed 8 earned runs. You take away those 2 outings, his ERA drops to 3.61, which is really good. Next pitch is inside for a ball, 1-1. Like, you will take a guy with a 3.61 ERA any day of the week.
Yeah, and if you get a chance to spend any time around Tyler Phillips, which obviously we have had that opportunity, the thing that jumps out to me is his maturity level. I think going through the injury and all the things that happened with the injury and the time away really made him kind of grow up a little bit. And he also had a son in the interim, and he talks about chasing around a 2-year-old, and that helped.
Over towards first, and diving back in safely is Swazi.
That certainly helps in the maturity level, and it just makes a difference. And when you're around him, you can understand he is at that point where it's time for him to move on and take on a new challenge, and he'll get that pitching for the Iron Pigs.
1-1, swing and a miss, 1-2. Now I've had a chance to have a handful of extended conversations with Phillips this year. Most recently, talked for probably a good hour on Friday before the Reading game at Altoona. Just about anything and everything. His year, life, recovery from Tommy John surgery, and just a really mature guy, just someone who's got a great head on his shoulders. Here's the 1-2 to Mena, down low 2-2. He's got the stuff to pitch in the big leagues, and he certainly has the mentality to pitch in the big leagues. And
he's also fun to watch because when Tyler Phillips is on, and we've seen him on, he is a quick worker. I mean, he gets the ball, and he is ready to pitch. And if you're a defensive player, you love playing behind that kind of a pitcher.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Mena with an out in the top of the 5th. Leverett will kick and fire, swing and a miss, and that's strike 3. 4 strikeout for Leverett, 2 outs in the 5th for Palmer. And it was funny, on Thursday in Altoona, there was a fan road trip there, and part of the Phil's fan road trip was a player Q&A / meet and greet. And they asked the guys, do you like the pitch clock? And Phillips is like, nah, it is what it is. I don't love it. And I'm like,
you don't need it.
I'm like, you say that. I know you love it because you love working fast. Pitch clock's not even an issue for Tyler Phillips. Here's the pitch. It is on the outside corner, 0-1. But, no, I mean, when I got the news about Tyler Phillips, just could not have been any more happy for him. He's been someone who's really been a joy to get to know this year. And he's someone that, if he stays healthy, I think he's got a really strong chance of pitching in a big league rotation pretty soon. Over towards first. He's way off the bag, but Swazi dives in head first safely.
Yeah, Swazi's not a guy with good foot speed and a stolen base threat, but he does have a really big lead at first base. Christian Hernandez, by the way, is up and warming up in the Phil's bullpen.
Which makes, I think that's a, good next option for the Phils. The 0-1 is low and away for a ball. 1-1, you get 3 out of Leverett. If you can try and get 2 out of Hernandez, that takes you to the 7th, and you kind of see where you're at from there. And obviously game 2 is only a 7-inning game, so you got Hendrickson who, hopefully can give you some length, and then you don't have to tax your bullpen too much in game 2. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch to Palmer is swung on and hit foul. Bounces in and out of the concourse down the left field line. So it's 1-2, 2 outs, top of the 5th. Reading leads 1-0 as Joe Swazi is the lone runner on base. He stands on first.
You're also seeing a little bit of, since Hernandez got up, it almost seems like Leverett's pitching with a little bit of a different sense of urgency. He struck out the first 2 batters he faced to begin this.
1-2 is down low, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And now he struck out the last 2 batters that he's faced ever since Hernandez got up in the bullpen. So it's almost like Adam Leverett knows, like, this is it for me. I might as well go out of here with a flurry. No reason to save it for another inning.
So back-to-back efficient innings for Adam Leverett. Went 11 in the 3rd, 12 in the 4th. Up to 42 pitches total. So a longer inning here. This will be pitch number 20 for the righty Adam Leverett, who readies at the letters, kicks and deals the 2-2. It's in on the hands, hit towards shallow center. Darting in quickly comes Kroon. He slides and makes the catch. Great catch by Matthew Kroon, and that'll retire the side here in the 5th.
No runs, no hits, one left for the Rumble Ponies. We played 4.5, 1-0 Reading. Bottom of the 5th up next on the Our Phil's Radio Network. For top flight local jobs, go with who you know. JP Mascaro & Sons are a leading waste removal company. To meet today's employment and service demands, Mascaro is upgrading its already highly competitive employee wage and benefit package for drivers, collection crew helpers, and other positions. Call 888-MASCARO, M-A-S-C-A-R-O, for details. Work for an established, local, family business committed to its employees. Again, call 888-MASCARO today or apply online at www.jpmascaro.com.
Cornwall Manor is an active senior living community on a 190-acre wooded campus in Cornwall, Lebanon County. The community offers independence and opportunities for wellness and fitness, as well as educational and musical programs, and the peace of mind of having convenient health care on site. Cornwall Manor offers a range of residential choices from apartments to homes. Prospective residents are welcome to visit us for lunch and have a chance to learn more about the community. More information is available online at cornwallmanor.org. Cornwall Manor, celebrating 70 years of senior living.
ROG Orthodontics is the proud official partner of the ROG Orthodontics Fightin' Phil's Kids Club. Join today at Fightins.com to get your free ROG Orthodontics Kids Club t-shirt and visit FantasticSmiles.com for more information on why ROG Orthodontics is voted #1 in Berks and Monco. ROG Orthodontics and the Fightin' Phil's, two great hometown partners.
Bottom half of the 5th inning, Reading still leads 1-0. Another new pitcher in for Binghamton. It's Wilkin Ramos. Ramos, who is making appearance number 2. He's 1-0 across 1 inning. Allowed 1 hit and a strikeout.
Just got called up from Brooklyn on July the 17th, so he's only been with the Ponies for the better part of a week and a half.
First pitch to Max McDowell. He takes it for a called strike. It's 0-1. Bottom 2 of the Our Phil's lineup due up here in the inning. Next pitch to McDowell's. Little line drive towards short. Backing up, and it's Swazi. Fields on a hop. Flips to Ramos, who's covering the bag. And that is out number 1. 3-1 goes the put out for Cam Cannon.
McDowell pretty much of a straight pull hitter. Not a whole. The Swazi cheating over towards second base a little bit with the second baseman Wyatt Young all but behind the second base bag as close as he can be with the now no shift rule, but Swazi able to get over there and field it on the right-hand side, but needed his pitcher to help him out.
First pitch home to Cam Cannons, and there for a called strike it is 0-1. Parsons went 2 2/3, gave up just a hit and a run. It was earned on the Cam Cannon home run. Next pitch to Cannons, a ground ball towards the middle. The shortstop, Berbersi, over towards his left, scoops it and throws the first in time. So that's out number 2. 2 up, 2 down quickly for the Our Phil's for Madison Stokes. Walking 2 strikeouts for Hunter Parsons as well.
We've seen Berbesi boot a couple of ground balls, but that time he fields it cleanly, and we saw a pretty quick release. I mean, he didn't have to hurry it. He had plenty of time to get Cam Cannon, but he did. I mean, the exchange from his glove to the hand to the release was extremely quick for the shortstop.
First pitch over to Madison Stokes, a called strike, and it's 0-1 to Madison Stokes, who's 0 for 1, also with a walk tonight. Next pitch home is a ground ball pounded towards third. Perosa fields on a high hop, throws the first a bit high, and a pull to first baseman Swazi off the bag. Bit of a high throw from Perosa at third. Probably going to go down as an error. Wait for the official rolling, but Stokes the 2-out base runner.
So if so, that's going to be the 3rd error of this game against the Rumble Ponies. Perosa had it. It was a high hopper to him, a good throw, and he's out relatively easily. And Swazi did everything he could to try to hold on to the bag, came off the bag, and then tried to sell it to Ethan Gorsak, but Ethan Gorsak said he came off the bag, and so it is indeed a 3rd error now against Binghamton.
First pitch to De La Cruz looked in tight. He shielded himself out of the way of it, but Tyler Whitty said it was still over for a strike, so it's 0-1. Our strike zone didn't have it in, but all that matters is Whitty called it a strike, the 0-1. De La Cruz swings 0-2. And that's what is difficult when there's a ball that's called a strike that maybe isn't a strike. And then De La Cruz, all of a sudden, you're down 0-1, you get defensive. Now it's 0-2, and you really have to be a defensive hitter up there. 2 outs, here's the pitch. And he's down on strikes. So 3 pitches, 3 strikes to De La Cruz.
So all in about, pretty quick inning for Wilkin Ramos. No runs, no hits. There was an error. That runner left on base. We'll go to the sixth. Still 1-0 Reading here on the Art Phillies Radio Network.
Cornwall Manor is an active senior living community on a 190-acre wooded campus in Cornwall, Lebanon County. The community offers independence and opportunities for wellness and fitness, as well as educational and musical programs and the peace of mind of having convenient health care on site. Cornwall Manor offers a range of residential choices from apartments to homes. Prospective residents are welcome to visit us for lunch and have a chance to learn more about the community. More information is available online at cornwallmanor.org. Cornwall Manor, celebrating 70 years of senior living.
Our Phils fans can continue to expect great performances all season long on the Burke's Commercial Roofing stage. It's the home of great local talent, including the Our Phils mascot band. Burke's Commercial Roofing prides itself on being a locally owned and operated company that puts an emphasis on customer service. They provide free on-site estimates and can handle any size repair, restoration, or replacement. Visit burkscommercialroofing.com or call 610-717-3949 for more information. And don't forget to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show at the Burke's Commercial Roofing stage at America's Classic Ballpark.
To enjoy a perfectly crafted 1893 from the makers of Pepsi Cola, you must first appreciate its carefully selected ingredients. A dash of cola nut extract, a hint of real sugar, a splash of sparkling water, and a generous amount of attractive spokesperson. Trust me, I'm gorgeous. Cheers to 1893 boldly blended colas, a delicious balancing act of premium ingredients from the makers of Pepsi Cola.
Vernia University Golden Wolves presents this call to the bullpen. It's Christian Hernandez, who enters after 3 shutout and hitless innings from Adam Leverett. 27th appearance for Hernandez this year. He's 3-2 with 3.03 ERA, 42 strikeouts, 16 walks across 38 2/3 innings pitched. And the righty will fire home the first pitch, and it's down the chute for a called strike. It's 0-1 to Cesar Barbasi. 9-1-2 due up for manager Reed Brignac's lineup as Hernandez, the righty, works from the windup and fires home. It's a curveball, fouled straight back. Was on a pretty close trajectory for our broadcast booth, but there is this thing that's a net in the way that prevented it from getting us.
We did react accordingly, though.
But we
hands up in the event of, like, somehow or another it would have gotten here, but it had no shot to get here.
Next pitch is down low for a ball. It is ball and 2 strikes to Cesar Barbasi, who's 0 for 1 tonight. Struck out swinging in the 3rd. Hernandez will fire the 1-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out. First strikeout for Christian Hernandez. 7th overall for our Phillies pitching in this game as Wyatt Young comes up. And that's a good time to give the line on Adam Leverett. 3 innings, no hits, no runs, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. Reading yet to allow a base hit through 5 1/3 innings so far tonight. As Christian Hernandez will wind the Wyatt Young. And that first pitch upstairs for a ball. It's 1-0. His first game will be played to its 9-inning completion. The 1-0 is at the knees, a ball and a strike. First game will be played to its 9-inning completion. About a half-hour break between games, and then a 7-inning second game will await us, and then after that, it'll be fireworks. The 1-1 is just outside for a ball. It's 2-1.
That's a pretty full day.
Wow, Young, really full day.
16 innings of baseball at least, followed by fireworks to finish off the night.
2 balls and a strike to Wyatt Young. Hernandez deals, and that one is swung on, hit in the air, shallow left towards the line. Stokes, the third baseman, goes back, drifts into foul territory, and makes the catch for out number 2.
All kinds of questions that came out of yesterday's transition from yesterday to today in terms of who could play and who could not play, and changes in terms of roster moves, and were those guys able to play even though they weren't on the roster when the game began. And, of course, I asked you the question because the Reading Phils were playing as the Reading Hot Dogs yesterday. Did they have to wear the same uniforms that they did?
Answer is yes. Hot Dogs on a Wednesday. Here's Rowdy Jordan. First pitch to him, skied in the air, out towards left. Wilson to his right, drops in a couple of steps, and he makes the catch. And that retires the side in the 6th.
3 up, 3 down inning for Christian Hernandez as he enters. We will go to the bottom of the 6th, running up 1-0 here on the Phillies Radio Network.
The Reading Fightin Phillies are proud to partner with Berks County Mental Health and Disabilities Program. Together, we are striking out the stigma in order to raise community awareness about mental illness and suicide prevention with 3 simple words. Are you okay? The help is to begin a conversation to show Berks County that we care. Suicide hurts and affects everyone, but help is here. We will work together to help raise awareness about suicide and identify what we can do as a community to prevent it. People in need of assistance and support should call Crisis Intervention at 610-379-2007.
Spend some quality time with the family by taking them out to the ball game every Sunday home game at FirstEnergy Stadium. Sundays are Berks Packing Sunday Family Fun Days, presented by Golden Oaks Golf Club, PA Army National Guard, Culligan Water, Aspen Home Improvements, and Rip It Baseball Town Charities batting cages. Get 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, and 4 sodas for only $56 when purchased in advance. Join us for Berks Packing Sunday Family Fun Days at all Sunday home games all season long at FirstEnergy Stadium.
Looking for the place to have the ultimate family fun at the Fightin Phils game? Look no further than Capital Blue Cross Funland. Capital Blue Cross Funland features the most exciting games and entertainment at the ballpark, including speed pitch, mini golf, ring toss and peach basket toss, mascot autograph booth, a bounce house, and the incredible giant inflatable slide. Bring your family to all the fun at their next Phils game at Capital Blue Cross Funland.
Matthew Kroon leads us off in the bottom half of the 6th inning, Reading up 1-0 as we have really sped through the continuation of this game. First pitch of the, bottom of the 2nd was at 5:17. First pitch to Kroon is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. And it's 6:11 now. It's about 55 minutes. We have played almost 4 full innings, I think. A little more than 4 full innings, if my math serves correct. 1-0 is low and away for a ball. 2-0. Woken Ramos, who's back on the mound for his 2nd inning of work, pitched in relief of Hunter Parsons, who went 2 2/3. Here's the 2-0. Bruin swings in, triples at foul behind home plate, 2-1.
Well, I think a lot of that has to do with the pitchers who have committed to this game. Hunter Parsons and now Woken Ramos for Binghamton, and Adam Leverett and Christian Hernandez have pitched with a sense of urgency. They have come in firing strikes and getting the job done.
2-1 misses outside for a ball. It's 3-1 to Matthew Kroon, who's 0 for 2 tonight. Reached on an error in the first, which came yesterday. Popped out to the shortstop, Burbasi, his last time up, which was in the 3rd, which was tonight. Next pitch to Kroon is inside, ball 4. So the righty works himself a leadoff walk as Reading will look to tack some runs on here in the 6th. Oliver Dunn, the batter now for the Phils. They lead 1-0.
We'll see if Al Padrique doesn't get Matthew Kroon running here. Kroon, among the team leaders in stolen bases, now is the team leader in stolen bases with the advancement of Johan Rojas.
There he goes. Gets a great jump. Throw to second. Not even close to in time. Matthew Kroon has second base swiped very easily. It's his 18th stolen base of the year, which, as you said, he's the active leader in that category. Pitch was a ball, but boy, that wasn't even close.
No, he had a tremendous jump. I mean, he basically had a walking lead. Ramos didn't really give him a good look back, and so Matthew Kroon would turn that walk into a full sprint pretty quickly.
1 ball and no strikes to Oliver Dunn. Ramos ready and deals. That is on the outside corner, off-speed pitch. It's a ball and a strike to Oliver Dunn.
I'll tell you what, Ramos better start paying attention to him at second base because Kroon's lead at second is pretty big. If he doesn't take a look at him, Matthew will take another one on him.
Here's the pitch. Outside, it's 2-1 to Oliver Dunn. Dunn, who's walked and grounded out so far today. The ground out in the 4th actually was a bunt ground out to the first baseman, Swazi. 2-1. Up and away. 3 balls and a strike as Woken Ramos has some command issues early on in this 6th inning.
And he has not looked yet at Matthew Kroon at second base. He has not even, he's looked solely at his catcher and has not looked back at the runner once.
3-1 is up in the zone for a called strike, 3-2. Oliver Dunn thought it was ball 4. He already turned his back instead of walking towards first, but Rather what he said, get back here. That's a strike. So it's 3 balls, 2 strikes to Dunn with no outs. Here's the pitch. That's outside ball 4, so Dunn walks regardless. Back-to-back walks issued by Wilkin Ramos, so it's runners on first and second with nobody out. Jalen Ortiz, the batter. Reading leads 1-0 in the bottom half of the 6th.
That may have been one of the reasons why Kroon didn't bother to take off, because I think it was a matter of focus on Ramos's part. Like if he's having a tough enough time trying to focus in on the hitter, I'm just going to stay here and try to be inside of his head a little bit and see if he doesn't walk Oliver Dunn as well, and he did. Now it's time to make them pay. They've committed 3 errors in this game, and now back-to-back walks in the 6th inning. And the Phils only have the 1 run to show for it on the Cam Cannon home run. So Reading needs to make these mistakes now begin to pay off and put some runs up on the board.
Here's a guy that can certainly leave the ballpark in a hurry, and Jalen Ortiz, who bats. Big lead for Oliver Dunn off first and Kroon off second. Both runners will go. Throw goes to third, and it's in time.
And that time Ramos did look back, and Wyatt Young, the second baseman, started to come back. Ramos was a little quicker to the plate, and a nice job by Sanger, or the catcher, to get the throw down in time to get Matthew Kroon. Oliver Dunn does move up to second base on the double steal.
So Dunn up to second base. Kroon's caught stealing, and he's slow to get off the field. Looks like maybe looking at that left arm. Steve Torregrossa comes out to look at him, and Kroon says, nope, I'm good.
I'm not sure how much of it was his arm, and I think he might have got some dirt in his face and his eye as well. But it's going to take a lot more than that for Matthew Kroon to lead this game.
Matthew Kroon is one tough guy. He's missed most of last year after a knee injury, after playing 2 games in the season. No balls and a strike to Jalen Ortiz. Here's the pitch, and it's low and away for a ball 1-1. Missed some time after colliding with Carlos De La Cruz in left center field against Richmond a few weeks back. But Kroon's one tough guy. He gets beat up sometimes out there, but always gets right back up. 1-1's over for a called strike, 1-2 to Ortiz.
The only one who took him down was his teammate, Carlos De La Cruz, who they collided with one another and ended up putting Matthew Kroon on the disabled list for a little bit of time. But other than that, Matthew, again, will stick around. Speaking of right now, Rowdy Jordan, center field, is awfully shallow for a guy with the power of Jalen Ortiz, if he can drive one that direction.
It's 1-2. Here's the pitch, and Ortiz swings at a pitch inside. Popped up, foul territory, first base side. Swazi's there, and it is in his glove for out number 2. So after back-to-back base runners for Reading, 2 quick outs and the caught stealing and the pop out. So it's Oliver Dunn on second with 2 outs for Ethan Wilson here in the bottom half of the 6th. Ethan Wilson will dig in from the left side. He's 0 for 2 tonight. First pitch to him is down low for a ball 1-0. Or I guess I should say 0 for 1 tonight, 0 for 1 yesterday as well. And that all combines for 0 for 2 in this ball game. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Wilson cranks one towards the middle. Tracking in is Jordan. He gets to a spot, and the center fielder makes the catch. And that'll retire this side in the 6th. No runs, no hits. 1 left for the Fightin' Phils. 2/3 of the way home here in Baseball Town. We'll go to the 7th. Reading 1, Binghamton 0.
Are you looking for a reliable food distributor to meet all your culinary needs? Look no further than our trusted team at Feaser's Food Distributors. For over 120 years, our products have been sourced from the best farms and suppliers, ensuring that you get the best ingredients for your restaurant or organization. From fresh produce to premium meats, Feaser's supplies everything but the appetite. Visit Feasers.com today to experience the difference in working with a top-tier, family-owned food distributor. Feasers, your partner for success in the kitchen. Looking for a fast and hassle-free way to get your snacks and non-perishable groceries? Look no further than FeasersDirect.com. With just a few clicks, discover the convenience of having your culinary essentials ready for a pickup at our headquarters in Harrisburg.
Empowering communities one relationship at a time is our commitment at Tompkins. Our customers have thrived thanks to our focus on local lending and their commitment to the customers they serve.
They do a great job, everything for us, from our banking, our insurance, to our wealth management.
Tompkins has always been there for us. We see a long relationship with Tompkins. They're good people.
Tompkins, banking, insurance, wealth. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender. Investment and insurance products are not FDIC insured, not bank guaranteed, and may lose value.
Be the first to know everything about your Red and Fightin' Phils by signing up for the Baseball Town Insider email newsletter. Once you become a Baseball Town Insider, you will receive breaking news about Fightin's promotions, including giveaways and guest appearances, special events, exclusive offers, and discounts on tickets and merchandise, just for being a Baseball Town Insider. Visit Fightins.com to sign up for this free email newsletter. Baseball Town Insider. Stay in the loop and become a member today.
Top of the 7th, Christian Hernandez back out. Reading 9 outs from winning game 1. And Bob McCool, I'm going to toss it back over to you to take us home the rest of the way.
It'll be Jose Peroza, Augustin Ruiz, and Joe Swazi who will take over. And first pitch swinging. Peroza will hit a slow roller off his fist towards Jalen Ortiz at first base. He'll make the play all by his lonesome for 1 pitch and 1 out from Hernandez here in the 7th. They'll bring up Augustin Ruiz.
Oh, it was a 1 pitch, 1 out. Look, you want efficiency from these relievers tonight, and that's what you've gotten. 3 efficient from Leverett, inning and a third efficient for Hernandez. The hope is, you can continue that now.
Dylan Tabrock is up and now throwing in the Binghamton bullpen. As Augustin Ruiz takes the first pitch from Christian Hernandez, a bit low for a ball. Ruiz 0 for 2 so far on the night. Reading bullpen is quiet right now, as Hernandez looks to deal on the 1-0 pitch. That is there for a called strike 1. Again, Tyler Phillips started the game yesterday, went 2 innings. Adam Leverett then went 3 innings. And Christian Hernandez now in his 2nd inning of work with 1 out and facing Augustin Ruiz, the cleanup hitter for Binghamton in this game. Fouls this one at the plate, and now it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Joe Swazi in the on-deck circle for the Rumble Ponies. Binghamton began this game at 7-13, Reading at 10-10. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Ruiz, and he'll foul this one down the third base line and into the grandstands, which begin to fill up in anticipation of game 2 of this doubleheader. Again, this one will be 9 innings. The second game will be a 7-inning, which was now the second game of the doubleheader. And the 1-1 pitch is driven into right field. De La Cruz will turn and look back and look up and say goodbye. Augustin Ruiz has tied this game with a home run here in the 7th inning. It's now Binghamton 1, Reading 1.
Reading pitching had been so good in this game. No hits up through 6+ innings. And Ruiz gets the first hit and ties this game up in a big way.
12th of the season for Augustin Ruiz, his 41st RBI of the season. And so both runs in this game coming by way of the long ball. Cam Cannon for Reading back into 3rd inning. And now this home run by Ruiz ties it at 1 apiece, and that'll bring Swazi to the plate. Swazi has walked both times he's been up in this game. The only 2 walks surrendered by Reading pitching have come to Joe Swazi. And the first pitch to him is fouled out of play. Swazi, a New York native. One of a couple of New York natives on this Binghamton roster. The 0-1 pitch is fouled straight back again. And Hernandez gets ahead of Swazi, no balls and 2 strikes.
That foul ball hit an Access Industries safety net. Thank you.
Swazi, born in Glen Cove, New York, played his college baseball at Boston College, went undrafted after his time at BC. Signed by the Mets organization as a undrafted free agent out of college in 2018. The 1-2 pitch is low for a ball. Swazi began this season in Brooklyn, but was called up right before Memorial Day. 1 ball, 2 strikes to him, is up high again. Now it's 2-2. And Swazi again will foul 1 out of play. This one down the first baseline, staying alive.
That foul ball is brought to you by American Barber and Beauty Academy.
Swazi in his time in Brooklyn, 29 games, hit .283 without a home run and 11 RBIs. Not a whole lot of power so far on the year. He's only hit 2 home runs with his time in Binghamton as well. He's hitting at .265 on the season. And
And the 2-2 pitch is up high again. Now it's 3 balls and 2 strikes to Swazi.
Of course, here Hernandez want to have a short-term memory here. Forget the home run. There's still a decent amount of baseball left to play. We get this out and get your bats back to the plate.
And Swazi again stays alive down the first base line. Reed Brignac, the manager for the Binghamton Rumble Ponies, and the coaching boxes filled with a couple of guys who have some ties to the Philadelphia Phillies organization. Reed Brignac played for the Phillies in 2014. The first base coach is Mariano Duncan, who of course was part of the Phillies' 1993 National League Championship team. This one rolled to shortstop Casey Martin, up with it in plenty of time to get Swazi at first base for out number 2 here in the 7th.
Yeah, Brignac played 37 games in the Phillies in 2014. Cody Ashley got hurt that summer, so they called Brignac up from Lehigh Valley to kind of fill that role, and he filled it pretty well, too, throughout that summer of 2014.
And that will bring now Hayden Singer to the plate. He's a strikeout victim in his 2 plate appearances, and swings and misses at the first one from Hernandez. It's no balls and a strike. Top half of the 7th inning, tied at 1. Off-speed pitch, and this one is drilled, but hooking foul. And onto the boxes out in left field. But in foul territory, Singer hits it a long way, but way out in front of it, and it's in foul territory. So it's no balls and 2 strikes now to the catcher, Hayden Singer. And fouls another one out of play.
I'm sure you can hear, Bob, those kids want to see a strikeout.
I'm sure Christian Hernandez would be more than happy to oblige if he can figure out a way to get one past Hayden Singer. No balls and 2 strikes to him. And he checks. Did he go around? They appeal, and he did indeed go around, and they get the strikeout they were looking for. But the Ponies get the run they were looking for. It comes on just 1 hit in the inning. It was the home run by Augustin Ruiz. 7th inning stretch time in baseball town. It's now Binghamton 1, Reading 1.
Nursing home neglect is a serious problem. If you or a loved one has suffered from bed sores obtained in a nursing home or a fall down in a nursing home resulting in a fracture, our friends at Swartz Culleton can help. Call the attorneys at Swartz Culleton for a free consultation. Their phone number is 1-800-JUSTICE. That's 1-800-587-8423. Once again, call 1-800-JUSTICE today. Swartz Culleton is a proud sponsor of the Reading Fightin' Phils.
International Fireworks is the official fireworks provider of the R-Phils. International Fireworks shoots every fireworks show throughout the season, including 8 Mega Blast fireworks shows. International Fireworks also provides the pregame fireworks after the national anthem at each game. International Fireworks has a nearby retail store in Douglasville, Pennsylvania, where you can purchase all of your fireworks. Visit fireworksareus.com for more information about the International Fireworks retail store in Douglasville. Thanks again to International Fireworks, the official fireworks provider of the R-Phils.
There's a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience filled with family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 21st through the 24th for the induction of Fred McGriff and Scott Rowland as the class of 2023. Visit baseballhall.org today for the entire schedule. See you in Cooperstown, where the journey becomes legend.
Yeah, Vernon University Golden Wolves call the bullpen. We'll bring in right-handed pitcher for the Binghamton Rumble Ponies, 24-year-old Dylan Zabrock. More about him in a moment. This 7th inning presented to you by Swartz Culleton PC. If you or a loved one has been injured, get justice. Call Swartz Culleton today at 1-800-JUSTICE. 1-1 is our score as the Phils bat here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Casey Martin will lead it off for Reading. Martin 0 for 2 on the night with a ground out to second and a strikeout so far. What is a 1-1 tie now? First pitch from Zabrock is over for a called strike. And the second one, Martin slices one down the right field line and into foul territory. So it's now quickly no balls and 2 strikes to Casey Martin. Dylan Zabrock, 24-year-old right-hander, is called up to Binghamton from Brooklyn on July the 14th of this season after making 14 appearances for the Cyclones. And there's a swing and a miss, and Casey Martin is a strikeout victim for the first out here in the 7th.
Max McDowell.
So DeBrock making just his 3rd appearance for the Rumble Ponies. Now faces Max McDowell, who's 0 for 2 on the night. 1 run on 1 hit for the Fightins, 1 run on 1 hit for Binghamton. Both of those hits, solo home runs. One from Cam Cannon for Reading, one from Augustin Ruiz for Binghamton. And you're up to date with where we are so far in this postponed game from yesterday. A ball's and a strike to Max McDowell. And this one inside for a ball. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Fightins now begin to get some activity in their bullpen after Christian Hernandez pitched 2 innings. 1-1 to McDowell, and that one's low. It's 2-1.
It's like Dominic Pipkin up and throwing in the Phillies bullpen.
DeBrock with his 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. He good at a pitch on the outside part of the plate. Max McDowell knows he chased a bad one, and Max will do a little bit of a lap around the catcher and home plate umpire, and now will get himself reset in the batter's box after calling timeout. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to McDowell. This one hit fouled on the third baseline. DeBrock, a St. Cloud, Minnesota native, played his college baseball at Creighton in a very successful career pitching for the Blue Jays. He was the Big East Pitcher of the Year on both his junior and senior year at Creighton. 2-2 pitch, low and away, ball 3. Fastball, slider, curve, and a changeup for DeBrock. Fastball not overpowering at 92 to 94. A good mix of pitches. 3-2 pitch. McDowell hits a liner, soft liner, right out the shortstop for Bessie for out number 2.
I mean, both staffs have been really good so far in the continuation of this game. Really nothing hit hard aside from the Cannon home run and the home run for Binghamton last inning from Ruiz. Everything else has been pretty soft contact, and, you know, it's credit to the pitchers, keeping batters off balance, changing speeds, eye levels, locations, and the such.
Now we'll bring up Cam Cannon, who hit the home run in the 3rd, also grounded out the shortstop in his 2 plate appearances. First pitch from DeBrock is low for a ball. DeBrock in his time in Brooklyn, 26 innings pitched, he struck out 40 and walked just 10. This one ripped by Cannon in the left field, falling fast. Jalen Palmer will not get there. Cannon takes a big turnaround first and will put on the brakes. Now the throw gets away from the second baseman, and we're all the way to foul territory, and Cannon will move up to second. So it'll be a base hit for Cam Cannon and an error that will allow him to get to second base and in scoring position with 2 outs.
And probably a throwing error on the left fielder Palmer. And yeah, just one where he took the big lead, but the throw wasn't going to first behind him. It just missed the cutoff man and went all the way to the backstops. Now you got a guy on second. If you're Stokes here, he's got to find some green grass.
That is the 4th error of this game against the Rumble Ponies.
Got to take advantage of that.
And so that'll bring up the top of the order in Madison Stokes, who was on base by 1 of those errors in this game, and he also walked. So on base twice in his 3 plate appearances so far. And this one outside from DeBrock. Ball 1.
Yeah, there's one from Cannon that kind of shot up in the air and died pretty late. So Palmer just not able to get over there and gets Cannon on second.
1-0 pitch coming from DeBrock. And Stokes takes it for ball 2. So the spot now for Stokes to kind of zone in on a pitch. Had 2 balls and no strikes. Obviously, they don't want to walk him with De La Cruz in the on-deck circle. Swing and a miss. Cam Cannon, the go-ahead runner at second base, 2 outs, bottom half of the 7th inning. 2-1 pitch coming to Madison Stokes. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back misses from Stokes, and now the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Goes off speed there to Stokes and swings out ahead of it. So see if he challenges him with the fastball here or sticks off speed and tries to get a similar result.
Takes a couple looks back at second for Cannon, and now time is called at the plate. Oh, it's pitch clock violation. That's going to be on the pitcher. Again, Tabrock took a couple looks back at Cam Cannon, and with that, the pitch clock comes to zeros. And so Tyler Woody calls time, and it's now 3 balls and 2 strikes instead to Madison Stokes. Checks his swing, and that's low and away, ball 4.
So the pitch clock violation comes back to hurt Tabrock. So it's first and second now for De La Cruz, who's been quiet today. Ground out in the first inning, back-to-back strikeouts. Get a mound visit here from A.J. Sager, the pitching coach for this Binghamton team. And De La Cruz here. Look, you don't have to hit a home run. Singles will do.
5 walks now from Binghamton pitching staff. We mentioned the 4 errors. So Reading only has the 1 hit and the only run as a result of that. So to Jake's point, just a base hit somewhere in this scenario for Reading, just to capitalize on these opportunities that they've had. To this point, Reading has left 5 men on base. We got 2 on here and 2 down in the 7th in a 1-1 game. So a conversation, A.J. Sager, the pitching coach. The word for Tyler Woody as he heads back to the dugout.
Big spot here for Carlos. And we know he has the ability to change the course of a game with one swing of the bat. Had a home run last week at Altoona. It was a big one in a game in which Griffin McGarry was excellent and has a chance to do some damage here.
De La Cruz 0 for 3 so far on the night. First pitch, outside ball 1.
We'll see how they approach this at bat too. I wouldn't say you want to pitch around De La Cruz because the guy on deck is probably one of your, if not your best hitter on this team.
That would be Matthew Cruen in the on-deck circle. 1-0 pitch. Big swing, no contact. De La Cruz trying to get it all done on one swing, comes up empty. Brock from the stretch. Again, takes a look back to second. And this one ripped into left field. Back goes Palmer, and it's off the top of the fence. Cam Cannon will come around and score. They'll put up the brakes. Madison Stokes will stop at third, but Carlos De La Cruz put the Phils on the lead again on a 2-1 advantage for Reading on the double by Carlos De La Cruz.
That one was grilled. 110 off the bat. Went 379 feet. Need to go 379 feet and 6 inches to get out. But you at least get 1 run home. Here comes Matthew Cruen. See if he can continue it.
Yeah, De La Cruz literally missed that ball from going out by inches. And so Cruen now will bat with the Phils getting the run back after the home run by Ruiz in the top half of the 7th. They get one back here in the bottom of the 7th, and Cruen looking for more. First pitch over at the letters for a called strike. Yeah, you wonder how come Madison Stokes couldn't score on that. It simply was A, hard hit, and B, so hard hit and off the wall so quickly there was no chance for Stokes to get all the way around from first.
This came off way too quickly.
Stokes kind of fooled on that pitch. A weak swing from Matthew Cruen, and now it's no balls and 2 strikes to Cruen. So he now has to become the defensive hitter. Stokes the runner at third, De La Cruz at second. Run across, 2 outs here in the 7th. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll do it for the Phils. But again, they get a run to take the lead back. They do so on 2 hits. They leave 2, 7 complete. It's now the Fightins 2, the Ponies 1.
Nursing home neglect is a serious problem. If you or a loved one has suffered from bed sores obtained in a nursing home or a fall down in a nursing home resulting in a fracture, our friends at Swartz-Culleton can help. Call the attorneys at Swartz-Culleton for a free consultation. Their phone number is 1-800-JUSTICE. That's 1-800-587-8423. Once again, call 1-800-JUSTICE today. Swartz-Culleton is a proud sponsor of the Reading Fightin' Phils.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that'll bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your visit today at baseballhall.org.
The Reading Fightin Phil's birthday package is the best way to celebrate a birthday. Whether you're a youngster or an adult, there's no better birthday than a Fightin Phil's birthday. The Fightin Fan birthday package is customizable for fans of any age and starts at just $130. Base packages include 10 general admission tickets to a Fightin's home game, an autographed baseball, and a VIP reserved parking spot. Fans can also add a wide variety of experiences and options to make sure your favorite Fightin's fan's birthday is a grand slam.
The Alvernia University Golden Wolves call the bullpen. Will bring in Dominic Pipkin to the pitching mound for the Fightin Phils. They now lead it 2-1. And Pipkin will face 7, 8, and 9 due up for Binghamton here in the 8th inning. That's Jose Mena, Jalen Palmer, and Cesar Berbesi, the 3 due up. And the first pitch from Pipkin. And 2, Mena is over for a called strike. Mena 0 for 2 on the night with a flyout and a strikeout. A 1 pitch. Tapped slowly on the right side. Cam Cannon over and will make the play. Good stretch by Jalen Ortiz, as Cannon almost threw that one a little bit too wide, but Ortiz holds on to the ball and the bag for out number 1.
Yeah, it's one of those plays that if you're Cannon, and as a second baseman, you're taught, got to get in and out quickly. And then for Ortiz, the first baseman, who defensively has played a really good first base these last couple of weeks, had a bunch of really good plays against Altoona, and another nice stretch right there.
So that'll bring up Jalen Palmer. The first pitch to him is over for a called strike. I mentioned about Joe Swazi being a New York native. So too is Jalen Palmer. He's actually born in Flushing, New York, the home of the Mets. And this one is outside for a ball. Played his high school baseball at Holy Cross High School in Brooklyn. Was a 22nd round draft pick of the New York Mets in 2018 out of high school. And this one is fouled out of play. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Palmer, who came up as a shortstop, but now playing more in the outfield for the Rumble Ponies in his advancement through the minor leagues. Called up to Binghamton at the end of June from High A Brooklyn. So it had to be a thrill for him to be able to play kind of pretty much in his hometown. He was able to live at home while he was playing for the Brooklyn Cyclones earlier this season. 2 balls and 2 strikes as he fouls this one at the plate. Fielded on a hop by the on-deck hitter Cesar Berbesi. So it remains 2 balls and 2 strikes to 22-year-old Jalen Palmer. He'll be 23 on Monday. Takes this one outside for a ball. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. In his time in Brooklyn, 59 games played for the Cyclones, hit just 167. And he takes this one low and inside for a ball. Now he is a base runner as Pipkin surrenders the walk. With 1 out here in the 8th. And I'll bring up Berbesi.
Pipkin last pitch. Against Altoona on Sunday, went an inning, suffered a loss, gave up 2 hits in a run. It was a game in which Reading lost just 1-0, so pitching was really good all week last week at Altoona, really to say the least.
So now Berbesi will bat. He's 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. See if he is swinging or bunting here. He doesn't look like he is bunting.
Looks like he wasn't doing either.
Exactly. As he takes that one for a ball. Berbesi, the 9-hole hitter. His team down by a run. Just playing his 2nd game in a Binghamton Rumble Pony uniform. And takes one outside again, ball 2. Pipkin, a 9th round draft pick of the Phillies out of high school in 2018 at Pinole Valley High School in California. From the stretch, runner takes off, ball's way inside, no shot for Max McDowell. It's going to be a stolen base for Jalen Palmer. He'll move up without a throw.
It was a great jump regardless for Palmer. Not sure if McDowell would have had him out. It's a group of catchers that had been, really efficient at throwing out base stealers as of late over the last week.
over the last 10 games, they're throwing out 45% of would-be base stealers, 17 for 38.
So it's now 3-0 to Barbesi, and Pipkin recovers to get one over for a called strike one. So the tying run now at second base with one out. And it's now 3 balls and 1 strike to the 9-hole hitter, Cesar Barbesi. This one fisted down the third base line and slicing and into foul territory. It takes one big hop and into the grandstand. Fielded by a young man with a glove on a hop. To become a souvenir for him. And it's now 3 balls and 2 strikes to Barbesi. Big spot here for Pipkin to try to get the 9-hole hitter out. And protect this 1-run lead for the Fightins in the top half of the 8th. And he misses inside, and that's back-to-back walks now to the 8 and 9 hitters.
Yeah, that one just misses inside from Dominic Pipkin. Bullpen quiet for the R-Phils. Brad Bergeson, the pitching coach, will take a walk out to the mound to talk to Pipkin, who has really good stuff. He's struggled his last couple of times out, but we saw his first 2 outings with Reading looked really, really good. So obviously the hope here is a little bit of a command issue the last couple of batters, but I'm just get him right. And look, it's never want to say it's a good thing to walk a hitter, especially the 9-hitter with the leadoff guy on deck. But you know what? Young's 0 for 3 today. So is Jordan's 0 for 3, the 2-hole man. And you put the double play in order as well.
Young 0 for 3 so far today. The first series between these two teams here in Reading. Young was batting in the 9 spot at that point in time for Binghamton. He was quite the pest in that series against Binghamton. 0 for 3 so far. Left-handed hitter. Wyatt Young steps in with 2 on and 1 out here in the top half of the 8th inning. Young, a Honolulu, Hawaii native, played his college baseball at Pepperdine. Stands in there just 5'6" and 160 pounds. And takes that one for a ball. He did, however, rope one down the line against Ranger Suarez, who was making a rehab appearance for Reading in that series against Binghamton. And Wyatt Young got himself an extra base hit against Suarez in that game. 1-0 now to Young. That's way outside. It's 2-0. So the conversation on the mound did not settle down Pipkin so far, as he's responded with 2 straight outside the zone. And make it 3 straight as he misses this one inside.
Nice pitch at 94, just missing down and into the lefty Wyatt Young.
Still nobody up yet in the Reading bullpen. It's 3 balls and no strikes. And that one just catches the outside corner. So now it's 3 balls and a strike.
I hope that's a get-right pitch here for Dominic Pipkin. He can kind of feel the control back out.
It's like Keelan Kilgore now will get up in the Reading bullpen, but he is literally just getting up. 3-1 pitch, fouled out of play. So now the count is full to Wyatt Young. Rowdy Jordan in the on-deck circle for Binghamton. 2 on and 1 out here in the 8th. This one slapped, fouled on the third baseline, and fortunate for the Reading Fightin Phils, because Madison Stokes, the third baseman, playing well off the line. That's a little bit further to the right, and all kinds of people are running around the bases for the Ponies. But instead, it's just a foul ball, and the count remains 3-2. Good speed on the base pass for Binghamton. And Young stays alive, fouling another one out of play. This one into the Penn State Health 67 club.
What you'd absolutely love here is a ground ball to one of your middle infielders here. Try and turn 2 and get out of this inning.
3 balls and 2 strikes it remains. And ripped into right field. De La Cruz over, he will not get there. He fields it on a hop. Palmer being waved around, the throw is cut off, and we are tied at 2. RBI single for Wyatt Young, his 19th RBI of the year, ties the ball game up.
Yeah, that was one where De La Cruz thought about, I think, pursuing it and maybe taking a dive at it. But it's one that if he doesn't get to and it gets by him, Binghamton probably takes the lead, scores at least another run. So De La Cruz kind of figured, okay, let me play it safe on a hop, keep it in front of me, let just one run score, and live to see the next play.
So that'll bring Rowdy Jordan to the plate. Remains first and second and only one out in the inning. Jordan 0 for 3 on the night as he stands in. And Pipkin again misses outside. So it's 2 walks to the 8 and 9 hitter, and then a single to the leadoff man, Wyatt Young, gets tied this game up. And now Pipkin misses on the first pitch to Jordan. Jordan slaps this one foul down the third baseline. Jordan put on a pretty impressive display in batting practice today, including hitting a towering drive over the rack train sign and almost out onto Center Avenue in right field. As Keelan Kilgore intensifies his warm-ups in the Phil's bullpen. 1 ball and 1 strike to the switch-hitting Rowdy Jordan. He drives this one into center field. Matthew Kroon going back. Ethan Wilson also going back. They look up and it's out of here. A 3-run home run for Rowdy Jordan, and that quickly. It's the Ponies on top 5-2.
Well, Rowdy Jordan wastes no time with a huge game-changing home run. It's a 4-run inning for Binghamton, and you're only down by 3 if you're Reading, but both offenses pretty quiet today, so it feels like this game's been busted wide open.
So that will bring Jose Peroza to the plate. Peroza 0 for 2 on the night with a walk mixed in. And again, it's the bases on balls that come back to haunt the Reading bullpen. Peroza slaps this one into shallow right. De La Cruz will drift in and he'll make the catch for out number 2. But Dominic Pitkin got the first out on just 2 pitches, but then back-to-back walks to Palmer and Barbesi. Those 2 runs come across along with the go-ahead RBI single from Wyatt Young and then the 3-run home run by Rowdy Jordan. Now it's a 5-2 Ponies advantage with Augustin Ruiz at the plate, who tied this game up the first time around back in the 7th inning with a solo home run. First pitch to him is at his feet for ball 1. Second pitch is fouled straight back, and now the count 1 ball and 1 strike. So with that, Keelan Kilgore now not pitching in the bullpen, as Ruiz fouls this one out of play. Ruiz, another left-hander, so I think he was up in the event of. Now that this game has turned to a 5-2 advantage, and a left-handed batter up, Kilgore appearance on the mound probably not as imminent. This one fouled at the plate as Ruiz stays alive, and a 1 ball and 2 strike count. Again, another game to play when this one ends, and the second game of this series will be a 7-inning affair. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll do it for the Ponies, but they do some damage in this inning. They put 4 runs across. They do it on 2 hits. There were no errors and none left. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. It's now Binghamton 5, Reading 2.
Baseball fans, introducing Bally Live, the only app where minor league baseball fans can score major rewards. When you stream your favorite teams live, you'll score rewards. When you chat with friends during a watch party, you'll score rewards. And when you test your skills at trivia, you'll score rewards. Being a fan of minor leagues has never been so rewarding. So what are you waiting for? Download Bally Live for free from the app or Play Store and start scoring rewards today.
Berks Immunization Coalition works to provide leadership and education in promoting age-appropriate immunization across the lifespan for all residents of Berks County. This is a coalition comprised of local physicians, nurse practitioners, school nurses, immunization coordinators, immunization advocates, and pharmaceutical representatives working to encourage continuity of immunization through medical resources. They focus on educating both the community and the providers. For more information, please visit www.immunizedpa.org and click Local Coalitions.
Baseball Town Charities is a nonprofit 501c3 charitable organization founded to keep baseball alive in Reading. Youngsters can benefit from the many life lessons the game can offer. Baseball Town Charities currently supports kids and adults with mental and physical disabilities through the Baseball Dream League. Baseball Town Charities also supports inner-city baseball development through the Rip It for Life program, which provides growth both on and off the baseball field. For more information, please visit baseballtown.org.
The Alvernia University Golden Wolves called the bullpen for Binghamton. Will bring in left-hander Matt Minnick. And he will face a couple of left-handers due up for the Fightins here in this 8th inning. Oliver Dunn, Jalen Ortiz, and Ethan Wilson. With both Dunn and Wilson batting from the left-hand side. And Minnick misses the first pitch to Dunn up high for a ball. Dunn 0 for 1 on the day. He has walked twice. Ground out to first. Actually tried to bunt that time and grounded right to the first baseman, Joe Swazi. And Minnick misses with a second one. First one way up high. Tries to come back with a breaking ball, and he bounces up there. It's 2-0 to Oliver Dunn. Phil's down 3 as they bat here in the 8th. So they're looking for base runners. That one catches the outside corner for a called strike one. And back with a second straight strike is Minnick. It's now 2 balls and 2 strikes to Dunn. Minnick, 27-year-old, another New York native from Buffalo, New York. Played his college baseball in the PSAC at Mercyhurst, Division II. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and Dunn is retired. After falling behind Oliver Dunn 2-0, he comes back with 3 straight strikes to get the leadoff man here in the 8th. That'll bring up Jalen Ortiz, who's 0 for 3 on the night. Was safe on an error in his middle of those 3 plate appearances so far tonight. Minnick was originally drafted by the Yankees out of Mercyhurst, then released last June, or earlier this year, back in June, by the Yankees and signed by the Mets. 1 ball and no strikes here to Ortiz. Hits it hard to third. Perosa knocks it down, runs after it, picks it up, and still has enough time to get Jalen Ortiz at first base for out number 2.
Man, ball was smoked too. 107 off the bat for Jalen Ortiz. Reading's had a handful of hard hit outs the last couple of days. De La Cruz at Altoona last weekend, grounded into a double play on a ball that was 110 off the bat. It's like you hit it hard, but it's just right at somebody. So of course you're going to turn 2 because it was hit so hard.
So that will bring up Ethan Wilson, who's 0 for 3 on the night. And the first pitch to him is up high for a ball. Keelan Kilgore did indeed sit down in the Reading bullpen. Andrew Baker is now up and throwing as Wilson fouls this one out of play. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike now to Ethan Wilson. So it would appear that Andrew Baker will probably pitch the 9th for Reading. And Wilson, a very defensive swing there, stays alive as it just fouled it off the tip of his bat. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Minnick had a pretty good year last year for the Yankees organization at Somerset AA. 35 games, he was 5-3 with a 1.81 earned run average. He had 4 holds and 3 saves, and there was a lot of surprises as to why the Yankees released him earlier this year. He didn't pitch at all before he was released. And the Mets picked him up. And Wilson stays alive by fouling one back beneath us. Stays 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ethan Wilson. Minnick making his 9th appearance since being signed by the Mets. There comes the curveball that's up and in. Wilson has to jump out of the way, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. This one slapped off the end of the bat towards left. Jalen Palmer has it in his sights, and left fielder will squeeze it. The Phils go 1-2-3 in the 8th. We'll head to the 9th. Binghamton sits on top of the Reading Fightin Phils by a score of 5-2.
White Star Tours and Travel Centers offers the Our Phils fan road trip again this season. It's your chance to hit the road with other Our Phils fans, see an Our Phils road game, meet with an Our Phils player, and also see an Iron Pigs and Phillies road game. The White Star Our Phils road trip visits Altoona, Toledo, and Cleveland from Thursday, July 20th until Sunday, July 23rd. See the Our Phils in Altoona Thursday, meet with an Our Phils player or coach, then head to Toledo Friday and Cleveland Saturday to see many former Fightins in action. The trip heads back to Reading on Sunday. Visit the customer service booth for more info on the White Star Our Phils fan road trip to Altoona, Toledo, and Cleveland. Space is very limited, so sign up today.
You can add a delicious all-you-can-eat buffet to any Reading Fightin Phils game ticket for only $21. This selection includes barbecue chicken sandwiches, cheeseburgers, hamburgers, hot dogs, corn, pasta salad, baked beans, potato salad, chips, cookies, and so much more. Drinks feature all Pepsi products. Call the Fightins at 610-370-BALL. Order online at ourphils.com or visit the Customers Bank ticket office at FirstEnergy Stadium.
The Alberta University Golden Wolves call the bullpen now for Reading. We'll bring in right-handed pitcher Andrew Baker. Baker becomes the 5th pitcher of the game for Reading. He will face 5, 6, and 7 due up in the Binghamton lineup. That's Joe Swazi, Hayden Singer, and Jose Mania, with the Rumble Ponies on top of the Phils by a score of 5-2 after a 4-spot for Binghamton in the 8th. Baker's job, try to come in and get some quick outs and hope the Phils bats can rise to the challenge in the 9th. Swazi 0 for 1 on the night with a couple of walks, and the first pitch from Baker is over for a called strike 1. Baker heavy with the heat and the fastball, consistently hit triple digits, but a very good curveball as well. Control issues have been a problem for Andrew Baker. 0-1 pitch is outside for a ball. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
99 on that last fastball from Andrew Baker. Like we said, he has the velocity.
Baker with a curveball on Swazi with a very defensive swing. Just kind of waved at it, came nowhere close to it. And so Baker gets ahead 1 ball and 2 strikes. Baker and now Swazi will call timeout. Andrew Baker was put on the development list for Reading a few weeks ago. Spent some time back at Clearwater just to kind of get himself straightened out a little bit. As he stands now with a 1 ball and 2 strike count to Joe Swazi. Way outside with the fastball, and it's 2-2.
Little extra velo on that one. In-stadium gun clocked in at 101 for Andrew Baker.
And again, misses way outside, this time with the curveball. Now the count runs full. And again, those are non-competitive pitches. It's an easy take for the hitter because it's a ball out of the hand of Baker on the last 2 pitches. So now the count is full. And outside ball 4. So Swazi now a leadoff base runner. 5th walk surrendered now by Reading pitching in this game. 3 of them now in the last 2 innings. With Hayden Singer now stepping to the plate. Singer has struck out all 3 times he's been up so far in this game. And a weak swing at the curveball. And Singer is behind, no balls and a strike. Now he'll call a timeout. So again, Baker's had 2 very weak swings at some curveballs, but he's also missed way outside with the fastball and the curveball as well. Swazi takes his lead off at first. And the pitch is again outside. Now it's 1-1. This one grounded towards short. Casey Martin flips to Cannon for one. The relay is in plenty of time, and that quickly. There are 2 down here in the 9th.
Great job by Baker getting that 6-4-3 double play. Throws a fastball 98, lower part of the zone towards the knees, and he's able to get a rollover there. Just a nicely executed pitch by Baker, and, that's a big thing, being okay with pitching to contact and trying to get rollovers like that, and that's what he did.
So Jose Mena now will bat with 2 down. Mena 0 for 3 on the night. And again, the first pitch, curveball way outside. Been a frustrating season for Andrew Baker. Began this season as a highly regarded prospect in the Phillies organization. This one popped up into shallow center field. Matthew Kroon started out back. Now he'll come in. He'll make the catch, and it turns into a pretty harmless inning for Binghamton here in the 9th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and none left. We'll head to the 9th. Phils need 3 to tie and 4 to win when we come back at the Reading Fightin' Phils Radio Network.
Unlike any other area in FirstEnergy Stadium, the Savage 61 Dugout Suite puts you in the closest seat to the action on the field. Located just a few feet from the diamond on the first base side with covered seating, abilities of motion accessible seating, and the most unique view around. Your group will thank you over and over again for this one-of-a-kind experience. Tickets for the Dugout Suite start at $27 and include options to add food and drink packages. The ProMax Fence Systems Foul Porch is an exclusive group experience. Located in our left field corner, groups of 20 to 30 people are treated to 2.5 hours of all-you-can-eat buffet and drinks. In a festive atmosphere with a bird's-eye view of the visiting bullpen, regular season tickets are $34 for groups of 20 or more. Call us today at 610-370-BALL to reserve a spot for your group.
The Penn State Health St. Joseph's 67 Club is the original hospitality area at FirstEnergy Stadium. Conveniently located along the third base side, the 67 Club gives you a front row seat to all the action at the hot corner. The area is safely protected from line drives with a large see-through net. Starting at $34, groups of 20 or more can enjoy a 2.5-hour all-you-can-eat buffet. Children 4 and under are free. Visit ourphils.com or call us at 610-370-BALL to reserve your group outing today.
So to the 9th we go, the bottom half of the 9th inning, that is for the Fightin' Phils. Again, they need 3 to tie, they need 4 to win it. And a Alberta University Golden Wolves call. The bullpen will bring in yet another pitcher for Binghamton. The 7th Rumble Pony to pitch in this game that began yesterday. It'll be Daniel Nunez, the new pitcher for the Rumble Ponies. And he will face Casey Martin, Max McDowell, and Cam Cannon, due up for Reading here in the bottom of the 9th. Stoppage before we get going here. Not quite sure what the delay is for. Nunez had warmed up, but Tyler Whitty, the home plate umpire, had called time for something. So it looks like we are ready to go as Nunez will go to work. First pitch to Casey Martin, swing and a miss. Martin 0 for 3 on the night with a couple of strikeouts and a ground out. Nunez, a 27-year-old right-hander. And a swing and a miss, strike 2. Nunez making his 9th appearance for the Rumble Ponies. Actually, his 10th appearance for the Rumble Ponies. Also made 14 appearances at AAA Syracuse earlier this season. And this one up high to Martin. It's 1-2. From late April to the end of June, Nunez was in AAA. 14 games at AAA, was 1-3 with a 4.58 earned run average. Control issues ultimately gets him sent back down to Binghamton. 1-2 pitch is outside. It's 2-2. 19 2/3 innings at AAA. He had 18 strikeouts and 21 walks. In his time with Binghamton, 14 innings, 20 strikeouts, and just 2 walks. 2-2 to Martin, and he fouls this one away, and it stays 2 balls and 2 strikes to Casey Martin. So that's what Reading is looking to do here, and that's get men on base and try to get something started here in the bottom of the ninth. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the 7-hole hitter, Casey Martin. And he fouls one away and stays alive. And upon the completion of this game will be the start of game 2 here in Baseball Town, 30 minutes after this one is complete. That one will be a 7-inning affair with fireworks to finish off the night. Swing and a miss, strike 3 as Martin can't catch up to the breaking ball. And that's 1 down here in the ninth. 6th strikeout for Reading batters in this game as Max McDowell comes to the plate. Max with a couple of ground outs and a line out in his 3 plate appearances. And the first pitch from Nunez is over for a called strike 1. Nunez last year with the Rumble Ponies pitched in 23 games, 28 strikeouts, 43 walks in just 43 strikeouts and 13 walks. So again, did not have the control issues at Binghamton last year and has not had a whole lot of control issues for the Rumble Ponies in his time in Binghamton this year, but it was at AAA where the control issues got him in some trouble. This one rolled towards third, but in foul territory, and now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Max McDowell. Single run in the third for the Fightins. Binghamton tied it in the top half of the 7th. Reading retook the lead in the bottom of the 7th, but a 4 spot by Binghamton in the top of the 8th. The difference right now, 5-2 Rumble Ponies on top. This one lifted into right center field. Long run for Rowdy Jordan, but he'll get there and make the catch for out number 2 here in the ninth. And the Phils are down to the last at bat.
Second baseman, Cam.
That will be Cam Cannon, who got the Phils the lead early with a solo home run back into third. Drove it down the third baseline. It was no doubt going to be an extra base hit. The question was whether it was going to be a double or high enough to get a home run, and it did clear the wall and up onto the side of the Auto Group deck for Cam Cannon's 2nd home run of the season. This one he rips into left field, and he just masked that one. That's a no doubt about it as he cleared the deck with that one, and the Phils get 1 more back on the long home run off the bat of Cam Cannon. It's now a 5-3 ball game. So home run number 3 now for Cam Cannon. RBI number 14 on the season on the no doubt about it bomb to left field. So I'll bring the top of the order and Madison Stokes now to the plate. And Stokes' job is to get on base for the big man in the on-deck circle with a chance to try and tie it up. Stokes takes one outside for a ball. Stokes has been on base 3 times in 4 plate appearances, a couple of walks and safe one on error. That's his job right now, get on base. Bring the tying run to the plate. Up high, ball 2. So Stokes now has to be in a patient spot. Again, you've got a pitcher who has had some control issues. Just gave up a long home run. 2 balls and no strikes to Madison Stokes. Up high, ball 3. Be surprised if it's anything but a take here for Madison Stokes. Ball 4. So 4 straight out of the strike zone, and that will indeed bring Carlos De La Cruz to the plate. So great job by Stokes doing exactly what his job was. Get on base and allow the team leader in home runs to come to the plate with a chance to try to tie it up. Carlos De La Cruz, 1 for 4 tonight. Just missed a home run his last time up with a double off the left center field fence. Stands in against Nunez. In the dirt, ball 1. At the same time, De La Cruz also has to be patient here because Nunez has now missed 5 straight out of the strike zone since the home run by Cannon. Be patient. Wait for your pitch you want. At the letters for a called strike one. Ripped down the third base line, and it is a foul ball. Just inches foul as De La Cruz hit a rocket down the third base line, and it rolled all the way to the Ponies bullpen. But it is just foul, and now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to De La Cruz. Ripped into left center field. That's a base hit. Stokes will move up to second base as Carlos De La Cruz comes up with his second hit of the night. And now the Phils have the tying runs at the plate, and Matthew Kroon will come to the plate. Phils will get some activity in the bullpen just in case Orion Kerkering up and throwing in the Reading bullpen. In the event that Reading can tie this game up, they're down 5-3, 2 on, 2 outs, bottom of the ninth, and Matthew Kroon at the plate. Swing and a miss. Nunez came with the off-speed pitch, and Kroon out in front. Matthew on the night, on base twice, once by way of an error and once by way of a walk. 0 for 2 officially. That one's outside. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Kroon. Mariano Duncan shifting Rowdy Jordan a little bit deeper into center field to prevent the double and maybe their tying runs. 1 ball and 1 strike to Kroon. Taps it foul and out of play. Matthew Kroon does lead the Fightins in doubles with 22 on the year. That's the thought process in the Binghamton dugout. Try to prevent the extra base hit. 2 on, 2 out. Down 2, Fightins down to their last strike. Back through the box. But through is the second baseman, Wyatt Young, and he'll beat De La Cruz to the bag. Kroon hit it back through the middle. It got by the pitcher, Nunez, but Wyatt Young was in the perfect position to field it, step on the bag, and that will do it for Reading in the 9th inning. So Reading does get a run across. They do it on the home run by Cam Cannon. 2 hits in the inning, and unfortunately for the Fightins, they leave the tying runs on the base paths. And Binghamton holds on by a final score of 5-3. We'll take a timeout, back with a postgame show on game number 1 when we come back on the Reading Fightin' Phils Radio Network.
Gear up for Fightin' Phils season. Visit the Brentwood Industries Fightin' Phils team store at FirstEnergy Stadium or check out our online store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at rphils.com/shop. We have a wide variety of Fightin' Phils hats, t-shirts, kids apparel, and more. Looking for something new? Check out our latest selections of Los Luchadores de Reading and Reading Hot Dogs gear. Plus, throwback, black, R-Train, R-Phils attire. Root for your Fightins in style. Stop by the Brentwood Industries Fightins team store or rphils.com/shop.
ROG Orthodontics is the proud official partner of the ROG Orthodontics Fightin' Phils Kids Club. Join today at Fightins.com to get your free ROG Orthodontics Kids Club t-shirt and visit FantasticSmiles.com for more information on why ROG Orthodontics is voted #1 in Berks and Monco. ROG Orthodontics and the Fightin' Phils, two great
Penn State
hometown
Health
partners.
St. Joseph's 67 Club is the
Fans,
original
nothing
hospitality
beats a great
area
day
at
at Golden
FirstEnergy
Oaks
Stadium.
Golf Club. Located just minutes from
Conveniently
Reading,
located
Golden
along
Oaks
the
is
third
a
base side.
beautiful,
The 67
award-winning
Club
golf
gives you
course
a front
open
row
to the
seat to all
public
the
with
action
perfect
at the
greens,
hot
lush
corner.
fairways, and
The
a
area
course
is
playing
safely
for
protected
5
from
sets of
line
tees.
drives with a large
Bogey's
speaker
Pub is
deck.
open to the public with the
Starting
area's
at
best
$34,
full course
you
menu,
20 or more can
featuring
enjoy
indoor and
2.5
outdoor
hours
sitting and
all you
TVs to watch your favorite sports teams.
Children
Let
4
the
and
Golden
under
Oaks Golf Club team cater to
Visit
your needs.
ourphils.com
Lunch,
or call
dinner,
us at
golf outings,
610-370-3870
parties, company events, and fundraisers.
Group action.
Visit our website at GoldenOaksGolfClub.com and follow Golden Oaks Golf Club and Bogey's Pub on Facebook. Golden Oaks Golf Club, where great memories are made.
Welcome back to the postgame show where the Reading Fightin' Phils dropped game 1 of this series and of this night by a final score of 5-3. Reading struck first back in the third inning on the solo home run by Cam Cannon. And it remained a 1-0 game all the way up until the 7th inning when Agustin Ruiz went deep against Christian Hernandez on in his second inning of relief for the Fightins, and he tied the ball game up with his 12th home run of the season, making a 1-1 game. But Reading responded in the 7th inning as the Fightins got a base hit from Cam Cannon and then a walk to Madison Stokes. Carlos De La Cruz then got Cannon home with the double. With runners on second and third and 2 outs, Matthew Kroon struck out to end the inning, and the Phils left 2 more men on base in that inning. And ultimately, they did take a 2-1 lead into the 8th inning. But unfortunately, control issues out of the bullpen were a difference in this game. Dominic Pipkin came on to pitch for the Fightins in the 8th inning. Got the first out, but then he surrendered walks to the 8 and 9 hole hitters Jalen Palmer and Cesar Berbesi. Flipping the lineup around to the leadoff man, Wyatt Young. He made it pay for those 2 walks with a base hit that tied the game at 2 apiece. And then Rowdy Jordan came up with the difference maker, a 3-run opposite field home run for Jordan to make it a 5-2 game in favor of the Rumble Ponies. Reading came to the plate with 3 outs to go in the bottom of the 9th. They got down to their final out, and Cam Cannon struck again with a solo bomb, clearing the deck at left field for his 2nd home run of the night, his 3rd home run of the season. And now it became a 5-3 game. The Phils were done. Then Madison Stokes draws a 2-out walk. Carlos De La Cruz with a single. And the Phils had the tying runners at the plate with, again, Matthew Kroon at the plate. But Kroon could not come through with the base hit. And the game comes to an end on the ground out. And Binghamton takes the first game of the series and, again, of the night by a final score of 5-3. For Binghamton, 5 runs on just 3 hits. They committed 4 errors, and they only left 1 man on base. Reading just too many squandered opportunities tonight. 3 runs for the Phils on 5 hits, no errors, and 9 men left on base. Binghamton's pitchers walked 5 in tonight's game, and they committed 4 errors. And Reading scored 3 runs, all of them not capitalizing on any of those errors and or walks in any way. The 2 solo home runs by Cannon and the double by De La Cruz ultimately not making a difference in terms of the walks or the errors. And so Reading now falls to 10-11 on the season. Binghamton falls to 8-13. With that, our second game of the doubleheader will come your way. Approximate starting time of game 2 of this doubleheader will be somewhere in the vicinity of about 7:45 or 7:50. We'll figure 7:45. We'll be back here on the Reading Fightin' Phils radio network with game 2 of tonight's doubleheader. Again, will be a 7-inning affair for game 2. But unfortunately, game 1 goes to the Rumble Ponies. The final score one more time: Binghamton 5, Reading 3. Dylan Tabrak gets the win for the Ponies. Dominic Pipkin takes the loss for Reading. And Daniel Nunez gets the save for Binghamton. Time of the game, 2 hours and 57 minutes, and it goes to the Ponies by a final score of 5-3. For my colleague in the booth, Jake Starr, my name is Bob McCool. Thanks for listening, everyone. Again, we'll come your way back in about 20-25 minutes for Game 2 of our doubleheader here on the Reading Fightin' Phils Radio Network. everyone, and welcome or welcome back, whichever the case may be, to FirstEnergy Stadium as the Reading Fightin Phils and the Binghamton Rumble Ponies begin Game 2 of this 6-game homestand here in Baseball Town. If you missed it, the Phils fall in Game 1 of our doubleheader tonight here at FirstEnergy Stadium by a final score of 5-3. They'll go for the split in tonight's Game 2. The Rumble Ponies are at 8-13 overall. The Fightins are 10-11. Alongside my broadcast partner, Jake Starr, my name is Bob McCool. Here is the Golden Oaks Landscaping starting lineup for the Rumble Ponies in Game 2. Wyatt Young back in leadoff spot. Rowdy Jordan will follow. He's in the 2-hole. He was the hitting star in game number 1. Jose Peroza will bat in the 3 spot. Brandon McElwain, who did not start in game 1, will be in a cleanup spot. He will be the designated hitter for Binghamton here in the second game. Joe Swazi will bat 5th. Augustin Ruiz will bat 6th. Matt O'Neill bats 7th. Jose Mena will bat 8th. And Jalen Palmer will bat 9th. And they will be facing left-handed pitcher for the Phils, Josh Hendrickson. Hendrickson making his 14th start of the season, just 1-6 with a 5.31 earned run average and 59 1/3 innings pitched, 45 strikeouts with 18 walks. He has surrendered 16 home runs in his 14 starts. So it'll be the left-hander, Josh Hendrickson, who will be tossing tonight for the Phils. As we are set to go, our EPAW weather forecast for tonight's game. It's a beautiful night for baseball here in Baseball Town. 83 degrees, a little bit of a breeze at about 4 to 8 miles an hour. Right now it is blowing out on the American flag, blowing on top of the left center field scoreboard here at FirstEnergy Stadium. And our weather forecast brought to you as always by EPAW, local weather forecasters for Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, Northern, and Eastern Maryland. And the first pitch delivered by Josh Hendrickson misses outside, ball 1. Wyatt Young, left-handed hitter, batting against the left-handed pitching Hendrickson. Takes one outside and away, ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. Young 1 for 4 with an RBI single in the first game of the doubleheader. 2-0 pitch from Hendrickson. Just misses a little bit low and away again. It's now 3 balls and no strikes. And Hendrickson is a control pitcher. Walks have not been the issue for Hendrickson. His 3-0 pitch is there at the letters for a called strike 1. And misses ball 4. So Josh Hendrickson surrenders a leadoff walk to Wyatt Young, and that'll bring up Rowdy Jordan, as I mentioned. The hitting star of game 1 of the doubleheader for Binghamton. He hit a 3-run home run in the 8th inning, part of a 4-run 8th inning for Binghamton that changed a 2-1 deficit to a 5-2 advantage. Binghamton then went on to win the game by a final score of 5-3. Jordan, a switch hitter, batting right-handed against the left-handed pitching Hendrickson, and the ball hit him in the foot. So, an interesting development going on here for Josh Hendrickson. Walks the first batter on 5 pitches and then hits Rowdy Jordan with the first pitch of his at-bat. And so that'll bring up Jose Peroza. Peroza 0 for 3 with a walk in the first game of the doubleheader. So 2 on and nobody out for Binghamton here in the first. And the first pitch from Hendrickson is over for a called strike. Hendrickson, 25-year-old left-hander, born in Perth, Australia, played his college baseball at the University of San Diego. 0-1 pitch, a curveball and a good one locks up Peroza on the inside corner, and it's quickly no balls and 2 strikes. Hendrickson taken by the Phillies in the 38th round of the 2019 baseball draft. 0-2 pitch. So he takes a look back at Young at second, comes with a pitch. The fastball misses up and away. Missed time last year from middle of April to the end of August with the strain of the UCL on his left pitching elbow. As a result of that, only made 2 starts last year at Jersey Shore and 5 starts in Reading. So it stays now 1 ball and 2 strikes to Perosa. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Big strikeout there for Hendrickson as he gets out number 1 here in the first. And I'll bring up Brandon McElwain. Again, McElwain did not play in game 1. Designated hitter in game 2 for the Rumble Ponies. Bit of a local product outside of Philadelphia. Born in Newtown, played his high school sports at Council Rock North High School. 2015 graduate of Council Rock North High School as he fouls the first pitch out of play. A tremendous all-around athlete, great football player as well as a baseball player, and began his college career playing both at the University of South Carolina. We're settling on the game of baseball. No balls and a strike to him, but this one's way inside, and that hit him. As Hendrickson misses inside, and it caught the front leg of Brandon McElwain, and now the bases are loaded. So Young moves up to third, Jordan to second, McElwain now a runner at first base, and that'll bring out Joe Swazi. Swazi walked 3 times in the first game, 0 for 1. So Hendrickson has himself in a jam here in the first with 1 out. First pitch outside for a ball. Defense plays back for Reading, hoping to try to turn a double play and get out of the inning. Right now, Hendrickson needs to just find the strike zone. 1-0 to Swazi. Swing and a miss. Baron Radcliffe in left field tonight. Madison Stokes in center in game 2. Ethan Wilson in right field. Carlos De La Cruz is at first base. Cam Cannon at second. Casey Martin at short. Pedro Martinez gets to start at third base in game 2. And Cody Roberts behind the plate for the second. And now Swazi going to call timeout, I believe, at the plate. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. And that's what goes right past Roberts. There's going to be a play at the plate, not in time, as Wyatt Young will score. Ball rolled all the way to the backstop, and it came back to Cody Roberts, who flipped it to Hendrickson covering. The 5'6" Wyatt Young sliding into Josh Hendrickson. And both of them get up a little bit slow, but the run comes across. And now Cody Roberts will have a conversation with Hendrickson to make sure he's okay, as it's a 1-0 advantage now for Binghamton, all without the benefit of a hit. Jordan moves up to third, McElwain to second, and it's a strike to Swazi, so it's now 1 ball and 2 strikes to Joe Swazi. Now Reading will bring the infield up, try to cut down any further run with the double play out of the equation. So they'll bring the infield up to try to cut down another run at the plate. 2 on, still 1 out, 1 ball and 2 strikes to the 5-hole hitter, Joe Swazi. Josh misses with a breaking ball, and it's 2-2. Swazi, a very active batter in the batter's box. The feet are moving all the way up until the pitch is delivered from Hendrickson. That one misses outside. Now it's 3-2. Again, control issues for Hendrickson, very uncharacteristic for him. Giving up 18 walks in 59 1/3 innings prior to this start of this game, and now Swazi is going to call timeout. Last timeout was not on Swazi. Apparently it was on Hendrickson's part, and they restarted the pitch clock. So this time it is the timeout, the 1 timeout that Swazi gets. A 3 ball and 2 strike count. Just misses, ball 4. So the second walk, coupled with 2 hit batters and the bases are reloaded, and that is going to bring Brad Bergeson, pitching coach, out of the dugout for the Fightins. Run in, bases loaded, 1 out, and Augustin Ruiz will bat. Ruiz, a left-handed hitter, will face the left-handed pitching Josh Hendrickson. Right now, Brad Bergeson just trying to settle down his big lefty. Get him back and find the strike zone. Conversation on the mound is over. And Augustin Ruiz, who went 1 for 4 with a solo home run in game number 1, will step in. Again, infield back, hoping for a double play to get out of this. Swing and a miss at the off-speed pitch. Ruiz way out in front of the breaking ball. Defense plays the left-handed hitting Ruiz pretty much straight away. This one fouled out of play, so he gets ahead of Augustin Ruiz. No balls and 2 strikes. Now timeout called, this time I believe it was Cody Roberts who called the timeout. The catcher for the Phils called the time. That will reset the pitch clock. And Hendrickson back to work from the stretch. Comes again with a breaking ball, tries to get Ruiz to chase, he does not. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. 21 pitches already thrown in this inning for Hendrickson. He's far from out of trouble. One-two pitch. Fouls away, stays alive. As he comes again with the breaking ball. Reed Brignac, the manager for the Binghamton Rumble Ponies, at third base. And another former Philadelphia Philly, Mariano Duncan, coaches at first. Duncan, the second baseman of the 1993 National League Championship team. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And over for a called strike 3. As Ruiz could not pull the trigger, and a big strikeout there for Josh Hendrickson for out number 2 here in the first. So that now will flip it over to Matt O'Neill. O'Neill, the catcher in game 2 for Binghamton, did not catch in game 1, hitting at just 187 as he stands in. 6 doubles, does have 5 home runs on the year and 16 RBIs. First pitch to him. Just misses, ball 1. Now the infield, obviously, with 2 outs, goes back and plays back at normal depth. This one right out on a hop to Cam Cannon, who will flip to Martin for the third out at second base, and it could have been a whole lot worse for Binghamton in the first. 1 run, no hits. They leave them loaded. The Phils will bat for the first time in game 2 when we come back to FirstEnergy Stadium. Binghamton 1, Fightins to the plate.
Gear up for Fightin' Phils season. Visit the Brentwood Industries Fightin' Phils team store at FirstEnergy Stadium, or check out our online store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at rphils.com/shop. We have a wide variety of Fightin' Phils hats, t-shirts, kids apparel, and more. Looking for something new? Check out our latest selections of Los Luchadores de Reading and Reading Hot Dogs gear, plus throwback, black, R-Train, R-Phils attire. Root for your Fightins in style. Stop by the Brentwood Industries Fightins team store or rphils.com/shop.
ROG Orthodontics is the proud official partner of the ROG Orthodontics Fightin' Phils Kids Club. Join today at Fightins.com to get your free ROG Orthodontics Kids Club t-shirt, and visit FantasticSmiles.com for more information on why ROG Orthodontics is voted #1 in Berks and Monco. ROG Orthodontics and the Fightin' Phils, 2 great hometown partners.
Fans, nothing beats a great day at Golden Oaks Golf Club. Located just minutes from Reading, Golden Oaks is a beautiful, award-winning golf course open to the public with perfect greens, lush fairways, and a course playing for 5 sets of tees. Bogey's Pub is open to the public with the area's best full-course menu, featuring indoor and outdoor seating and TVs to watch your favorite sports teams. Let the Golden Oaks Golf Club team cater to your need. Lunch, dinner, golf outings, parties, company events, and fundraisers. Visit our website at GoldenOaksGolfClub.com and follow Golden Oaks Golf Club and Bogey's Pub on Facebook. Golden Oaks Golf Club, where great memories are made.
Here is our Golden Oaks landscaping starting lineup for the Phils. Madison Stokes back in the leadoff spot for game 2. Carlos de la Cruz bats second. Baron Radcliffe will bat third in the second game. Jalen Ortiz bats cleanup. Ethan Wilson will bat fifth. Cam Cannon, one of the heroes on the offensive side for the Phils, will bat sixth in game 2. Casey Martin bats seventh. Pedro Martinez will bat eighth. And Cody Roberts will bat ninth, facing right-handed pitcher Dom Hamill for the Binghamton Rumble Ponies. Stokes takes the first one up and in, ball one. Swings at the second pitch. Drives it in right field. Augustin Ruiz goes back, and just before the warning track will make the catch for out number 1 here in the first. Stokes hit it well the other way, but not enough to get it to the fence or over for the first out. That'll bring up Carlos de la Cruz. Carlos with a couple hits in game 1, including an RBI that now gives him the team lead in that category with 48. 2 for 5 in game 1 for De La Cruz. And that brings us to our Phil's team leader, brought to you by Cross Country Mortgage Loan Officer Johanna Arias, and it is Carlos de la Cruz with his now team-high 48 RBIs on the season. The first pitch to him is a low for ball. Second one is drilled in the right and the left field and all the way to the backstop. Carlos de la Cruz around first, and he will roll into second base with the double. That's 3 straight hits now for Carlos de la Cruz going back into game number 1, and he is in scoring position with 1 out here in the first. That'll bring up Baron Radcliffe. Radcliffe did not play in game number 1. Baron hitting at .245 on the season with 4 home runs and 10 RBIs. Again, Mortgage Loan Officer Johanna Arias, you can call her at 484-554-9969 or email her at johanna.arias@myccmortgage.com. Cross Country Mortgage Loan Officer Johanna Arias. Baron Radcliffe with a tying run at second, and 1 out. Takes the first pitch from Dom Hamill inside for a ball. Hamill, 24-year-old right-hander, one of the top prospects in the Mets organization. The number 7 prospect when the season began. He was the Mets minor league pitcher of the year a year ago. His 1-0 pitch, an off-speed pitch, and Radcliffe way out in front. Now 1-1 to the big left-hander Baron Radcliffe. Radcliffe, one of 2 lefties in the Phils lineup, and with Pedro Martinez, the switch hitter, also in the lineup. 3 lefties against the right-handed pitching Dom Hamill. As Hamill comes inside again, ball 2, 2 balls and a strike on the 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Hamill selected by the Mets in 2021 and the 3rd round out of Dallas Baptist University. 2-1 pitch to Radcliffe. Misses just outside, and it's 3-1. The defense behind Hamill, Joe Swazi is in left field. Jalen Palmer in center. Augustin Ruiz in right. Jose Mania is at first base. Rowdy Jordan at second. Wyatt Young is at shortstop. Jose Peroza is at third. Matt O'Neill catching in game 2. 3-1 now to Radcliffe. And that catches the inside corner for a called strike. 93-95 for the fastball for Hamill. Has a mix of a fastball, curve, slider, and change. Fastball and slider his best pitches. Not overpowering, 93, 94, 95. That's about normal for him. Off-speed pitch, and that's a beauty. And Radcliffe swings and misses. And that is out number 2 here in the first. Slider and curve. The off-speed stuff from Dom Hamill. And he had Radcliffe way out in front of it. So now 2 down. De La Cruz stays put at second base for Jalen Ortiz. Ortiz, the designated hitter in the second game, was 0 for 4 in the first. Hamill from the stretch. Ortiz beats it foul and off his foot in the batter's box for strike 1. Manager for the Fightin' Phils, Al Padrique in the third base coaching box. Ray Ricker in the first base coaching box. Carlos De La Cruz will take his lead off of second base. No balls and 1 strike to Jalen Ortiz. That one's low for a ball. Hamill making his 17th start overall for Binghamton, 4-5 with a 5.09 earned run average, 76 innings, 99 strikeouts, and 32 walks. He surrendered 9 home runs to this point, 17 starts. 1-1 pitch to Ortiz is low ball 2. Swing and a miss at the slider. And Ortiz now finds himself in a 2-2 strike count. Feeling a little frustrated with himself for chasing that pitch out of the zone in a 2-1 count. So now 2 balls and 2 strikes to the cleanup hitter. Just misses low, and now it's 3-2 as Hamill comes low with the fastball. So the count full now to Ortiz. Ethan Wilson in the on-deck circle if Ortiz can reach with 2 down. Fouls that one away to stay alive. Big cut for Ortiz. This one lifted into foul territory down the third baseline. Third long run for Jose Peroza, and he'll eventually run out of room. And so Ortiz stays alive at 2-2. Good effort by Peroza. Just ran out of real estate as the ball eventually finds its way into the grandstand. Good crowd on hand. Got themselves a chance for a little free extra baseball in tonight's doubleheader. This one is a 7-inning affair. Game 1, of course, the continuation of yesterday afternoon's postponed game. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Jalen Ortiz, and that's outside ball 4. So a patient at bat for Jalen Ortiz works a walk. Now the Phils with 2 on and 2 out, and Ethan Wilson will bat. Wilson, the left-hander, stepping to the plate after an 0-for-4 game 1. Wilson looking for a little bit of a breakout moment here. He was 3 for 17 on the road trip to Altoona. 0-for-4 in game 1. First pitch fouled at the plate. As Hamill starts him with a slider. Long look, Hamill comes in. Swing and a miss. Again with the off-speed pitch. That was the changeup, it would appear, from Hamill. Wilson out in front of it.
He's had these guys out in front of those off-speed pitches all night, too. That's a early observation from Hamill, and we'll see if he goes back to it up 0-2.
2 on, 2 out, bottom of the first. This one up high with the pitch, and it's now 1-2.
He went back to it, but got under it a bit. Couldn't get on top of it. It looked like a changeup.
De La Cruz, the runner at second base. He doubled. Jalen Ortiz walked. He's at first. Over for a called strike 3, and Wilson never pulled the trigger. So Hamill gets himself out of any further trouble in the first for Reading. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left. 1 complete baseball town. Binghamton 1, Reading nothing.
Empowering communities one relationship at a time is our commitment at Tompkins. Our customers have thrived thanks to our focus on local lending and their commitment to the customers they serve.
They do a great job. Everything for us, from our banking, our insurance, to our wealth management.
Tompkins has always been there for us. We see a long relationship with Tompkins. They're good people.
Tompkins, banking, insurance, wealth. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender. Investment and insurance products are not FDIC insured, not bank guaranteed, and may lose value.
Our Phillies fans can continue to expect great performances all season long on the Burke's Commercial Roofing stage. It's the home of great local talent, including the Our Phillies mascot band. Burke's Commercial Roofing prides itself on being a locally owned and operated company that puts an emphasis on customer service. They provide free on-site estimates and can handle any size repair, restoration, or replacement. Visit burkscommercialroofing.com or call 610-717-3949 for more information. And don't forget to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show at the Burke's Commercial Roofing stage at America's Classic Ballpark.
Burke's Packing is a family-owned and operated meat processor located here in Reading, specializing in hot dogs, ham, specialty meats, and more. Burke's Packing provides America's Classic Ballpark with quality products, including the highly acclaimed flat-top grilled hot dog. Join us for Burke's Packing Sunday Family Fun Days at Sunday home games all season long at FirstEnergy Stadium.
Established in 1928, the Manor Golf Club is one of the oldest public courses in eastern Pennsylvania, located conveniently between Philadelphia, Lancaster, and Allentown in Sinking Spring. The Manor Golf Club offers a true test of golf on a traditional championship-style golf course where shot making takes precedence over length. Visit themanorgolfclub.com for more information. 1-0 Binghamton as the Rumble Ponies bat here in the second, facing Josh Hendrickson. And Jose Mania leading off for the Ponies, and he takes the first one over for a called strike. Mania 0 for 4 in game one. And this one hit hard down the third baseline. Backhanded stab by Pedro Martinez. A long throw in plenty of time. Fine play by Pedro Martinez for out number one here in the second.
Got one thing to say, or I guess more of a sound effect to make to that. Da-da-da, da-da-da. What a play. Really, like, to his right, slides the knees, and he made that look super easy. I think that's the shortstop in Pedro Martinez right there that, makes it. Oh, they went with they played the sound effect here too. How about that?
Great minds think alike.
Great minds think alike.
Jalen Palmer swings at the first pitch, fouls it down the first baseline. Carlos de la Cruz will give it a chase, but he fighting the fence, and where the ball was, kind of misplaced it, and the ball ends up falling in foul territory, but it was in position to De La Cruz. It was in play if De La Cruz had gotten to the right spot, but he did not. So Palmer stays alive with just the foul ball. It's no balls and a strike now to the 9-hole hitter Palmer, who was 0 for 2 in the first game, did walk and score one of Binghamton's runs. And the 0-1 pitch is low ball one.
Got to give credit where credit is due. Jamie Jackson, who's on music tonight, doing a terrific job and playing that sound effect right there. Love to see it.
And that 1-1 pitch from Hendrickson is over for a called strike. So Josh Hendrickson laboring through the first inning with 3 walks and 2 hit by batters. Throwing strikes here in the second. He's ahead of Palmer, 1 ball and 2 strikes, and just misses for strike 3. Instead, it's 2 balls and 2 strikes as he just missed maybe a little low and away. So the count even now to the center fielder, Jalen Palmer. And he fouls that one away. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Palmer. I mentioned that Palmer grew up in Brooklyn and played last year for the Cyclones, the high A affiliate of the New York Mets, so he got to live at home last year. And that one's inside. Now the count is full. Began this season again in Brooklyn. Was called up to Binghamton on June the 28th. 3 balls and 2 strikes to him. And he fouls that one out of play. Hit just 167 in his time in Brooklyn. Strikeouts an issue. Struck out 92 times in 198 at-bats. 3 balls and 2 strikes to him. This one hit hard and backhanded, knocked down by Martin. Up with it, the throw is not going to be in time. Palmer will leg it out. We'll see how they rule it. It was going to be a tough play for Casey Martin on the backhanded stop.
Shortstop, Wyatt Young.
So they'll bring up the top of the order now, and Wyatt Young. Young walked and scored the run for Binghamton in the first.
It'll go down as an error on Casey Martin. Tough play, but saying it's a play that should be made.
Young stands in. First pitch to the left-hander is up high for a ball. I think they Rationale has to be that if Martin makes a good throw, he has the runner out. So it wasn't that he knocked it down, but if he makes the throw in time, accurate throw, then Palmer's out at first, and he did not. A 1-0 pitch to Wyatt Young is a curveball and a good one from Hendrickson. Now the count is 1 ball and 1 strike to Young. Hendrickson working again from the stretch. This one popped up in the infield. Who will take charge? It'll be the first baseman, De La Cruz, who will squeeze it in front of the pitcher's mound for out number 2 here in the second.
Good communication in the infield. Let's go back to Palmer for a second. Just how cool must it be now? You're playing for your hometown organization, but to literally play for a team in your hometown and get to live at home, like that's got to be like it's a it's a tough life. I won't say it's a tough life, but it's a challenge. You're away from home for 6-7 months out of the year, and to have a chance, be in that comfort of your own home for somebody like Palmer, that's got to be super cool.
That'll bring up Rowdy Jordan. First pitch to him, fouls it away. In addition to your friends and family get a chance to come and watch you play at the ballpark as much as possible. That's obviously an added bonus to growing up in your hometown. And obviously a town that's known for its baseball in the town of Brooklyn.
Coney Island, right where the stadium's located.
No balls and a strike to Rowdy Jordan. Hit by a pitch his first time up on the first pitch that Hendrickson delivered to Rowdy Jordan. Hit him in the leg. This one is low, and it's now 1-1 to Jordan. Jordan played center field in game 1. He's playing at second base in game 2. Switch hitter, originally from Auburn, Alabama. And there's a pickoff attempt, and they picked him off. Josh Hendrickson with the pickoff attempt, and Palmer is retired. It'll go as a caught stealing, and that'll do it for Binghamton in the second. No runs, no hits. There was one error and none left. To the bottom of the second, when we come back to Baseball Town, it's 1-0 Binghamton on top.
Cornwall Manor is an active senior living community on a 190-acre wooded campus in Cornwall, Lebanon County. The community offers independence and opportunities for wellness and fitness, as well as educational and musical programs, and the peace of mind of having convenient health care on site. Cornwall Manor offers a range of residential choices from apartments to homes. Prospective residents are welcome to visit us for lunch and have a chance to learn more about the community. More information is available online at cornwallmanor.org. Cornwall Manor, celebrating 70 years of senior living.
Star City Boxing, located at 4760 Schuylkill Avenue in Reading, is a 501c3 non-profit boxing gym unlike any other. Our goal is not only to help you be fit, but to be the best outlet for our youth and community. We welcome anyone who wants to improve their way of life, be fit, and box competitively or non-competitively. We work with you to reach your goals in and out of the gym. Stop in and meet our stars today. Check us out and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter for upcoming events and happenings. And visit our website today at starcityboxing.org for more information on how to join, volunteer with our youth, or support our efforts in the community. Star City Boxing is a proud continued 2023 Our Phil's Fiesta Friday partner.
The Reading Fightin Phillies are proud to partner with Berks County Mental Health and Disabilities Program. Together, we are striking out the stigma in order to raise community awareness about mental illness and suicide prevention with 3 simple words. Are you okay? The help is to begin a conversation to show Berks County that we care. Suicide hurts and affects everyone, but help is here. We will work together to help raise awareness about suicide and identify what we can do as a community to prevent it. People in need of assistance and support should call.
Back here on the Our Phil's Radio Network, Bob McCool will be joining us and back on the play-by-play here just in a moment as Cam Cannon steps in to lead things off. And the count's quickly, no balls and 2 strikes to Cam Cannon. 1-0. The lead belongs to Binghamton here in the bottom half of the second inning. Pitch to Cannon is trying to check his swing. They'll appeal to first and they'll say no swing, so it's ball and 2 strikes. And Bob, welcome back. Want to take back over?
Thank you very much. Cam Cannon. 1 ball and 2 strikes to him, leading off here in the bottom half of the second inning. Presented to you by our good friends at Cornwall Manor in Lebanon. Unique and charming community nestled on a 190-acre wooded campus with many walking trails that include the Lebanon County Rail Trail. Way up high and inside. Cannon almost leaned right into that one. Now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Phils had their chances in the first. They had their chances in the first of game as well. Had a lot of men on base in game number 1. Could not take advantage of it when it was all said and done. A couple of solo home runs from Cam Cannon as he fouls this one out of play. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Casey Martin in the on-deck circle to be followed by Pedro Martinez for the Phils, down 1-0 here in the second. That one on the outside corner for a call. It's strike 3. Cannon didn't think so, but he is retired. Third strikeout for Dom Hamill. 1 out here in the second.
Yeah, looks like that one may have been a hair off the plate, but Ethan Gorsak, our home plate umpire, said, nope, it's in the zone, and Cam Cannon's down on strikes.
So to bring up Casey Martin, who had a tough game number 1, 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. And he misses the first pitch from Hamill, misses up and away, ball 1. Martin now with an error in this game, so far a tough night for Casey Martin, trying to change his fortunes. 1-0 to him. And when him again misses outside with the fastball, it's 2-0. Hamill last year over 2 levels at St. Lucie and then High A Brooklyn. A combined 25 starts was 10-3. That one catches the outside corner. It's 2-1. He was called up to Brooklyn on the 4th of July a year ago, but he was the Mets minor league pitcher of the year last year. There's an off-speed pitch and a beauty that Martin cannot time up, and that quickly becomes 2-2 now to Casey Martin. Again, fastball, curve, slider, and change from Hamill. And that is over for a called strike 3 as he gets the fastball on the outside corner. And Casey Martin walking back to the dugout, mumbling to himself as well.
Hey, look, you're down 1-0. It takes one swing of the bat to get right back into this ball game. So, no reason to start pressing. Just, win your at-bats, win your battles, get on base, keep the line moving.
That'll bring up Pedro Martinez, who did not play in game number 1, the switch-hitting infielder. Batting at 183 as he stands in and rips this one hard, but right at the first baseman, Jose Mena. And that'll do it for the Phils in a quick second inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and none left. To the third inning, when we come back to Baseball Town, it remains Binghamton 1, Reading 0.
Cornwall Manor is an active senior living community on a 190-acre wooded campus in Cornwall, Lebanon County. The community offers independence and opportunities for wellness and fitness, as well as educational and musical programs, and the peace of mind of having convenient health care on site. Cornwall Manor offers a range of residential choices from apartments to homes. Prospective residents are welcome to visit us for lunch and have a chance to learn more about the community. More information is available online at cornwallmanor.org. Cornwall Manor, celebrating 70 years of senior living.
The Fightin Phils know who to call for trash and recycling services. A proven winner, JP Mascaro & Sons. The industry leader for over 50 years. Trust the familiar Mascaro Blue Elephant to provide dependable, quality service for your home or business. That's JP Mascaro & Sons, one of the top companies in its industry. Trash and recycling services for home, business, and industry. We are hiring and have open positions in Berks County. Check our website for open positions at jpmascaro.com or call 1-888-MASCARO. JP Mascaro & Sons, ready to serve you.
Every time you grab an ice-cold 20-ounce Pepsi, you'll find a Pepsi emoji on the side of the bottle. So while the Pepsi delivers this, the Pepsi emoji delivers this.
Welcome back to Baseball Town. Top half of the third inning. The Reading Fightin Phils and the Binghamton Rumble Ponies in a 1-0 game. Tonight is Italian Heritage Night here at the ballpark. And one of the sponsors of that Italian Heritage Night, one of our sponsors for tonight's fireworks show, is the Victor Emmanuel Society. And I'm joined by the president of that society, Mr. Jim Murray, is in the booth. I've known Jim for a long time. In addition to whatever else he does, he's also one of Berks County's finest basketball referees. So Jim and I have known each other for a long time, and we're going to talk some Italian food, we're going to talk some basketball, and some baseball, all here in the top half of the third inning as Rowdy Jordan steps in. First of all, Jim, thank you very much. The Victor Emmanuel Society, I know, has been a big part of the relationship here at FirstEnergy Stadium with the Reading Fightin Phils, and of course we appreciate your sponsorship as a part of Berks County, which the Victor Emmanuel Society has been for even older and longer than you and I have been around, and that's a while.
108 years.
Yeah.
That's a long time to be in one location.
Yeah.
We're very proud of that.
As Rowdy Jordan fouls this one away, and the count now is 1 ball and 2 strikes to Rowdy Jordan. But you guys did a lot before the game. As I said, you're going to be the fireworks sponsor, so you got a part of pregame and postgame. But what I thought was pretty cool tonight, you honored your employees of the year tonight before the game in front of this crowd.
We couldn't do what we do today if it wasn't for our fantastic employees, and they're not just employees, they're family, and we try to keep that. We kind of keep that mantra with all of our employees that are employed by us.
Yeah, Tammy Otero was your employee of the year, and she's been working there for a crisp 30-plus years. So
she must have started when she was 4, because she doesn't look any older than 34.
In the meantime, it's 3 balls and 2 strikes to Rowdy Jordan as he leads off and takes one up high for a ball. So he's a leadoff base runner. Josh Hendrickson had some control issues in inning number 1. Ultimately led to the run that's on the scoreboard in favor of the Ponies. Took up 3 walks and 2 hit batters. And Jordan was one of those hit batters. Now he walks to start the 3rd inning as Jose Peroza will step in. But I always think it's interesting. I mean, Victor Manuel's, a lot of people in Berks County have been members for a long time, including yours truly. I got my takeout order on Saturday night. Food was outstanding as usual.
Thank you.
But one of the things that I don't know that people know about is actually one of the things I've been at Victor Manuel's for a lot over the course of the last couple of years have been outings and affairs. And I don't know how many people know that Victor Manuel's has that as an option on those nights when the restaurant itself isn't open. Here's a throw down to second base, and Rowdy Jordan is gunned down at second base, so that's be a caught stealing. And the first out here in the second is Cody Roberts throws out the base runner, and I interrupted my own question. Jim, go ahead. Talking a little bit about the outings and availabilities of club rentals at Victor Manuel's.
Within the last 10 years, we've recently renovated our back lot a little bit and took some of the parking spaces away, and we made 2 pavilions, one larger, one smaller, and we have some bathrooms out there. So there's some outdoor plumbing, and we take advantage of that. We're having a lot of pavilion rentals lately. Actually, the whole month of May, June, July, everything is booked.
Wow.
There's no availability.
Here's the 0-2 pitch coming up to Jose Peroza. He drives this one into right center field. Going back on it is Stokes, and with his back up against the fence, Madison Stokes will make the catch for out number 2 as Peroza hit it about as far into right center field as you can. And Madison Stokes comes up with the catch for the second out. So it's kind of interesting. So you can rent, obviously, the inside pavilion, or you can the inside of the restaurant, or you can, if the weather obviously is right, as it is now, and all the way up and through the fall, you can rent the outdoor pavilion, have yourselves an affair, have your occasion outdoors as well, if that's more to your liking.
Correct.
Here's a ground ball to short. Casey Martin up with it. He'll make the throw across in plenty of time, and it turns out to be a pretty quick inning for the Rumble Ponies here in the 3rd. But Jim Murray, thanks to the Victor Emanuel Society for their support here in Baseball Town. Thanks for your support as well for the fireworks show tonight. Enjoy that show and enjoy your time in the pavilion on the third base side tonight.
I'll see you at the basketball courts.
You betcha. Jim Murray, thanks very much, and we'll talk to you soon.
Take care.
That'll do it for the top half of the 3rd inning on the Reading Fight Phillies Radio Network. It remains 1-0 Binghamton when we come back to Baseball Town.
Nursing home neglect is a serious problem. If you or a loved one has suffered from bed sores obtained in a nursing home or a fall down in a nursing home resulting in a fracture, our friends at Swartz Culleton can help. Call the attorneys at Swartz Culleton for a free consultation. Their phone number is 1-800-JUSTICE. That's 1-800-587-8423. Once again, call 1-800-JUSTICE today. Swartz Culleton is a proud sponsor of the Reading Fightin' Phils.
Humane Pennsylvania is an innovative national leader in animal welfare with adoption centers, accredited nonprofit veterinarian hospitals, emergency animal rescue services, community pet assistance programs, and a free community dog park. At HPA, we are passionate about going the extra base to keep your pets healthy and happy at home with you. With a variety of services and different ways and times to access them and variable pricing, Humane Pennsylvania is here to provide your pets with exceptional care, how, when, and where they need it. Visit humanepa.org for more information.
The Enersys Power Alley Pub features a 2.5-hour all-you-can-eat buffet, private bar with bartender, 2 rows of seats, barstool seating, and 4 cafe tables. The pub provides your party a private area to enjoy the ball game away from other fans. The
Cody Roberts will lead it off for the Fightins here in the third. They're down 1-0 alongside Jake Starr. My name is Bob McCoy. You're listening on the Reading Fightin' Phillies Radio Network, and you can be watching as well on MILB TV or Bally TV. As Cody Roberts takes the first pitch from Dom Hamill up and in, ball 1. Our third inning here in Baseball Town presented to you by Swartz Culleton PC. If you've been injured at work, call the attorneys at Swartz Culleton. Call 1-800-JUSTICE today. 1-0 pitch to Cody Roberts. Misses away, ball 2. Our thanks to Jim Murray, the president of the Victor Emmanuel Society, for spending some time with us in the top half of the third inning. Again, thanks to their support as well as a sponsor here in Baseball Town. Cody Roberts takes another one outside. This one a little bit low and outside. Now it's 3-0 to Cody Roberts. He'll be followed here in this third inning by the top of the order in Madison Stokes as Roberts takes one over, taking all the way on 3-0. It's now 3-1. Madison Stokes to follow, and then Carlos De La Cruz due up for the Fightins here in the third. This one driven into center field. Jalen Palmer, however, has plenty of room out there in that big triangle in dead straightaway center field, and he'll make the catch without a problem for out number 1 here in the third.
Center fielder Madison.
Top of the order at Madison Stokes to the plate. Stokes drove one deep to right field his first time up. Madison had a productive game 1 of this doubleheader. He was on base 3 times, twice by way of a walk and once by way of an error. And he takes the first pitch from Dom Hamill for a ball. And the second for a strike. It's 1 ball and 1 strike to Madison Stokes. And the second is also a called strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Phil's wearing their red pinstripes here in game number 2. One ball, 2 strikes, and Madison Stokes swings and comes up empty as Hamill gets his 5th strikeout of the night. It's 2 down here in the third. That'll bring up Carlos De La Cruz, who rocketed a double down the third base line his first time up. So Carlos now on a streak of 3 consecutive hits and his last 3 plate appearances, going back into game 1 of the doubleheader. 2 of them doubles and 1 of them a single. And he takes the first pitch from Hamill outside for a ball. Big swing comes up empty on the off-speed pitch. That looked like the slider from Hamill that De La Cruz comes up empty on. So it's 1-1 now to Carlos. And same pitch, same result. Slider that he misses, and it's 1-2. Tries to check his swing here, and he did not hold up. He goes around, and that'll be another strikeout for Hamill. He strikes out 2 more here in the inning as the Fightins go 1, 2, 3 in the third. 3 complete. Baseball Town. It remains Binghamton 1, Reading nothing.
Nursing home neglect is a serious problem. If you or a loved one has suffered from bed sores obtained in a nursing home or a fall down in a nursing home resulting in a fracture, our friends at Swartz Culleton can help. Call the attorneys at Swartz Culleton for a free consultation. Their phone number is 1-800-JUSTICE. That's 1-800-587-8423. Once again, call 1-800-JUSTICE today. Swartz Culleton is a proud sponsor of the Reading Fightin' Phils.
Are you looking for a reliable food distributor to meet all your culinary needs? Look no further than our trusted team at Feaser's Food Distributors. For over 120 years, our products have been sourced from the best farms and suppliers, ensuring that you get the best ingredients for your restaurant or organization. From fresh produce to premium meats, Feaser's supplies everything but the appetite. Visit Feasers.com today to experience the difference in working with a top-tier, family-owned food distributor. Feaser's, your partner for success in the kitchen. Looking for a fast and hassle-free way to get your snacks and non-perishable groceries? Look no further than FeasersDirect.com. With just a few clicks, discover the convenience of having your culinary essentials ready for a pickup at our headquarters in Harrisburg.
The Reading Fightin' Phils are pleased to present you with their classic game program, all electronically. This program has information on the coaching staff, player roster, and front office staff. It also includes feature stories and alumni reports on all of your favorite guys who spent time in Baseball Town. Visit ourphils.com/programs to check it out.
We head to the top half of the fourth inning. The Reading Fightin' Phils down 1-0 as Binghamton comes to the plate, and I'll turn things over for play-by-play to my colleague in the booth, Jake Starr.
Thank you very much, Bob. Top half of the fourth inning. Binghamton a 1-0 lead over the Reading Fightin' Phils. Josh Hendrickson, who after a longer first inning has turned in back-to-back strong frames, deals the first pitch home, and Joe Swazi, the right-handed bat, swings and misses at it. It's 0-1. Binghamton 1 run tonight. They have yet to record a hit as Hendrickson, the southpaw, fires home. It's swung on and skied in the air. Foul territory, right field side. De La Cruz, the first baseman, gives chase and unable to get there, makes the catch and make the catch. Could not make it. Was landed on the warning track just shy of the Phils bullpen down the right field line. It's 0-2.
So it's the second time a ball has landed pretty much in the exact same spot between the first base bag and the right field pitcher's mound, a bullpen mound, if you will, just to give you a little bit of perspective that De La Cruz was not able to track down.
So no balls and 2 strikes to Swazi. Hendrickson deals. It's a breaking pitch that misses just up for a ball. It's 1-2 to Joe Swazi. Swazi, who reached his first time up in the first, came via the walk. Here's the 0-2. Swung on, driven in the air, well out towards right. Wilson races back in front of the wall, leaps, and he makes the catch. Nice job by Ethan Wilson to track that one down. 324 feet it traveled in total. But Ethan Wilson able to make the catch, and he makes a lot of those catches, Wilson does, where he almost looks like he's tracking it like a football wide receiver. And did the same right there as Augustin Ruiz comes up.
Yeah, Ethan Wilson goes back on a ball really, really well, and he is fearless of the fence. We have seen him crash into those fences on more than one occasion, but it doesn't faze him in going and chasing after a ball.
Ruiz grounds it towards first. De La Cruz fields it on a couple of hops. He'll touch the bag himself, 2 away. That brings Matt O'Neill to the plate.
Catcher, Matt O'Neill.
Matt O'Neill, the catcher, is 0 for 1 tonight. Grounded into a hitter's choice to the second baseman, Cam Cannon. O'Neill will dig in from the right side, 25-year-old. Native of Morristown, New Jersey. Actually played his college ball at Penn. First pitch to him is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. O'Neill hit a grand slam on July the 19th, so a week ago tonight against Erie. Was the first professional grand slam he had. Next pitch is outside, 2-0. He did have 2 grand slams during his college career at Penn, so not the first time he's hit a home run with bases full. 2-0. Outside for a ball, it's 2-1. Josh Hendrickson, who's up to 59 pitches so far tonight. Here's the next pitch home. And it's at the knees for a called strike. 3 balls and 1 strike to Matt O'Neill. Lefty on righty matchup. Hendrickson, the southpaw, kicks and fires home. It is just down below the knees, according to open umpire Ethan Gorsak. So that's a walk. It's the 4th walk issued tonight by Josh Hendrickson, which brings Jose Mena, the first baseman, to the plate. 2 outs here in the top half of the 4th inning. Binghamton a 1-0 lead over the Reading Fightin' Phils. Lone run for the Rumble Ponies coming back in the first. Mena digs in from the right side. Hendrickson fires home. It's a pitch that swung on and missed. That's 0-1. Last pitch at 85 from Josh Hendrickson. Mena, who grounded out the third his first time up, was a spectacular play by Pedro Martinez. The 0-1 is swung on and fouled back. It's 0-2. And Hendrickson's strike away from getting out of this 4th inning and putting up his 3rd straight scoreless frame. O'Neill gets his lead off first. Hendrickson, the lefty, peers over at him. Ready at the letters, and he'll kick and fire. That's up and away for a ball. It's 1-2. Matt O'Neill on first. Not a threat to run. Has not stolen a base this year across 45 games. Next pitch is rolled over towards short. Martin Fields bobbles it, tries to flip to second, and it's in and out of a bare hand of Cam Cannon. So everybody's safe. Probably going to be another E6 on Martin. That's his second error alone in this game. And it's runners on first and second now for the 9-man Jalen Palmer.
It's been very interesting watching Casey Martin since his call up to Jersey Shore. When he first came up, he was making each and every play and doing so in a very solid fashion. And that has gotten away from him over the course of the last couple of weeks.
First pitch to Palmer is in tight for a ball. It's 1-0. Errors 5 and 6 tonight. This game number 30 for Casey Martin since being called up to Reading. 1 ball, no strikes to Palmer. 2 outs in the fourth. Next pitch home is swung on and missed. It's 1-1. Palmer reached on an error by the shortstop Casey Martin his first time up. That came back in the second. Hendrickson trying to work around a little bit of trouble here. 2 on, 2 outs in the fourth. Reading trails 1-0. Lefty fires home, and it's swung on and missed. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
So Hendrickson's a strike away from getting out of this. And right now, this has been a remarkable comeback in this night for Josh Hendrickson. It started out as an absolute disaster in that first inning. Fortunate to get out of there only giving up 1 run. But he's got himself a little bit of a pickle right now that's not really all his doing.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Hendrickson ready at the letters. And I'll fire home. This is up for a ball. It's 2-2. Hendrickson, who's tried to change up the eye level on opponents, especially in this at-bat. The Palmers tried to go high and low. Last pitch missed a bit up. So it's 2 balls, 2 strikes, so 2 outs. 2 on. Hendrickson ready again at the letters. Here's the pitch. Just misses outside for a ball. The count runs full, meaning Maynard on first, O'Neill on second. Will both be off and running on the pitch. Reading trails 1-0, trying to keep it that way. Hendrickson gets the sign from Cody Roberts. He's ready at the letters. Toes the middle of the rubber. Here's the 3-2. And it's just up and away, ball 4. So a walk, an error, and then another walk. The 5th tonight for Josh Hendrickson. And that loads the bases for the top of the lineup and Wyatt Young.
Shortstop Wyatt Young.
It's got to be some frustrating moments right now in that Fightin's dugout. I mean, you're in a position in game 1 where Binghamton made errors and gave up walks, and Reading was never able to take advantage of it. And now here's Binghamton looking like they're out of this inning pretty cleanly, and all of a sudden a couple of walks and an error, and here's a leadoff man.
Pitch to Wyatt Young, misses down. It's 1-0. Hendrickson, new season high in walks issued with 5. Previous was 4. Last did that with Lehigh Valley against Worcester back on June the 25th.
Bullpen is quiet. Hendrickson, again, was in a position to be out of this inning with 2 quick outs, so there was no reason to have anybody up, and now all of a sudden he's in trouble. But it's too late to bail him out of this inning right now.
Cody Roberts, a quick mound visit with Josh Hendrickson, seemingly to try and settle the lefty down. Both bullpens remain quiet. Hendrickson's ready, working against Wyatt Young. Lefty on lefty matchup, the pitch. And that's outside for a ball. Young tried to check his swing. They'll say he held up. It's 2-0. Bases are loaded, so nowhere to put him. 2 outs in the inning, so 1 swing in the bat could either end the inning or break this game open. 2-0. That's down the chute for a called strike. It's 2-1. Wyatt Young, just his 3rd at-bat with bases loaded. He's 0 for 2 previously, before tonight. Here's the 2-1. Outside for a ball, it's 3-1.
Trying to get him to chase those pitches in the outside corner. Young's not going for it, so this is a huge spot for Hendrickson.
3 balls and a strike, 2 outs in the top of the 4th. Reading trails 1-0. Bases are full of Rumble Ponies. 3-1. That's a ground ball hit towards second. Cannon waits down on it. He'll go to first. It's in time, and that will retire the side. No runs, no hits. There was an error, and the bases are left loaded for the second time tonight by Binghamton. We are halfway through tonight's 7-inning game. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth. Rumble Ponies up 1-0 here on the Phillies Radio Network.
The Louisiana Swamplands. Out here, you're either lunch or you're enjoying it. Make sure you end up on top with the all-powerful lineup of Kia SUVs, like the Telluride, Sportage, and Sorento, equipped with available all-wheel drive, higher ground clearance, and the interior capacity to bring everything you need, so you'll always remain more than a gator's length ahead. Visit your local Kia dealer today to find your next adventure in our ever-capable lineup of SUVs. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
When the Reading Fightin' Phils get hungry, we turn to our team feed partners. Special thanks to Chick-fil-A, Pizza Como USA, Railroad House, Why Missing Restaurant and Bakery, Jersey Mike's Subs, Mimo's Italian Restaurant and Bakery, Subway, and Clean Eats for making sure the Fightin' Phils front office is never hungry on game day. Our staff enjoys delicious meals from our team feed partners. Don't take our word for it. Find out for yourself today.
The award-winning Reading Hospital Tower Health Pool Party provides an unforgettable night out with family and friends. Enjoy a baseball game while swimming in the 87-degree heated pool directly behind the right field home run wall. Plus 2.5 hours of all-you-can-eat buffet, photos, and autographs with the crazy hot dog vendor and the Fightin' Phils mascot band. Regular season tickets start at $33 per person for groups of 20 or more. Give us a call today at 610-370-BALL.
Bottom half of the fourth inning, 1-0. Binghamton has the lead. Reading's offense has been quieted tonight by Dom Hamill, who's back out for inning number 4 of work. He's allowed just one base runner, came on a base hit way back in the first. First pitch to Baron Ratcliffe is over for a called strike at 0-1. It's been an excellent job by Hamill in keeping this Phillies lineup off balance with makes a fastball and the off-speed pitch. Ready deals the 0-1. Big looping curveball in there for a called strike at 0-2. Hamill will feature the fastball. Saw the curveball there. Also throw a slider and a changeup. Next pitch to Ratcliffe. Skies it in the air the other way. Foul. Still no balls and 2 strikes. Ratcliffe is 0 for 1 tonight. Struck out swinging his first time up. That came back in the first. Here's the 0-2. Swung on, fouled straight back. Count stays the same. Fought off the slider from Dom Hamill.
Hamill's done a good job of kind of pitching backwards at times with some of these Phil's hitters, getting ahead the off-speed pitch and then finishing them off with the fastball.
0-2. And that's a breaking pitch in for a called strike 3. Ratcliffe's down on strikes for second time tonight, and it's the 7th punch out by Dom Hamill tonight, and that'll bring Jalen Ortiz to the plate for the Fightin' Phils.
That's 10 outs recorded, 7 of them by way of strikeouts.
So Jalen Ortiz will step on in from the right side. He walked his first time up, came back in the first. First pitch to him is on the outside corner for a called strike. It's 0-1. Jalen Ortiz, who joined this Reading roster about a month and a half ago. Next pitch is swung on and missed. It's 0-2. June 16th made his first start with the Phillies. Actually homered his first game back here in Reading. The 0-2 is off the other bat. Fly ball, shallow center. Back goes Jordan, the second baseman. Darting in Palmer, the center fielder, and he made the catch. Gets the out, but I feel like he made that one look probably a little more difficult than it was.
Yeah, he almost overran
it, exactly.
He was running so fast and so hard to try to get there. He almost forgot to reach up and catch the baseball. He almost overran it and almost landed behind it.
So that brings Ethan Wilson to the plate. 2 down here in the 4th. Reading only trails 1-0. So
in his defense, Palmer's just learning to play the outfield. He came up as a middle infielder, predominantly as a shortstop.
First pitch to Wilson is swung on and missed. It's 0-1. That's a fastball at 92 from Dom Hamill. Hamill was a 3rd-round pick by the Mets in 2021. Next pitch home. Wilson will pound it on the ground. Foul. just to the right of the first base line. It's 0-2.
Phil's bullpen is quiet, so Hendrickson is going to get the 5th inning.
Henderson's pitch count is at 77, so not too high yet, the 0-2. Wilson swings and misses. He's down on strikes. 8th punch out tonight for Dom Hamill. Another 1-2-3 inning for him as well. He's done that 3 or 4 times tonight. We've played 4. Binghamton 1, Reading nothing here on the Our Phil's Radio Network.
Join us as we celebrate Reading's Spanish and Latino culture during 12 Friday home games this season. The Savage 61 Fiesta Fridays presented by Tito's Handmade Vodka, High Noon Sun Sips, Cathay Law Offices, Suburban Brewing Company, Carlos Cards and Collectibles, Humane Pennsylvania, Star City Boxing, Apis Services, Supportive Concepts, and Affordable Home Care. Fiesta Friday features special Los Luchadores de Reading uniforms, Hispanic and Latino food and music, and other culture elements throughout the ballpark. Get your tickets now by calling 610-370-BALL, online at ourphils.com or at the Customers Bank ticket office. To honor the 275th anniversary of Reading, the Our Phils will play as the Reading Keystones on Thursdays and select Tuesdays in 2023. Tuesdays are brought to you by Coatesville VA Medical Center. Join us for 11 Keystone Throwback Thursdays thanks to Burke's Career and Technology Center, H&F Heating and Cooling, and Rip It Baseball Town Charities batting cages. Come celebrate the 275th anniversary of Reading and enjoy some great baseball on Throwback Thursdays in 2023. Get your tickets now by calling 610-370-BALL, online at ourphils.com or at the Customers Bank ticket office.
We move to the top of the 5th. Binghamton still leads 1-0. Josh Hendrickson back out for Reading as Rowdy Jordan will lead things off for the Our Phil's opponent Binghamton tonight. 2-3-4 up against the lefty Josh Hendrickson. First up, it's Rowdy Jordan as Hendrickson kicks and deals home and starts out with a ball to open up his 5th inning of work.
Matt Seelinger up and throwing in the Phil's bullpen, so he's going to get himself loosened just in case that Hendrickson cannot see his way through the 5th.
1-0-2. Jordan is down and in tight to the righty. It's 2-0. Hendrickson, who's battled tonight, definitely has not had his best stuff, but the only numbers that matter, just 1 run on the board. Reading trails just 1-0. Next pitch is swung on, skied in the air, foul territory, first base side. De La Cruz over to the warning track, drifts a couple of steps back towards the grass, and he'll make the catch for out number 1, and that brings Jose Peroza to the plate.
As we said before, Carlos had a little bit of trouble with some of those ones down the line, and the irony of that is those foul balls, now that one was just laterally for him. He did not have to go down the line to get it, but those are the balls that are generally our first baseman's worst troubles, is chasing foul balls back behind them. But for De La Cruz, it's been one of the easier plays and adjustments he's made at first base.
Pitch to Peroza, swung on and fouled straight back. It's 0-1.
And we attributed that from his outfield background, that those plays were easier for Carlos to track down because he is naturally an outfielder, but he did not have a whole lot of success in the 2 earlier in this game.
0-1. Swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes. Hendrickson sticks with the all-speed. And Peroza's in an 0-2 hole. 1 out in the 5th. Reading trails 1-0 to Binghamton. Peroza is 0 for 2 tonight. A strikeout and a fly out his last time up. Waits the 0-2. Misses outside for a ball. 1-2. Peroza, who had a strong series against Reading back in June, hit .375. Drove in 5, 2 home runs, 3 doubles. Also scored 4 times. Next pitch is in on the hands. Jam shot, pops straight up. Right side of the infield. De La Cruz there. Moves towards his right, and he'll make the catch. That's out number 2. So
Carlos has had more opportunities to catch fly balls at first base than he did in the outfield in the last couple of games.
It's crazy the way stuff works sometimes, isn't it? So 2 outs here in the 5th for McElwain.
Never figure the game out, no matter how much you try.
We've watched a lot of baseball this year, Bob, and You watch a lot of baseball in your life, and that's the cool thing about this sport is that every game's different. First pitch to McElwain's outside for a ball 1-0. I mean, that's the beauty of sports as a whole, though, is that, like, there's no script. Every night is different, you know, in some way or another. 1-0 outside for a ball 2-0. I know there was the jokes that were around social media, I don't know, about 6 months ago when everyone was joking about the NFL script being released, and everyone would make jokes about that on Twitter and whatnot. 2-0 is down for a ball. It's 3-0. Well, who are the NFL script writers? Wish I could have given us a little bit of a better ending to the Super Bowl. Everything up until about the fourth quarter was pretty good all year long. Next pitch is swung on, jam shot, hit straight back. Roberts off of the mask, goes towards the on-deck circle, leans over, makes an impressive catch. How about that from Cody Roberts to end the inning? The 3 pop-outs induced by Josh Hendrickson. It's a 1-2-3 inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. Binghamton still up 1-0 on the Our Phillies Radio Network.
For top-flight local jobs, go with who you know. JP Mascaro & Sons are a leading waste removal company. To meet today's employment and service demands, Mascaro is upgrading its already highly competitive employee wage and benefit package for drivers, collection crew helpers, and other positions. Call 888-MASCARO, M-A-S-C-A-R-O, for details. Work for an established local family business committed to its employees. Again, call 888-MASCARO today or apply online at www.jpmascaro.com.
Cornwall Manor is an active senior living community on a 190-acre wooded campus in Cornwall, Lebanon County. The community offers independence and opportunities for wellness and fitness, as well as educational and musical programs, and the peace of mind of having convenient health care on site. Cornwall Manor offers a range of residential choices from apartments to homes. Prospective residents are welcome to visit us for lunch and have a chance to learn more about the community. More information is available online at cornwallmanor.org. Cornwall Manor, celebrating 70 years of senior living.
ROG Orthodontics is the proud official partner of the ROG Orthodontics Fightin' Phil's Kids Club. Join today at Fightins.com to get your free ROG Orthodontics Kids Club t-shirt and visit FantasticSmiles.com for more information on why ROG Orthodontics is voted #1 in Berks and Monco. ROG Orthodontics and the Fightin' Phils, 2 great hometown partners.
Bottom half of the 5th inning, 1-0. Binghamton still leads. I'm Jake Starr. To my right sits Bob McCool. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. And of course, all season long here on the Reading Fightin' Phil's Radio Network. This game, number 91 of 137. First pitch to Cam Cannon, outside for a ball 1-0. Dom Hamill is back out for his 5th inning of work, and he has been excellent. He allowed just 2 base runners, 1 hit. Here's the 1-0, and taken for a called strike 1-1. Yeah, 91 of 137. We are moving fast, and it's almost August, which is incredibly crazy to think about. 1-1. Cannon cranks it in the air out towards center. Palmer goes back. Hole of a read on it. Makes the catch in front of the warning track. Cannon gave it a ride. He's looking for his 3rd home run tonight, but falls about 20 feet short, and that'll bring Casey Martin to the plate.
Yeah, unfortunately for Cam Cannon, as opposed to the 2 he hit in game 1, in which he pulled him down the line. That one he hit to the deepest part of the ballpark, quite literally to the triangle, the middle of that triangle in dead center field. And Jordan able to have no problem, or Palmer rather, having no problem tracking that one down. But Cannon hit hard, but to no avail.
Martin swings the first pitch, pounds it on the ground to short. Young's got it, scoops it, throws the first in time. 2 quick outs, and that brings Pedro Martinez to the plate. But it is crazy. It really feels like it was just April 11th.
Yeah.
And we were playing Hartford, and it's almost August, and at that point you're looking at about a month and a half left of the season, which is crazy. And I circle back to, we talked about Tyler Phillips in game 1, who of course caught up along with Brett Schultz and Braden Zarbniski to AAA today. First pitch to Pedro Martinez, in there for a called strike. I said to him, I'm like, we were talking last week, I'm like, it's almost August. He goes, I know, man, like, I do not want the season to end. And I'm like, I feel that. I very much know where you're coming from on the outside corner 0-2. It's a group of guys that love to play, and they love to play with one another. There's still a lot of baseball left to go, so leave it at that, and we'll take it a day at a time. The 0-2, swing and a miss. Pedro Martinez down on strikes, and that will retire the side in the 5th. 13 straight sent down by Dom Hamill. We'll go to the 6th. Binghamton 1, Reading nothing. Back after this.
Cornwall Manor is an active senior living community on a 190-acre wooded campus in Cornwall, Lebanon County. The community offers independence and opportunities for wellness and fitness, as well as educational and musical programs, and the peace of mind of having convenient health care on site. Cornwall Manor offers a range of residential choices from apartments to homes. Prospective residents are welcome to visit us for lunch and have a chance to learn more about the community. More information is available online at cornwallmanor.org. Cornwall Manor, celebrating 70 years of senior living.
Our Phillies fans can continue to expect great performances all season long on the Burke's Commercial Roofing stage. It's the home of great local talent, including the Our Phillies mascot band. Burke's Commercial Roofing prides itself on being a locally owned and operated company that puts an emphasis on customer service. They provide free on-site estimates and can handle any size repair, restoration, or replacement. Visit burkscommercialroofing.com or call 610-717-3949 for more information. And don't forget to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show at the Burke's Commercial Roofing stage at America's Classic Ballpark.
To enjoy a perfectly crafted 1893 from the makers of Pepsi Cola, you must first appreciate its carefully selected ingredients. A dash of cola nut extract, a hint of real sugar, a splash of sparkling water, and a generous amount of attractive spokesperson. Trust me, I'm gorgeous. Cheers to 1893 boldly blended colas, a delicious balancing act of premium ingredients from the makers of Pepsi Cola.
So up for the 6th, it's an Our Phillies Alvernia University Golden Wolves call to the bullpen for Matt Seelinger. I'll make a call to our booth bullpen for Bob McCool, who will tell you all about Seelinger.
Matt Seelinger making his 19th appearance for the Our Phillies, 1-1 with a 4.30 earned run average, 23 innings pitched, 22 strikeouts, 12 walks as he stands in. His job is to keep the Ponies at bay in a 1-0 game. First pitch to Joe Swazi, leading off for Binghamton here in the 6th. Grounded foul and out of play. Swazi 0 for 1 on the night, walked as part of that bizarre first inning. They gave the Rumble Ponies the lone run of the game. He also flew out in 2 plate appearances. No balls and a strike to the right-hand hitter. Seelinger comes with a pitch that's over for a called strike 2. 3 walks and 2 hit by batters in the first inning. The only damage done, Josh Hendrickson did it to himself. That's the only run of the game. It's no balls and 2 strikes now as Seelinger, working from the stretch, comes with a pitch that misses outside. One of the more bizarre line scores right now on the scoreboard here at FirstEnergy Stadium. For Binghamton, 1 run on no hits. For Reading, no runs on 1 hit. And we're in the 6th inning. And again, I'll remind you, it's a 7-inning game tonight, as this is game 2 of the doubleheader. Now Swazi will call timeout as Seelinger was ready to deliver. I don't think Seelinger is too happy with the timing of the timeout call. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Joe Swazi. Comes with a breaking ball that Swazi lays off, and it's outside, and it's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Seelinger, a New York native, facing a New York native in Joe Swazi. Seelinger from Westbury, New York. Throws that one outside, and the count now is full to Swazi. Seelinger played his college baseball at SUNY in Farmingdale in New York. He was originally drafted by the Pittsburgh Pirates in 2017. Works through the 3-2 count. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Swazi is retired for out number 1 here in the 6th.
That's another strikeout. Thanks to Diamond Credit Union.
So for Josh Hendrickson tonight, 5 runs, no hits. One run, it was earned, 4 walks, 2 strikeouts, and he hit 2 batters. And that'll bring up Augustin Ruiz, who's 0 for 2 on the night. Ruiz with a solo home run in game 1 of this doubleheader. And the first pitch to the left-hander is hit into right field. Going to be a long run for the center fielder, Madison Stokes, but he gets there in plenty of time for out number 2.
I mean, Froon in game 1, Stokes in game 2 have each made some impressive plays in center field, and they've shown a lot of good closing speed too, and that was the thing we talked about You lose Rojas, how's that range factor going to come into play? And, Kroon and Stokes tonight have both answered that question really well.
That'll bring up the catcher, Matt O'Neill, and he rockets one into left field. It's going to fall for a base hit. Baron Radcliffe up with it on a hop and will hold him to a single. And that is the first hit of the ball game for the Rumble Ponies, with 2 outs here in the 6th. And that'll bring up Jose Mena.
Took until the 7th in game 1, the 6th in game 2 to get their first hits. But for Binghamton, all that matters is they won game 1 and they're up 1-0 in game 2.
So Mena 0 for 2 on the night, was on board on an error earlier in this game. This one ripped into left center field. Baron Radcliffe closes and he'll make the catch for the 3rd and final out. For Binghamton in the 6th, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left to the bottom of the 6th. When we come back to Baseball Town, it remains Binghamton 1, Reading nothing.
The Reading Fightin Phillies are proud to partner with Berks County Mental Health and Disabilities Program. Together, we are striking out the stigma in order to raise community awareness about mental illness and suicide prevention with 3 simple words. Are you okay? The help is to begin a conversation to show Berks County that we care. Suicide hurts and affects everyone, but help is here. We will work together to help raise awareness about suicide and identify what we can do as a community to prevent it. People in need of assistance and support should call Crisis Intervention at 610-379-2007.
Spend some quality time with the family by taking them out to the ball game every Sunday home game at FirstEnergy Stadium. Sundays are Berks Packing Sunday Family Fun Days, presented by Golden Oaks Golf Club, PA Army National Guard, Culligan Water, Aspen Home Improvements, and Rip It Baseball Town Charities batting cages. Get 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, and 4 sodas for only $56 when purchased in advance. Join us for Berks Packing Sunday Family Fun Days at all Sunday home games all season long at FirstEnergy Stadium.
Looking for the place to have the ultimate family fun at the Fightin Phils game? Look no further than Capital Blue Cross Funland. Capital Blue Cross Funland features the most exciting games and entertainment at the ballpark, including speed pitch, mini golf, ring toss and peach basket toss, mascot autograph booth, a bounce house, and the incredible giant inflatable slide. Bring your family to all the fun at their next Our Phils game at Capital Blue Cross Funland.
Time is running short for the Reading Fightin Phils, but they still only trail 1-0. And here in the bottom half of the 6th inning, it'll be Cody Roberts. At the top of the order, Madison Stokes and Carlos de la Cruz. Going up against Dom Hamill, who has been dominant all night tonight. And the first pitch to Cody Roberts is over for a called strike. Hamill walked 1, and that's the last batter who has been on board. That was with 2 outs in the 1st inning. Roberts hits one hard and foul down the 3rd base line. Cody Roberts drove one to deep center field his first time up against Hamill. He's behind the count, no balls and 2 strikes. 9 strikeouts, 1 walk, and 1 hit surrendered by Hamill to this point. 0-2 pitch. Curveball's up high, and it's 1-2.
Reading's got Orion Kirkering up and throwing in the bullpen. Probably, if it's a tie game or Reading takes the lead, is my guess.
This one fisted down the first base line, but foul. Roberts stays alive.
Kirkering also has not thrown since the 21st, so 5 days. So it also could be he could pitch regardless, just to try and get some work in.
Right. He was up briefly in game 1, but ultimately sat right back down after throwing a few warm-up tosses, and that was it. He was up in the event that the Phils tied it up in the 9th inning, which they were unable to do. 1-2 pitch is ripped into right center field, and that's going to find some gap and bounce off the fence. Roberts is around first, headed for second, and will put on the brakes. Jalen Palmer was having some trouble tracking it down in center field, and I thought for a moment Cody Roberts might try to turn on the Jets, but ultimately he put on the brakes and has a leadoff double.
Yeah, I thought the same thing for a second. I mean, leadoff double, you take that. Do not run into the first out of 3rd, but snaps a streak of 13 straight batters in a row sent down by Hamill. So, hey, you're back to the top. See if you can get to him now.
Just the 2nd hit of the night for the Phils, and it's a leadoff double, and the tying run now at second base for Madison Stokes, who shows bunt and bunts it foul. So Al Padrique going to play a little small ball against a tough pitcher in Dom Hamill, trying to get Cody Roberts at third base with less than 2 outs, where a fly ball can score him. So now
corners up.
Corners are indeed up. Rosa at third, Mania at first. Stokes again showing bunt and pulls it back and takes it outside for a ball.
Was just out. It's been a tighter strike zone, I feel like, in game 2 by Gorsak than what we saw from Tyler Whitty last time up, or I guess last game.
So Roberts takes his lead off of second. Again, Stokes showing bunt in a 1-1 count. Gets the bunt down the third baseline. Hamill, the pitcher, will field it. He'll throw it to Rowdy Jordan, the second baseman, covering. Sacrifice is good. Cody Roberts to third.
I mean, could not have asked for a more beautiful bunt. That is fundamental baseball, but also it's Madison Stokes, so I have zero shock in the world that he fundamentally lays down a good bunt. He plays the game the right way every time, plays anywhere on the infield. So great bunt. No surprise that it's him who lays down a great bunt, but you got your big guys coming up now. De La Cruz, Radcliffe, Ortiz. This is your chance. A mound visit here. I assume it's going to be about alignment.
Right. I would think this is a defensive strategy.
Right?
Yeah, you would think you're going to bring the infield up to cut down the tying run.
Of course, with Carlos De La Cruz out, that can be pretty scary to be playing in the grass with.
Well, the other conversation is, do you put Carlos De La Cruz on? That sets up a double play for Baron Radcliffe.
Could be unintentional walk, intentional, it's all flipped around. We've played a lot of baseball today.
We'll see what Hamill and the Ponies decide to do here. They do bring the infield up, not all the way up in the middle, though. I mean, they're kind of in the base path in the middle. Carlos De La Cruz with a healthy cut. As Jake said, it's a dangerous proposition to play up in the infield with Carlos De La Cruz at the plate, but he comes up empty.
Even a step back in the dirt there, like, as hard as he hits it, you should still have a play at home, I'd imagine.
There's no balls and a strike now to De La Cruz, and he'll foul this one out of play. So obviously we know this, that the thought process of putting him on is quickly out of the equation as they went right after it.
They go back-to-back breaking pitches, so it could have been we're only throwing him junk. We're not going to challenge him with a fastball.
So the tying run at third, one down here in the bottom of the sixth. 0-2 to Carlos De La Cruz. And he tries to get him to chase, and De La Cruz lays off, and it's 1-2. Left-handed hitting Baron Radcliffe in the on-deck circle for the Fightins. De La Cruz with a team-high 48 RBIs as he stands at the plate. Ripped in the left field and down the line and fair. Cody Roberts will score. Carlos De La Cruz with yet another extra base hit, and he's tied the game up at 1.
De La Cruz, who had been quiet as of late, is heating up already, and that can be dangerous. Now you got a guy in scoring position, less than 2 outs. See if Baron Radcliffe can do the job here.
Rack train is smoking, and so is Carlos De La Cruz as he comes up with his third double of the day, fourth hit of the day in this span of 2 doubleheaders, and with another RBI, and the Phils have tied it, and now Baron Radcliffe is trying to get the go-ahead run across with De La Cruz at second and still 1 out. First pitch to Radcliffe is the off-speed pitch, swing and a miss. Radcliffe has struck out twice against Hamill, who has really kept Radcliffe off balance with that off-speed stuff. Again, this is a 7-inning game. So the Phils trying to take the lead here for the 7th. Radcliffe, slow roller on the left side. Third baseman Peroza up with it. Checks the runner and makes the play at first in time for out number 2. So De La Cruz stays put at second for Jalen Ortiz, with 2 down now here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. This bottom half of the 6th inning, by the way, presented to you by Cornwall Manor, an active senior living not-for-profit community in scenic Cornwall, Pennsylvania, outside of Lebanon. Jalen Ortiz, first pitch in the dirt. Good block by Matt O'Neill to make sure that Carlos De La Cruz cannot move up to third. And it's 1-0 to Ortiz, who's 0 for 1 tonight. Walk and a fly out to center field in 2 plate appearances so far against Dom Hamill. Dribble down the left side, the shortstop. Young will make the off-balance throw in plenty of time, and that will do it for the Phils in the 6th. But they do get a run across. They do it on 2 hits, and they leave 1. We head to the 7th, now tied in Reading. Binghamton 1, Phils 1.
Are you looking for a reliable food distributor to meet all your culinary needs? Look no further than our trusted team at Feaser's Food Distributors. For over 120 years, our products have been sourced from the best farms and suppliers, ensuring that you get the best ingredients for your restaurant or organization. From fresh produce to premium meats, Feaser's supplies everything but the appetite. Visit Feasers.com today to experience the difference in working with a top-tier, family-owned food distributor. Feaser's, your partner for success in the kitchen. Looking for a fast and hassle-free way to get your snacks and non-perishable groceries? Look no further than FeasersDirect.com. With just a few clicks, discover the convenience of having your culinary essentials ready for a pickup at our headquarters in Harrisburg.
Empowering communities one relationship at a time is our commitment at Tompkins. Our customers have thrived thanks to our focus on local lending and their commitment to the customers they serve.
They do a great job, everything for us, from our banking, our insurance, to our wealth management.
Tompkins has always been there for us.
We see a long relationship with Tompkins. They're good people.
Tompkins, banking, insurance, wealth. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender. Investment and insurance products are not FDIC insured, not bank guaranteed, and may lose value.
Be the first to know everything about your Red and Fightin' Phils by signing up for the Baseball Town Insider email newsletter. Once you become a Baseball Town Insider, you will receive breaking news about Fightin's promotions, including giveaways and guest appearances, special events, exclusive offers, and discounts on tickets and merchandise, just for being a Baseball Town Insider. Visit Fightins.com to sign up for this free email newsletter. Baseball Town Insider. Stay in the loop and become a member today.
We head to the 7th, and the Alberta University Golden Wolves call the bullpen. Will bring right-handed pitcher Orion Kirkering into the game for Reading, and now his job is to obviously keep the Ponies at bay and hope the Phils can win it in the bottom of the 7th. It's a 1-1 tie. Binghamton with a run in the 1st, the Phils with a run in the 6th to tie it. As Kirkering making his 6th appearance since his call-up. Began the season in Clearwater, then advanced to Jersey Shore, and now here in Reading. So pitching at his 3rd level in 2023. 5 innings pitched. He has struck out 8. He has not walked a batter. And he'll face Jalen Palmer. The first pitch from Kirkering is 99 cheese on the radar gun. That is high, ball 1. Palmer 0 for 1 on the night, been on base both times, one by way of error, one by way of a walk. He takes this pitch over for a called strike 1, 1 ball and 1 strike to Kirkering, 22-year-old right-hander. And comes with the slider that misses low, and it's now 2-1. Fastball, slider, and a change. The 3 pitches that Kirkering has at his disposal. 2-1 pitch. Tapped left side, and it'll be Casey Martin in the hole and making the long throw in time to get the fleet-footed Jalen Palmer at first base for out number 1.
Baseball is a game of short-term memory. Casey Martin, you erase those 2 errors from your mind, and you go out there, you play your game, and that is what he did. For a second, I thought Martinez had that one cut off, and then I saw it come out of Martin's arm. I'm like, oh, I guess it got through Pedro.
Yeah, you got 2 shortstops over there, and Pedro Martinez and Casey Martin, and it was Martin who ended up making the play. As Wyatt Young now will bat, and Young takes the first pitch low for a ball.
I mean, defensively, that's not a bad left side of the infield at all.
No, not at all. That's right. Pedro Martinez made a brilliant play down the third baseline, the backhanded stop earlier in this game. Young 0 for 2 with a walk, and he scored the lone run for Binghamton. Again, if you missed it, the first inning, 3 walks and 2 hit by batters. A very uncharacteristic-like first inning for Josh Hendrickson, and that's the only damage that Binghamton has done in terms of scoring runs in this game. 1 run on 1 hit as Wyatt Young swings through the slider, and it's 1-1 now to Wyatt Young. Misses outside. Kirkering fastball consistently 97, 98, 99. An outstanding slider to go along with it. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Wyatt Young. And over for a call. Strike 3 on the outside corner. That's out number 2.
Slider's on tonight for Kirkering. When it's on, he is very, very dangerous to hit. Also, Binghamton's bullpen silent, so I think Dom Hamill might get the 7th. And he's only had 81 pitches, so, why not?
And he's been outstanding. I mean, obviously the Phils got to him with the 2 doubles by Roberts and by De La Cruz in that 6th inning, but otherwise he has been outstanding as Rowdy Jordan steps in. Jordan, a switch hitter, now flipping around, batting in the left side. After batting in right-handed the first 3 times up, he was hit by a pitch, walked, and popped up in the infield in his 3 plate appearances. And the 1-0 pitch is over for a called strike. It's 1 ball and 1 strike now to Rowdy Jordan.
Ethan Wilson leads off the 7th. The last time Ethan Wilson led off the bottom half of a 9th or 7th inning in a tie game, we know what happened.
That was the game winner against Portland a week ago Sunday. Rowdy Jordan at the plate. 2 balls and a strike to him. Kirkering gets him to foul off the slider. It's 2-2.
Yeah.
Kirkering 6'2" and 205 and just 22 years of age.
And he snuck that last slider right in on the hands really nicely. And now it's 2-2, excuse me. So I would be really, really hard pressed to not go against the slider here.
We'll see where he goes. Hit hard on a hop. Cannon dives but cannot get there, and it'll roll into right field for a base hit off the batter, Rowdy Jordan.
Yeah, it goes fastball. Just way too much of the plate there, pretty much right down the middle. And, Jordan crushed it, 102 off the bat. It would have been a great play if Cannon could have made it, but, credit where credit's due. Kirkering left one up with a fastball, and Jordan wasted no time, got the barrel on it, and smoked it.
Kirkering can be glad that was a base hit, and that's it, because that was a very hittable fastball as Perosa stands in. This one up the middle, and that's going to be a base hit as well. Back-to-back base hits now for Binghamton. First by Jordan and now by Perosa, so 2 on and 2 outs here in the 7th.
Yeah, it's back-to-back fastballs that are just getting a lot of the plate right now. Had a lot of success with that slider, so we'll see if he tries to stick with the fastball or goes back to the slider, which has been his bread and butter pitch tonight.
So that'll bring up the cleanup hitter, Brandon McElwain. 0 for 2 was hit by a pitch in the first. Grounded out to short, popped up to the catcher. A great play by Cody Roberts his last time up. And this time the slider from Kirkering is up and in for a ball. Kirkering began the season at Clearwater, got called up to Jersey Shore on May 9th, and then promoted here to Reading on July the 6th. 1 ball and no strikes to McElwain. Slider and a beauty is over for a called strike 1.
Yeah, the slider, we said it has been on tonight for Kirkering, so see if he sticks with it here.
Trying to keep it at a tie game at 1-1. Top half of the 7th inning. 1-1 is also the count. Foul, rolled foul on the first baseline. Carlos De La Cruz will field it in foul territory. Off the end of the bat from Brandon McElwain, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes now. McElwain did not play in game 1. He's the designated hitter here in game 2. And now he's going to call time at the plate. I mentioned this his first time up, that McElwain, an outstanding football player as well as baseball player at Council Rock North High School in suburban Philadelphia, went on to play both sports at South Carolina initially and then transferred to the University of California. 1 ball and 2 strikes to him. Just a protective swing, fouls off the slider to keep it at 1-2.
Yeah, just gets a piece of the slider, man. Like I said, it's been a good pitch tonight. It's been hard for these Binghamton hitters to catch up to. Ball 2 strikes, I go right back to it.
Kirkering delivers. In the dirt, he tried to check his swing, but they say he went around, and Kirkering ends up getting the strikeout to end the inning. For Binghamton in the 7th, no runs, 2 hits, 2 left. We head to the bottom of the 7th. It's winning time in baseball town. Binghamton 1, Reading 1.
Nursing home neglect is a serious problem. If you or a loved one has suffered from bed sores obtained in a nursing home or a fall down in a nursing home resulting in a fracture, our friends at Swartz Culleton can help. Call the attorneys at Swartz Culleton for a free consultation. Their phone number is 1-800-JUSTICE. That's 1-800-587-8423. Once again, call 1-800-JUSTICE today. Swartz Culleton is a proud sponsor of the Reading Fightin' Phils.
International Fireworks is the official fireworks provider of the Phillies. International Fireworks shoots every fireworks show throughout the season, including 8 Mega Blast fireworks shows. International Fireworks also provides the pregame fireworks after the national anthem at each game. International Fireworks has a nearby retail store in Douglasville, Pennsylvania, where you can purchase all of your fireworks. Visit fireworksorus.com for more information about the International Fireworks retail store in Douglasville. Thanks again to International Fireworks, the official fireworks provider.
Mimo's Italian Restaurant and Pizzeria, located at 290 Morgantown Road in Reading, has been serving the Berks County community with authentic Italian dishes since its grand opening in April 1997. With a wide selection of homemade Italian favorites, be sure to enjoy an amazing meal for everyone in your family. In addition, Mimo's newly renovated space is the perfect spot for private parties and events. Mimo's is proudly family-owned and operated and has been voted best in Berks on multiple occasions. Check out Mimo's for yourself and visit mimos.org for more information. Mimo's is a proud 2023 Fightin Phil's team feed partner. We head to the bottom of the 7th, presented to you by Sports Culleton PC. If you've been injured at work, get justice at 1-800-JUSTICE today. The Phils looking for a little justice of their own as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning in a 1-1 tie. Again, this is game 2 of a doubleheader. You know what that means. This is it. If the Phils can put one across, this ball game is over. Ethan Wilson will lead it off for Reading as Dom Hamill looking to continue the job for Binghamton. Very rare occasion in today's game. The starting pitcher is still coming out there for the 7th inning. But he has surrendered just 3 hits. He has struck out 9. He has walked just 1. As Wilson stands in, he's 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. First pitch comes up empty, strike 1. There is some activity in the Binghamton bullpen. And the 0-1 pitch, again, Wilson cannot time up the off-speed pitch, and it's quickly no balls and 2 strikes. Jason Acosta, the pitcher warming up in the Binghamton bullpen, and there's swing and a miss, strike 3. Ethan Wilson, 3 straight swings and misses. He's out number 1 in the 7th. Strikeout number 10 for Dom Hamill. That'll bring up Cam Cannon. Cannon struck out in the 1st and drove one to the deepest part of the ballpark in dead center field for a fly out in his last plate appearance back in the 5th. So he is 0 for 2. And the first pitch to him is a breaking ball and a good one, but it's Cannon lays off, and it's actually a little bit high, and it's 1-0. Cannon with 3 hits in game 1, including a single and a couple of solo home runs. Hit hard down the third base line, but foul. Foul by about 1.5 feet, and Cam Cannon is in a 1-ball-and-1-strike count. If you miss it, the Philadelphia Phillies ended up taking 2 out of 3 in their home series against Baltimore, ended up winning today's game by a final score of 6-4. So the Phils end up taking the last 2 in that 3-game series. This one's way up high. A rare wild miss from Dom Hamill, and it's 2-1. And Cannon lays off another. Now it's 3-1. And Hamill has not walked a batter since walking Jalen Ortiz all the way back in inning number 1. 3-1 pitch is outside, ball 4. You speak it into existence as Cam Cannon, the go-ahead run, now is at first base with 1 out, and Casey Martin will bat.
Casey Martin.
Binghamton won game 1, 5-3. We're tied at 1 with a runner on first base and 1 out here in the 7th. Pitch to Casey Martin is way up high for a ball. And now a conversation between catcher Matt O'Neill and Dom Hamill. Carlos Francisco up and warming up in the Phils bullpen in the event that there is an 8th inning. Phil's faithful looking for some action here in the bottom of the 7th. 1-0 to Casey Martin. Lifted into left field. Long run for Swazi, but he'll get there and he'll make the catch for out number 2. Cam Cannon has to retreat back to first base, and the baton now is passed to Pedro Martinez. Martinez 0 for 2 on the night with a infield ground out and a strikeout. You really got to respect the work of Dom Hamill. Kind of a throwback pitcher in a lot of ways. Not a guy who's going to overpower you in any way, but he has been highly efficient tonight. Swing and a miss from Martinez. No contact. Again, fastball consistently 93, 94, 95. Outstanding off-speed pitches. He's pitched extremely well in this game. He's ahead of Pedro Martinez, no balls and a strike. Catches the outside corner, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. Martinez does not agree, but he is now in a very defensive position. Cam Cannon takes his lead off of first. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll do it for the Phils here in the 7th. No runs, no hits. There was no errors and 1 man left. We are headed to extra innings in Baseball Town. Binghamton 1, Reading 1.
Nursing home neglect is a serious problem. If you or a loved one has suffered from bed sores obtained in a nursing home or a fall down in a nursing home resulting in a fracture, our friends at Swartz-Culleton can help. Call the attorneys at Swartz-Culleton for a free consultation. Their phone number is 1-800-JUSTICE. That's 1-800-587-8423. Once again, call 1-800-JUSTICE today. Swartz-Culleton is a proud sponsor of the Reading Fightin' Phils.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that'll bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your visit today at baseballhall.org.
The Reading Fightin' Phil's birthday package is the best way to celebrate a birthday. Whether you're a youngster or an adult, there's no better birthday than a Fightin' Phil's birthday. The Fightin' Fan birthday package is customizable for fans of any age and starts at just $130. Base packages include 10 general admission tickets to a Fightin's home game, an autographed baseball, and a VIP reserved parking spot. Fans can also add a wide variety of experiences and options to make sure your favorite Fightin's fan's birthday is a grand slam.
We head to extra innings here in Baseball Town, the top half of the 8th inning, and in extra innings in baseball, that means there is a ghost runner on second base. That'll be the guy who made the last out of the 7th. That's Brandon McElwain, who will start at second base as Joe Swazi will lead off. And the first pitch to Swazi is a swing and a miss, and the new pitcher coming out of the Alvernia University Golden Wolves bullpen for the Fightin' Phils is right-hander Carlos Francisco. Francisco making his 8th appearance since getting called up from Jersey Shore. And this one's way inside. Swazi jumps out of the way of it. It's 1 ball and 1 strike to Swazi, who is 0 for 2 on the night. Walk, fly out, and strikeout in 3 plate appearances. And now time is called at the plate. And I think that was called by the home plate umpire. I do not think that was Swazi who called that timeout. Francisco called up here to Reading from Jersey Shore on June the 29th. 25 appearances for the Blue Claws before his call up. 1-1 pitch, tapped up the middle. Cam Cannon is right there. He'll make the play to first base in time. That will allow McElwain to move up to third base with now 1 out. So it goes as a ground out for Swazi, but it in a lot of ways serves as a bunt, putting McElwain now at third base with 1 out. And that'll bring up Augustin Ruiz. And it looks like the Phils will put him on to set up a double play. So Augustin Ruiz will get the intentional walk. So 2 on now and 1 out for Matt O'Neill. So the Phils put Ruiz on to set up a double play and allow the infield to stay back. Francisco 1-1 in his time in Reading. Again, this is his 8th appearance for the Fightins, 4.70 earned run average. 7 2/3 innings, 7 strikeouts, 6 walks. Now make it 7. Swing and a miss from O'Neill. It's no balls and a strike. O'Neill 1 for 2 tonight. Grounded out in the first, walked in the 4th, and singled in the 6th. Francisco shows bunt, pulls it back, and not quite sure what the signal was. A runner from third, McElwain, started towards home as if it was a suicide squeeze, but O'Neill pulled the bat back. Whether it was a safety squeeze or not, I don't know. Now it's 1-1. Swing and a miss, and it's quickly 1 ball and 2 strikes as O'Neill chases one up out of the strike zone. And now Francisco in a spot here to come up with a big strikeout. Tries to get him to chase. He doesn't have to. They get the cold 3rd strike. And Matt O'Neill is not a happy man at home plate as they ring him up for strikeout and out number 2. So now it turns to Jose Mena. Mena 0 for 3 on the night, was safe by way of an error back in the 4th inning. Infield back, now looking for the 3rd and final out here in the top of the 8th. Pitch to Mena way inside, ball 1. So the Phils will have the same luxury. They will have a ghost runner on second base to start the inning when they bat in the bottom half of the 8th. 1-0 pitch is a beauty from Francisco, and it's now 1 ball and 1 strike. Francisco, 6'4", 220-pounder. Signed by the Phillies in the 2019 draft. Turned 24 early on in the month of July. Played his college baseball at Hillsborough Community College in Florida. And that pitch is just outside. It's 2 balls and a strike now to Jose Mena. McElwain, the ghost runner, is at third base right now. Augustin Ruiz at first with 2 outs here at the top of the 8th. This one tapped towards third. Martinez will make the short throw to second in time, and Carlos Francisco works out of any trouble here in the 8th. For Binghamton in inning number 8, no runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 left. And for a second straight inning, we head to the 8th in baseball town. It's winning time for the Phils. They need a run to walk it off. We'll have it for when we come back on the Fightin' Phils Radio Network.
Baseball fans, introducing Bally Live, the only app where minor league baseball fans can score major rewards. When you stream your favorite teams live, you'll score rewards. When you chat with friends during a watch party, you'll score rewards. And when you test your skills at trivia, you'll score rewards. Being a fan of minor leagues has never been so rewarding. So what are you waiting for? Download Bally Live for free from the app or Play Store and start scoring
Celebrate
rewards
the history
today.
of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that'll bring your baseball memories to life.
Local physicians,
connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share.
Continuity of immunization.
Plan your visit today at baseballhall.org.
They focus on educating both the community and the providers. For more information, please visit www.immunizepa.org.
The Running Fightin' Phil's birthday package is the best way to celebrate a birthday. Whether you're a youngster or an adult, there's no better
Baseball
birthday than a
Town
Fightin
Charities is a nonprofit
The Fightin
501c3
birthday pack is
charitable
customizable
organization
for
founded
fans
to
of
keep
any age and
baseball alive
starts
in
at just
Reading.
$130.
Youngsters can benefit
Base
from
packages
many
include
life
10
lessons
general
the
admission
game
tickets
can
to the
offer.
Fightin's home game, an
Baseball
autographed
Town
baseball, and a
Charities
VIP
currently
reserved parking
supports
spot.
kids and adults
Fans
with
can
mental
also
and
add a
physical
wide variety of
disabilities
experiences
through
and
the baseball
options to make
dream.
sure your favorite Fightin
Baseball Town
fan's
Charities
birthday
also
is a
supports
grand slam.
inner city baseball development through the Rip It for Life program, which provides growth both on and off the baseball field. For more information, please visit baseballtown.org.
So we head to the bottom half of the 8th inning, and a new pitcher, the Alberta University Golden Wolves call the bullpen for Binghamton for the first time in this game. It is Dyson Acosta who will come on now with Pedro Martinez, the ghost runner, to start this 8th inning at second base, and Cody Roberts, the batter for the Fightins. It'll be Cody Roberts, Madison Stokes, and Carlos De La Cruz due up for Reading, who needs a run to win it. Acosta making his 17th appearance for the Rumble Ponies, 2-1 with a 7.64 earned run average. He is 1 for 3 in save opportunities. He also has 3 holds on the year. 17 and 2/3 innings pitched, 17 strikeouts, 14 walks. So before we even get started, timeout called by the catcher Matt O'Neill to go out and talk with Acosta. So Dom Hamill ends up the night, 7 innings pitched, 3 hits, 1 run, 2 walks, and 11 strikeouts. An outstanding performance by one of the top prospects in the Mets organization, and as advertised in tonight's game. He cannot win it, he cannot lose it, as we are tied at 1 in the bottom half of the 8th inning. So it's Dyson Acosta facing Cody Roberts with a winning run at second base here in the 8th. And now we'll finally have our first pitch of the inning. Roberts shows bunt, and it's a beauty. Throws to the third baseman, will have the only play. He'll make the throw to second. Baseman Rowdy Jordan covering. The sacrifice is good. Outstanding bunt by Cody Roberts. And again, Al Padrique playing some small ball for the Phils here in this ball game. It's the same thing they did in the 6th to tie the game up. With the bunt after Roberts doubled, moved him to third, and then Carlos De La Cruz played him with a double. So now it's Madison Stokes. Sacrifice is good. 5-4 in the scorebook. But now Pedro Martinez is 90 feet away from winning this game. They'll put Stokes on. Intentional walk to Madison Stokes. And how about that for a call? That'll put Carlos De La Cruz at the plate. They're going to put him on too, I believe. Yep. So they will intentionally load the bases and go after Barron Radcliffe. Boy, but I'd love to have the opportunity to have a microphone on Barron Radcliffe right now. How do you feel right now, big boy? Barron Radcliffe. A gentle giant will walk to the plate after 2 guys intentionally walked in front of him. And it's now mano a mano. The right-handed pitching Acosta and the left-handed batting Barron Radcliffe, with the bases loaded and 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th. First pitch in the dirt. Great block by Matt O'Neill. It almost became irrelevant. If that one bounces to the backstop, Pedro Martinez may have walked home. Instead, it's 1-0 to Barron Radcliffe. Barron with 10 RBIs on the season as he stands at the plate. A fly ball should win it. Base hit definitely wins it. Over for a called strike 1. Radcliffe taken all the way. Ponies looking for a double play. Infield at double play depth. In the dirt, and again, another nice block by O'Neill. Dyson Acosta is making his catcher work right now. It's 2-1. from the stretch. Acosta delivers. Foul tipped. It's 2-2. Radcliffe 0 for 3 in the night. Couple of strikeouts and a ground out. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that's out number 2. Big out there for the Ponies. And that now turns the baton over to Jalen Ortiz. Ortiz 0 for 2 on the night. Walked into first, fly out to center, and ground out to short in his 3 plate appearances. Bases are loaded and now and 2 outs. Inside, the ball in and out of the glove of O'Neill, not far enough for anybody to advance. It's 1-0 to Jalen Ortiz. It wasn't a bad pitch from Acosta, it was inside. It just kind of squirted out of the mitt of O'Neill. So it's 1 ball and no strikes now to Jalen Ortiz. Way up high, ball 2. Ortiz needs to be patient here. You want to win the ball game, but you've got a pitcher who does have some control issues. You got to make him work for it. Pick out a spot, and if it's not there, leave it go. It's 2-0 right now to Ortiz. Big lead off of third for Martinez. Big swing, no contact from Jalen Ortiz. It's 2-1. Costa Barrett looks in, comes from the stretch. Over for a called strike 2. Ortiz didn't think so. He thought it was low, so he's going to call time now. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Jalen Ortiz. Now you got to be in an aggressive spot here. Cannot let the umpire take the bat out of your hand. But at the same time, can't go chasing. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ortiz. In the dirt, gets away, not far enough to advance. Again, another tremendous block by the catcher, Matt O'Neill. Got just enough of it to slow it down, and it trickled about 12 feet away from him. Martinez started and then stopped, and he made the right decision. So now the count is full to Ortiz. It does allow the runners to get a running start just in case on a ball in the infield. Something's got to give. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 2 outs, bases loaded in a tie game. Low ball 4, that'll do it. The Reading Fightin Phils walk it off. Bases loaded, walk to Jalen Ortiz, and the Phils will win it. Ortiz gets the RBI. Pedro Martinez comes across with the winning run. And in the bottom of the 8th inning, the Reading Fightin Phils get the W. The score, Reading 2, Binghamton 1. We'll take a timeout, back with our postgame show on the Reading Fightin Phils Radio Network right after this.
Baseball fans, introducing Valley Live, the only app where minor league baseball fans can score major rewards. When you stream your favorite teams live, you'll score rewards. When you chat with friends during a watch party, you'll score rewards. And when you test your skills at trivia, you'll score rewards. Being a fan of minor leagues has never been so rewarding. So what are you waiting for? Download Valley Live for free from the app or Play Store and start scoring rewards today.
Summer National
and
Pastime at the
Saturday.
National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that'll bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your visit today at baseballhall.org.
both the community and the world.
For more information,
This selection
please visit
www.immunize.ba.org.
Is the best way to celebrate a birthday. Whether you're a youngster or an adult, there's no better birthday than a
Town
Fightin
Charities is a
birthday.
nonprofit
Fightin
501 all
birthday
Pepsi
pack is
charitable
customizable
organization.
for fans
Call
of
the
any
Fight
age.
Club
It starts at just $130.
Youngsters can benefit from many lifelines and
Fightin's
RFOs.com.
home game.
Visit
Autographed
Baseball Town
baseball and
Charities
VIP
also
reserved parking
supports
spots.
kids and adults
Fans
with
can
mental
also
and
add a
physical
wide variety of
disabilities.
experiences and
Baseball
options to make sure your favorite Fightin
Baseball Town
fans'
Charities
birthday
also
is a
supports
grand slam.
inner city baseball development through the Rip It for Life program, which provides growth both on and off the baseball field. For more information, please visit baseballtown.org.
Welcome back to FirstEnergy Stadium, where the Reading Fightin' Phils end up getting the split out of today's doubleheader. Again, Game 1 was the postponed conclusion of yesterday's game that got to the second inning, and Binghamton ended up winning that one in a come-from-behind fashion as the Rumble Ponies put 4 runs across in the 8th inning to win Game 1 by a final score of 5-3. But Reading ultimately comes from behind in Game 2 and wins Game 2 by a final score of 2-1, and they do it in what turns out to be extra innings. Here's the way it started, and it started out very bizarre fashion with Josh Hendrickson, who is a pretty good control pitcher. Control has not been an issue for Josh Hendrickson, but it was in the first inning. He walked the first batter, he hit the second batter, he struck out the third batter, he hit the fourth batter, he walked the fifth batter. And ultimately, as a result of those 3 walks and those 2 hit batters, Binghamton got the first run of the game, and they did it without the benefit of a hit. From that point forward, Josh Hendrickson was pretty much Josh Hendrickson. He was very solid from that point forward. Ended up going 5 innings, did not give up a hit, gave up that 1 run, 4 walks, 2 strikeouts, and the 2 hit batters. So other than that first inning, it was a very efficient performance from Josh Hendrickson, and an even more efficient and even more impressive performance from Binghamton starting pitcher Dom Hamill. He ended up going 7 innings in this one, gave up 3 hits, 1 run, 2 walks, and struck out 11, and ultimately ends up not getting anything in terms of the decision in tonight's game. So Binghamton gets the run in the first, and Reading finally got to Hamill in the 6th inning, and it started with a Cody Roberts lead-off double. Madison Stokes then comes up the top of the order, and Al Padrique playing some small ball against a really good pitcher and having a great night in Dom Hamill. He's trying to get himself a run somehow or another, scratch one across, and it worked because Madison Stokes bunted Cody Roberts to third base, and that brought Carlos De La Cruz to the plate, and De La Cruz got his 2nd double of the night, his 4th hit of this doubleheader, and ultimately got the ball game tied up at the same time with Carlos De La Cruz coming up with the RBI double that tied the game up at 1 apiece. And the Phils bullpen also followed up from Josh Hendrickson and did a very good job themselves. Matt Seelinger pitched the 6th and gave up a hit, no runs. Orion Kirkering pitched the 7th and gave up 2 hits and struck out 2 and did not give up a run. Carlos Francisco came on to pitch the 8th inning and obviously inherits the ghost runner in the extra innings, but he got out of that without any further trouble. They did walk Augustin Ruiz intentionally to set up a double play, but Francisco didn't need it as he struck out Matt O'Neill and then got Jose Mena to ground out to end the inning and send us to the bottom of the 8th, still tied at 1 apiece. And now the Phils get the luxury of the ghost runner to start the inning, and that ghost runner was Pedro Martinez. And again, Al Padrique playing fundamental baseball, sacrifices Cody Roberts to get Pedro Martinez to third base with 1 out. Sacrificing a good one from Cody Roberts made the third baseman Jose Peroza field the ball and allowed Martinez to get to third base with 1 out. And so now the strategy session begins with Reed Brignac now deciding to put the next 2 batters, Madison Stokes and Carlos De La Cruz, on base by way of intentional walks. So that loaded the bases with 1 out and Baron Radcliffe at the plate. All of this going up against Dyson Acosta, who came on in relief of Dom Hamill in the 8th inning. And Baron Radcliffe now facing Acosta, struck out to make it a 2-out situation, and the bases remaining loaded for the Phils. And that brought to the plate Jalen Ortiz, and the cleanup hitter in the Phils lineup tonight worked himself a walk as he got the count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes, and the pitch from Acosta was low, ball 4, and Ortiz gets the base on balls. That brought home Pedro Martinez, and Jalen Ortiz ends up picking up the RBI, and the game-winning RBI at that for Ortiz. For Ortiz, that was his 13th RBI of the season. Lucky number 13 for Jalen Ortiz. Turns out to be the game-winning run in this one as the Phils win it by a final score of 2-1. Again, it goes as an extra inning win tonight in the 8th inning, and the fans here at FirstEnergy Stadium sticking around to the end to watch the fireworks that are about to take off here at FirstEnergy Stadium. We'll have more of the same tomorrow night. The Phils and the Ponies back to the normal 7 o'clock start time tomorrow night. We hope to have the manager, Al Padrique, on our pregame show. We'll have that for you live on Facebook and live on the Tompkins Plaza just after the gates open up tomorrow. We'll have manager Al Padrique on our pregame show right now, tentatively scheduled for 6 o'clock. Will be our pregame show time live on Facebook and again live on the Plaza. And you can hear that pregame show on our radio broadcast at 6:45 prior to first pitch at 7 o'clock. More fireworks on tap tomorrow night and again on Friday night. Saturday night features a Mega Blast fireworks. It's also a Star Wars tribute here with Star Wars characters around here at FirstEnergy Stadium. And on Sunday, 5:15 to wrap up the series, and all kids receive an Aaron Nola bobblehead. Great seats available. You can get them at 610-370-BALL or order them online at ourphils.com. Now, our Phils truly are affordable, fun, family entertainment, and great entertainment tonight here in Baseball Town. Binghamton wins game 1 5-3. Reading takes game 2 by a final score of 2-1. For Reading, 2 runs on 3 hits, 2 errors. They left 6 men on base. Binghamton, 1 run on 3 hits, no errors. They left 11 men on base. Carlos Francisco gets the win for Reading. Coming out of the bullpen, he is now 2-1. Dyson Acosta takes the loss. He falls to 2-2. Time of the game for game 2, 2 hours and 5 minutes. And with the win, Reading goes back to 500 now on the season. They are now 11-11. Binghamton falls to 8-14 on the year. That will do it for our broadcast tonight. Thanks to Jim Murray, the president of the Victor Emmanuel Society, here, part of the celebration tonight here on Italian Heritage Night, and part of the sponsorship as well that's bringing the fireworks that are just getting underway here at FirstEnergy Stadium. Thanks to Jim Murray for spending some time with us in our radio broadcast tonight. Thanks to my colleague in the broadcast booth, as always, Jake Starr. My name is Bob McCool. Thank you for listening to Reading Fightin' Phils baseball or watching it on MILB TV, as you can do in each and every one of the home games, just like you can tomorrow night. Again, tomorrow night, the manager, Al Padrique, will join us in the pregame show, and then we'll have it for you live on the Reading Fightin' Phils radio network at 6:45. First pitch scheduled for the Phils and the Rumble Ponies at 7 o'clock here in Baseball Town. We look forward to having you with us on our broadcast tomorrow night. Better yet, we'd love to see you right back here in Baseball Town. Once again, doubleheader split tonight. Binghamton wins game 1 5-3. Reading takes the second game by a final score of 2-1. Thanks for listening, everyone. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow night right back here at the ballpark.